Chapter 1 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Elroy. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. Joan Haste. Alone and desolate, within hearing of the thunder of the waters of the North Sea, but not upon them, stand the ruins of Ramborough Abbey. Once there was a city at their feet. Now the city has gone. Nothing is left of its greatness, save the stone skeleton of the fabric of the abbey above, and the skeletons of the men who built it, mouldering in the earth below. To the east, across a waste of uncultivated heath, lies the wide ocean, and, following the trend of the coast northward, the eye falls upon the red roofs of the fishing village of Bradmouth. When Ramborough was a town, this village was a great port, but the sea, advancing remorselessly, has choked its harbour and swallowed up the ancient borough which today lies beneath the waters. With that of Ramborough, the glory of Bradmouth is departed, and of its priory and churches there remains but one lovely and dilapidated fane, the largest perhaps in the east of England, that of Yarmouth alone excepted, and, as many think, the most beautiful. At the back of Bradmouth Church, which, standing upon a knoll at some distance from the cliff, has escaped the fate of the city that once nestled beneath it, stretch rich marsh meadows, ribbed with raised lines of roadway. But these do not make up all the landscape, for between Bradmouth and the ruins of Ramborough, following the indentations of the sea-coast, and set back in a fold or depression of the ground, lie a chain of small and melancholy meres, whose brackish waters, devoid of sparkle even on the brightest day, are surrounded by coarse and worthless grassland, the haunt of the shore-shooter, and a favourite feeding place of curlews, gulls, coots, and other wild fowl. Beyond these meres the ground rises rapidly, and is clothed in gorse and bracken, interspersed with patches of heather, till it culminates in the crest of a bank that marks doubtless the boundary of some primeval fjord or lake, where, standing in a ragged line, are groups of wind-torn Scotch fir trees, surrounding a grey and solitary house known as Moor Farm. The dwellers in these parts, that is, those of them who are alive to such matters, think that there are few more beautiful spots than this slope of barren land, pitted with sullen meres and bordered by the sea. Indeed, it has attractions in every season, even in winter, when the snow lies in drifts upon the dead fern, and the frost-browned gorse shivers in the east wind, leaping on it from the ocean. It is always beautiful, and yet there is a truth in the old doggerel verse that is written in a quaint Elizabethan hand upon the fly-leaf of one of the Bradmouth parish registers. Of Ramborough, north and west and south, man's eyes can never see enough. Yet winter's gloom or summer's light, wide England hath no sadder sight. And so it is, even in the glory of June, when lizards run across the grey stonework, and the gorse shows its blaze of gold, there is a stamp of native sadness on the landscape, which lies between Bradmouth and Ramborough, that neither the hanging woodlands to the north, nor the distant glitter of the sea, on which boats move to and fro, can altogether conquer. Nature set that seal upon the district in the beginning, and the lost labours of the generations now sleeping round its rotting churches have but accentuated the primal impress of her hand. Though on the day in that June when this story opens, the sea shone like a mirror beneath her, and the bees hummed in the flowers growing on the ancient graves, and the larks sang sweetly above her head, Joan felt this sadness strike her heart like the chill of an autumn night. Even in the midst of life, Everything about her seemed to speak of death and oblivion. The ruined church, the long neglected graves, the barren landscape, all cried to her with one voice, seeming to say, "Our troubles are done with. Yours lie before you. Be like us, be like us." It was no high-born lady to whom these voices spoke in that appropriate spot, nor were the sorrows which opened her ears to them either deep or poetical. To tell the truth, Joan Haste was but a village girl, or, to be more accurate, a girl who had spent most of her life in a village. She was lovely in her own fashion, it is true, but of this presently, and through circumstances that shall be explained. She chanced to have enjoyed a certain measure of education, enough to awaken longings, and to call forth visions that perhaps she would have been happier without. Moreover, although fate had placed her humbly, nature gave to her, together with the beauty of her face and form, a mind which, if a little narrow, certainly did not lack for depth, a considerable power of will, and more than her share of that noble dissatisfaction without which no human creature can rise in things spiritual or temporal, and having which no human creature can be happy. Her troubles were vulgar enough, poor girl, a scolding and coarse-minded aunt, a suitor toward whom she had no longings, the constant jar of the talk and jest of the alehouse where she lived, and the irk of some vague and half-understood shame that clung to her closely as the ivy clung to the ruined tower above her. Common though such woes be, they were yet sufficiently real to Joan. In truth, their somewhat sordid atmosphere pressed with added weight upon a mind which was not sordid. Those misfortunes that are proper to our station, and inherent to our fate, we can bear, if not readily, at least with some show of resignation. Those that fall upon us from a sphere of which we lack experience, or arise out of a temperament unsuited to its surroundings, are harder to endure. To be different from our fellows, to look upwards where they look down, to live inwardly at a mental level higher than our circumstances warrant, to desire that which is too far from us, are miseries petty in themselves, but gifted with protean reproductiveness. Put briefly, this was Joan's position. Her parentage was a mystery, at least so far as her father was concerned. Her mother was her aunt's younger sister, but she had never known this mother, whose short life closed within 2 years of Joan's birth. Indeed, the only tokens left to link their existences together were a lock of soft brown hair and a faded photograph of a girl not unlike herself, who seemed to have been beautiful. Her aunt, Mrs. Gillingwater, gave her these mementos of the dead some years ago, saying, with the brutal frankness of her class, that they were almost the only property that her mother had left behind her, so she, the daughter, might as well take possession of them. Of this mother, however, there remained one other memento, the mound in the churchyard of the abbey, where, until quite recently, the inhabitants of Ramborough had been wont to be laid to sleep beside their ancestors. This mound Joan knew of, for upon her earnest entreaty, Mr. Gillingwater, her uncle by marriage, pointed it out to her. Indeed, she was sitting by it now. It had no headstone, and when Joan asked him why, he replied that those who were neither wife nor maid had best take their names with them 6 feet underground. The poor girl shrank back, abashed at this rough answer, nor did she ever return to the subject. But from this moment she knew that she had been unlucky in her birth, and though such an accident is by no means unusual in country villages, the sense of it galled her, lowering her in her own esteem. Still she bore no resentment against this dead and erring mother, but rather loved her with a strange and wandering love than which there could be nothing more pathetic. The woman who bore her, but whom she had never seen with remembering eyes, was often in her thoughts, and once, when some slight illness had affected the balance of her mind, Joan believed that she came and kissed her on the brow, a vision whereof the memory was sweet to her, though she knew it to be but a dream. Perhaps it was because she had nothing else to love that she clung thus to the impalpable, making a companion of the outcast dead whose blood ran in her veins. At the least, this is sure, that when her worries overcame her, or the sense of incongruity in her life grew too strong, she was accustomed to seek this lowly mound, and, seated by it, heedless of the weather, she would fix her eyes upon the sea, and soothe herself with a sadness that seemed deeper than her own. Her aunt, indeed, was left to her, but from this relation she won no comfort. From many incidents, trifling in themselves, but in the mass irresistible, Joan gathered that there had been little sympathy between her mother and Mrs. Gillingwater, if in truth their attitude was not one of mutual dislike. It would appear also that in her own case this want of affection was a hereditary quality, seeing that she found it difficult to regard her aunt with any feeling warmer than tolerance, and was in turn held in an open aversion, which to Joan's mind was scarcely mitigated by the very obvious pride Mrs. Gillingwater took in her beauty. In these circumstances, Joan had often wondered why she was not dismissed to seek her fortune. More than once, when after some quarrel she sought leave to go, she found that there was no surer path to reconciliation than to proffer this request, and speeches of apology, which, as she knew well, were not due to any softening of Mrs. Gillingwater's temper, or regret for hasty misbehaviour, were at once showered upon her. To what then were they due? The question was one that Joan took some years to answer satisfactorily. Clearly not to love, and almost as clearly to no desire to retain her services, since beyond attending to her own room she did but little work, in the way of ministering to the wants and comforts of the few customers of the Crown and Mitre, nor was she ever asked to interest herself in such duties. Gradually the solution to the riddle forced itself into Joan's intelligence, namely that in some mysterious way her aunt and uncle lived on her, not she on them. If this were not so, it certainly became difficult to understand how they did live, in view of the fact that Mr. Gillingwater steadily consumed the profits of the taproom, if any, and that they had no other visible means of subsistence. Yet money never seemed to be wanting, and did Joan need a new dress or any other luxury, it was given to her without demur. More, when some years since she had expressed a sudden and spontaneous desire for education, after a few days' interval, which it seemed to her might well have been employed in reference to superior powers in the background, she was informed that arrangements had been made for her to be sent to a boarding school in the capital of the country. She went, to find that her fellow pupils were for the most part the daughters of shopkeepers and large farmers, and that in consequence the establishment was looked down upon by the students of similar but higher class institutions in the same town, and by all who belonged to them. Joan, being sensitive and ambitious, resented this state of affairs, though she had small enough right to do so, and on her return home informed her aunt that she wished to be taken away from that school and sent to another of a better sort. The request was received without surprise, and again there was a pause, as though to allow of reference to others. Then she was told that if she did not like her school she could leave it, but that she was not to be educated above her station in life. So Joan returned to the middle-class establishment, where she remained till she was over 19 years of age. On the whole she was very happy there, for she felt that she was acquiring useful knowledge which she could not have obtained at home. Moreover, among her schoolfellows were certain girls, the daughters of poor clergymen and widows, ladies by birth, with whom she consorted instinctively, and who did not repel her advances. At the age of 19, she was informed suddenly that she must leave her school, though no hint of this determination had been previously conveyed to her. Indeed, but a day or two before her aunt had spoken of her return thither, as if it were a settled thing. Pondering over this decision in much grief, Joan wondered why it had been arrived at, and more especially whether the visit that morning of her uncle's landlord, Mr. Levenger, who came, she understood, to see about some repairs to the house, had anything to do with it. To Mr. Levenger himself she had scarcely spoken half a dozen times in her life, and yet it seemed to her that whenever they met he regarded her with the keenest interest. Also on this particular occasion Joan chanced to pass the bar-parlour, where Mr. Levenger was closeted with her aunt, and to overhear his parting words, or rather the tag of them, which was "too much of a lady," a remark that she could not help thinking had to do with herself. Seeing her go by, he stopped her, keeping her in conversation for some minutes, then abruptly turned upon his heel and left the house, with the air of a man who was determined not to say too much. Then it was that Joan's life became insupportable to her. Accustomed as she had become to more refined associations, from which henceforth she was cut off, the crown and mitre, and most of those connected with it, grew hateful in her sight. In her disgust she racked her brain to find some means of escape, and could think of none other than the time-honoured expedient of going as a governess. This she asked leave to do, and the permission was accorded after the usual pause, but here again she was destined to meet with disappointment. Her surroundings and her attainments were too humble to admit of her finding a footing in that overcrowded profession. Moreover, as one lady whom she saw told her frankly, she was far too pretty for this walk of life. At length she did obtain a situation, however a modest one enough, that of nursery governess to the children of the rector of Bradmouth, Mr. Biggin. This post she held for 9 months, till Mr. Biggin, a kind-hearted and scholarly man, noting her beauty and intelligence, began to take more interest in her than pleased his wife, a state of affairs that resulted in Joan's abrupt dismissal on the day previous to the beginning of this history. To come to the last and greatest of her troubles, it will be obvious that such a woman would not lack for admirers. Joan had several, all of whom she disliked, but chiefly did she detest the most ardent and persistent of them, the favoured of her aunt, Mr. Samuel Rock. Samuel Rock was a dissenter, and the best-to-do agriculturalist in the neighbourhood, farming some 500 acres, most of them rich marshlands, of which 300 or more were his own property, inherited and acquired. Clearly, therefore, he was an excellent match for a girl in the position of Joan Haste, and when it is added that he had conceived a sincere admiration for her, and that to make her his wife was the principal desire of his life, it becomes evident that in the nature of things the sole object of hers ought to have been to meet his advances halfway. Unfortunately, this was not the case, for reasons which to herself were good and valid, however insufficient they may have appeared to others. Joan would have nothing to do with Samuel Rock. It was to escape from him that she had fled this day to Ramborough Abbey, whither she fondly hoped he would not follow her. It was the thought of him that made life seem so hateful to her, even in the golden afternoon. It was terror of him that caused her to search out every possible avenue of retreat from the neighbourhood of Bradmouth. She might have spared herself the trouble, for even as she sighed and sought, a shadow fell upon her, and looking up she saw Samuel Rock standing before her, hat in hand, and smiling his most obsequious smile. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroy. Samuel Rock declares himself. Mr. Samuel Rock was young-looking rather than young in years, of which he might have seen some 35, and on the whole not uncomely in appearance. His build was slender for his height. His eyes were blue and somewhat shifty, his features sharp and irregular except the chin, which was prominent, massive, and developed almost to deformity. Perhaps it was to hide this blemish that he wore a brown beard, very long, but thin and straggling. His greatest peculiarity, however, was his hands, which were shaped like those of a woman, were long, white, notwithstanding their exposure to the weather, and adorned with almond-shaped nails, that any lady might have envied. These hands were never still. Moreover, there was something furtive and unpleasant about them, capable as they were of the strangest contortions. Mr. Rock's garments suggested a compromise between the dress affected by dissenters, who are pillars of their local chapel, and anxious to proclaim the fact, and those worn by the ordinary farmer, consisting as they did of a long-tailed black coat, rather the worse for wear, a black felt wide awake, and a pair of cord breeches and stout riding boots. "How do you do, Miss Haste?" said Samuel Rock, in his soft, melodious voice, but not offering to shake hands, perhaps because his fingers were engaged in nervously crushing the crown of his hat. "How do you do?" answered Joan, starting violently. "How did you find me here?" she was about to add. Then, remembering that such a remark would show a guilty knowledge of being sought after, substituted, "get here." I walked, Miss Haste," he replied, looking at his legs and blushing, as though there was something improper about the fact, then added, "You are quite close to my house, Moor Farm, you know, and I was told that I thought that I should find you here." "I suppose you mean that you asked my aunt, and she sent you after me?" Samuel smiled evasively, but made no other reply to this remark. Then came a pause, while, with a growing irritation, Joan watched the long white fingers squeezing at the black wide-awake. "You had better put your hat on, or you will catch cold," she suggested presently. "Thank you, Miss Haste. It is not what I am liable to, not but what I take it kindly that you should think of my health." And he carefully replaced the hat upon his head, in such a fashion that the long brown hair showed beneath it in a ragged fringe. "Oh, please don't thank me," said Joan rudely, dreading lest her remark should be taken as a sign of encouragement. Then came another pause, while Samuel searched the heavens with his wandering blue eyes, as though to find inspiration there. "You are very fond of graves, Miss Haste," he said at length. "Yes, Mr. Rock, they are comfortable to sit on, and I don't doubt very good beds to sleep in," she added with a touch of grim humour. Samuel gave a slight but perceptible shiver. He was a highly strung man, and his piety notwithstanding, he did not appreciate the allusion. When you wish to make love to a young woman, to say the least of it, it is disagreeable if she begins to talk of that place whither no earthly love can follow. "You shouldn't think of such things at your age. "You should not indeed, Miss Haste," he replied. "There are many things you have got to think of before you think of them." "What things?" asked Joan rashly. Again Samuel blushed. "Well, husbands and cradles and such like," he answered vaguely. "Thank you, I prefer graves," Joan replied with tartness. By this time it had dawned upon Samuel that he was getting no forwarder. For a moment he thought of retreat. Then the native determination that underlay his soft voice and timid manner came to his aid. "Miss Haste, Joan," he said huskily, "I want to speak to you." Joan felt that the hour of trial had come, but still sought a feeble refuge in flippancy. "You have been doing that for the last 5 minutes, Mr. Rock," she said, "and I should like to go home." "No, no, not yet. Not till you have heard what I have to say." And he made a movement as though to cut off her retreat. "Well, be quick then," she answered in a voice in which vexation and fear struggled for the mastery. Twice Samuel strove to speak, and twice words failed him, for his agitation was very real. At last they came. "I love you," he said in an intense whisper. "By the God above you and the dead beneath your feet, I love you, Joan, as you have never been loved before, and never will be loved again." She threw her head back and looked at him, frightened by his passion. The realities of his declaration were worse than she had anticipated. His thin face was fierce with emotion. His sensitive lips quivered, and the long lithe fingers of his right hand played with his beard as though he were plaiting it. Joan grew seriously alarmed. She had never seen Samuel Rock look like this before. "I am sorry," she murmured. "Don't be sorry," he broke in. "Why should you be sorry? It is a great thing to be loved as I love you, Joan. A thing that does not often come in the way of a woman, as you will find out before you die. Look here. Do you suppose that I have not fought against this? Do you suppose that I wanted to fall into the power of a girl without a sixpence, without even an honest name? I tell you, Joan, I have fought against it, and I have prayed against it, since you were a chit of 16. Chance after chance have I let slip through my fingers for your sake. There was Mrs. Morton yonder, a handsome body as a man need wish for a wife, with £6,000 invested, and house property into the bargain, who as good as told me that she would marry me, and I gave her the go-by for you. There was the minister's widow, a lady born, and a holy woman, who would have had me fast enough, and I gave her the go-by for you. I love you, Joan. I tell you that I love you more than land or goods, more than my own soul, more than anything that is. I think of you all day. I dream of you all night. I love you, and I want you, and if I don't get you, then I may as well die, for all the world is worth to me." And he ceased, trembling with passion. If Joan had been alarmed before, now she was terrified. The man's earnestness impressed her artistic sense. In a certain rude way there was something fine about it, but it awoke no answer within her heart. His passion repelled her. She had always disliked him. Now she loathed him. Swiftly she reviewed the position in her mind, searching a way of escape. She knew well enough that he had not meant to affront her by his references to her poverty and the stain upon her birth, that these truths had broken from him together with that great truth which animated his life. Nevertheless, with a woman's wit, putting the rest aside. It was on these unlucky sayings that she pounced in her emergency. "How, Mr. Rock?" she asked, rising and standing before him. "How can you ask me to marry you? For I suppose that is what you mean, when you throw my poverty, and the rest, in my teeth. I think, Mr. Rock, that you would do well to go back to Mrs. Morton, or the minister's widow, who was born a lady, and to leave me in peace." "Oh, don't be angry with me," he said with something like a groan. "You know that I did not mean to offend you. Why should I offend you when I love you so, and want to win you? I wish that I had bitten out my tongue before I said that, but it slipped in with the rest. Will you have me, Joan? Look here, you are the first that ever I said a sweet word to, and that ought to go some way with a woman, and I would make you a good husband. There isn't much that you shall want for if you marry me, Joan. If any one had told me when I was a youngster that I should live to go begging and craving after a woman in this fashion, I'd have said he lied. But you have put me off, and pushed me aside, and given me the slip, till at length you have worked me up to this, and I can't live without you. I can't live without you, that's the truth." "But I am afraid you will have to, Mr. Rock," said Joan more gently, for the tears which trembled in Samuel's light blue eyes touched her somewhat, and after all, although he repelled her, it was flattering that any man should value her so highly. "I do not love you." His chin dropped upon his breast dejectedly. Presently he looked up and spoke again. "I did not expect that you would," he said. "It had been too much luck for a miserable sinner. But be honest with me, Joan, if a woman can, and tell me, do you love anybody else?" "Not a soul," she answered, opening her brown eyes wide. "Who is there that I should love here?" "Ah, that's it," he answered with a sigh of relief. "There is nobody good enough for you in these parts. You are a lady, however you were born, and you want to mate with your own sort. It is no use denying it. I have watched you, and I've seen how you look down upon us, and all I've got to say is, be careful that it does not bring you into trouble. Still, while you don't love anybody else, and the man you do love had better keep out of my way, curse him, there is hope for me. Look here, Joan, I don't want to press you. Take time to think it over. I'm in no hurry. I could wait 5 years if I was sure of getting you at last. I dare say I frightened you by my roughness. I was a fool. I should have remembered that it is all new to you, though it is old enough for me. Listen, Joan, tell me that I may wait a while and come again, though whether you will tell me or not, I shall wait, and I shall come, while there is a breath in my body, and I can find you out." "What's the use?" said Joan. "I don't love you, and love does not grow with waiting, and if I do not love you, how can I marry you? We had better make an end of the business once and for all. I am very sorry, but it has not been my fault." "What's the use? Why, all in the world. In time you will come to think differently. In time you will learn that a Christian man's honest love, and all that goes with it, isn't a thing to be chucked away like dirty water. In time, perhaps, your aunt and uncle will teach you reason about it, though you do despise me since you went away for your fine schooling." "Oh, don't tell them," broke in Joan imploringly. "Why, I have told them. I spoke to your aunt this very day about it, and she wished me Godspeed with all her heart. and I am sure she will be vexed enough when she learns the truth." As Joan heard these words, her face betrayed the perturbation of her mind. Her aunt's fury when she understood that she, Joan, had rejected Samuel Rock, would indeed be hard to bear. Samuel, watching, read her thoughts, and growing cunning in his despair, was not slow to turn them to his advantage. "Listen, Joan," he said, "say that you will take time to think it over, and I will make matters easy for you with Mrs. Gillingwater. I know how to manage her, and I promise that not a rough word shall be said to you, Joan. Joan, it is not much to ask. Tell me that I may come again for my answer in 6 months. That can't hurt you, and it will be hope to me." She hesitated. A warning sense told her that it would be better to have done with this man at once. But then, if she obeyed it, the one thing which she truly feared, her aunt's fury, would fall upon her and crush her. If she gave way, on the other hand, she knew well enough that Samuel would shelter her from the storm for his own sake, if not for hers. What could it matter, she argued weakly, if she did postpone her final decision for 6 months? Perhaps before that time she might be able to escape from Bradmouth and Samuel Rock, and thus avoid the necessity of giving any answer. "If I do as you wish, will you promise not to trouble me, or interfere with me, or to speak to me about this kind of thing in the meanwhile?" she asked. "Yes, I swear that I will not." "Very good. Have your own way about it, Mr. Rock. But understand that I do not mean to encourage you by this, and I don't think it likely that my answer 6 months hence will be any different from what it is today." "I understand, Joan." "Very well, then. Goodbye." And she held out her hand. He took it, and, overmastered by a sudden impulse, pressed it to his lips, and kissed it twice or thrice. "Leave go," she said, wrenching herself free. "Is that the way you keep your promise?" "I beg your pardon," he answered humbly. "I could not help it. Heaven knows that I could not help it. I will not break my word again." And he turned and left her, walking through the grass of the graves with a slow and somewhat feline step. At last he was gone, and Joan sat down once more with a gasp of relief. Her first feelings were those of exultation at being rid of Mr. Rock, but they did not endure. Would he keep his promise, she wondered, and hide from her aunt the fact that he had proposed and been rejected? If he did not, one thing was clear to her, that she would be forced to fly from Bradmouth, since by many a hint she knew well that it was expected of her that she should marry Samuel Rock, who was considered to have honoured her greatly by his attentions. This, in view of their relative social positions in the small society of Bradmouth, was not wonderful, but Joan's pride revolted at the thought. "After all," she said aloud, "how is he so much higher than I am? And why should my aunt always speak of him as though he were a king, and I a beggar girl? My blood is as good as his, and better." And she glanced at a row of ancient tombstones, whereof the tops were visible above the herbage of rank grass, yellow crowsfoot, and sheep's parsley, still white with bloom, that marked the resting place of the Lacons. These Lacons had been yeoman farmers for many generations, until the last of them, Joan's grandfather, took to evil courses and dissipated his ancestral patrimony, the greater part of which was now in the possession of Samuel Rock. Yes, that side of her pedigree was well enough, and were it not for the mystery about her father, she could have held her head up with the best of them. Ah, it was a bitter thing that through no fault of her own, Samuel Rock should be able to reproach her with her lack of an honest name. So it was, however. She was an outcast, a waif and a stray, and it was useless to cloak this fact. But outcast or no, she was mistress of herself, and would not be driven into marriage, however advantageous, with Samuel Rock or any other man who was repellent to her. Having come to this conclusion, Joan's spirits rose. After all, she was young and healthy, and she believed beautiful, with a wide world before her. There were even advantages in lacking an honest name, since it freed her from responsibilities and rendered it impossible for her to disgrace that which she had not got. As it was, she had only herself to please in the world, and within reasonable and decent limits, Joan meant to please herself. Most of all did she mean to do so in connection with these matters of the heart. Nobody had ever loved her, and she had never found anybody to love. And yet, as in all true women, love of one sort or another was the great desire and necessity of her life. Therefore, on this point she was determined. She would never marry where she could not love. Thus thought Joan. Then, weary of the subject, she dismissed it from her mind for a while, and, lying back upon the grass in idle contentment, watched the little clouds float across the sky, till far out to the sea they melted into the blue of the horizon. It was a perfect afternoon, and she would enjoy what was left of it before she returned to Bradmouth to face Samuel Rock and all her other worries. Grasshoppers chirped in the flowers at her feet. A beautiful butterfly flitted from tombstone to grey tombstone, sunning itself on each, and high above her head flew the jackdaws, taking food to the young in the crumbling tower above. For a while Joan watched these jackdaws through her half-shut eyes, till suddenly she remembered that her late employer, Mr. Biggin's little boy, had confided to her his ardent desire for a young bird of that species, and she began to wonder if she could reach the nest and rob it as a farewell gift to him. Speculation led to desire, and desire to endeavour. The ruined belfry stairway still ran up the interior of the tower for 20 feet or more, to a spot, indeed, in the stonework, where a huge fragment of masonry had fallen bodily, leaving a V-shaped opening that reached to the battlements. Ivy grew upon this gap in the flint rubble, and the nest of the 2 jackdaws that Joan had been watching particularly did not appear to be more than 12 feet above the top of the broken stair. This stair she proceeded to climb without further hesitation. It was not at all safe, but she was active, and her head being good, she reached the point where it was broken away without accident, and, taking her stand on the thickness of the wall, supported herself by the ivy and looked up. There, twice her own height above her, was the window slit with a nest in it. But the mortar and stone upon which she must cling to reach it looked so crumbling and insecure that she did not dare to trust herself to them. So, having finished her inspection, Joan decided to leave those young jackdaws in peace and descend to earth again. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroy. The Beginnings of Fate. It was at this juncture that Captain Henry Archibald Graves, R.N., pursuing his way by the little frequented sea road that runs along the top of the cliff past the Ramborough ruins to Bradmouth, halted the cob on which he was riding, in order that he might admire the scene at leisure. Presently his eye, following the line of the ruined tower, lit upon the figure of a girl standing 20 feet from the ground in a gap of the broken wall. He was 60 yards away or more, but there was something so striking and graceful about this figure, poised on high and outlined against the glow of the westering sun, that his curiosity became excited to know whose it was, and what the girl might be doing. So strongly was it excited, indeed, that, after a fateful moment of hesitation, Captain Graves, reflecting that he had never examined Ramborough Abbey since he was a boy, turned his horse and rode up the slope of broken ground that intervened between him and the churchyard, where he dismounted and made the bridle fast to a stunted thorn. Possibly the lady might be in difficulty or danger, he explained to himself. When he had tied up the cob to his satisfaction, he climbed the bank whereon the thorn grew, and reached the dilapidated wall of the churchyard, whence he could again see the lower parts of the tower, which had been hidden from his view for a while by the nature of the ground. Now the figure of the woman that had stood there was gone, and a genuine fear seized him, lest she should have fallen. With some haste he walked to the foot of the tower, to halt suddenly within 5 paces of it, for before him stood the object of his search. She had emerged from behind a thicket of briars that grew among the fallen masonry, and, holding her straw hat in her hand, was standing with her back towards him, gazing upwards at the unattainable nest. "She is safe enough, and I had better move on," thought Captain Graves. At that moment Joan seemed to become aware of his presence. At any rate, she wheeled round quickly, and they were face to face. She started and blushed, perhaps more violently than the occasion warranted, for Joan was not accustomed to meet strange men of his class thus unexpectedly. Captain Graves scarcely noticed either the start or the blush, for, to tell the truth, he was employed in studying the appearance of the loveliest woman that he had ever beheld. Perhaps it was only to him that she seemed lovely, and others might not have rated her so highly. Perhaps his sense deceived him, and Joan was not truly beautiful. But, in his judgment, neither before nor after did he see her equal, and he had looked on many women in different quarters of the world. She was tall, and her figure was rounded without being coarse, or even giving promise of coarseness. Her arms were somewhat long for her height, and set onto the shoulders with a peculiar grace. Her hands were rather thin and delicately shaped, and her appearance conveyed an impression of vigour and perfect health. These gifts, however, are not uncommon among English girls. What to his mind seemed uncommon was Joan's face as it appeared then, in the beginning of her 22nd year, with its curved lips, its dimpled yet resolute chin, its flawless oval, its arched brows, and the steady tender eyes of deepest brown that shone beneath them. For the rest, her head was small and covered with rippling chestnut hair, gathered into a knot at the back. Her loose-bodied white dress, secured about the waist with a leather girdle, was clean and simple, and her bearing had a grace and dignity that nature alone can give. Lastly, though from various indications he judged that she did not belong to his own station in life, she looked like a person of some refinement. Such was Joan's outward appearance. It was attractive enough, and yet it was not her beauty only that fascinated Henry Graves. There was something about this girl which was new to him. A mystery more beautiful than beauty shone upon her sweet face, such a mystery as he had noted once or twice in the masterpieces of ancient art, but never till that hour on human lips or eyes. In those days Joan might have posed as a model of Psyche before Cupid kissed her. Now let us return for a moment to Henry Archibald Graves, the man destined to be the hero of her life's romance. Like so many sailors, he was short, scarcely taller than Joan herself indeed, and stout in build. In complexion he was fair, though much bronzed by exposure to foreign climates. His blue eyes were keen and searching, as might be expected in one who had watched at sea by night for nearly 20 years. And he was clean-shaved. His features were good, though strongly marked, especially as regards the nose and chin, but he could not be called handsome, only a distinguished-looking man of gentlemanly bearing. At first sight, the face might strike a stranger as hard, but more careful examination showed it to be rather that of a person who made it a practice to keep guard over his emotions. In repose, it was a somewhat proud face, that of one accustomed to command and to be obeyed, but frank and open withal, particularly if its owner smiled, when it became decidedly pleasing. For a few seconds they stood still in their mutual surprise, looking at each other, and the astonishment and admiration written in the stranger's eyes were so evident, and yet so obviously involuntary, that Joan blushed more deeply than before. Captain Graves felt the situation to be awkward. His first impulse was to take off his hat and go, his next and stronger one to stay and explain. "I really beg your pardon," he said with a shyness which was almost comic. "I saw a lady standing on the tower I was riding by, and feared that she might be in difficulties." Joan turned her head away, being terribly conscious of the blush which would not fade. The stranger's appearance pleased her greatly. Moreover, she was flattered by his notice, and by the designation of lady. Hitherto her safety had not been a matter of much moment to anyone, except perhaps to Samuel Rock. "It is very kind of you," she answered with hesitation, "but I was in no danger. I got down quite easily." Again Captain Graves paused. He was puzzled. The girl's voice was as sweet as her person, low and rich in tone, but she spoke with a slight Eastern counties accent. Who and what was she? "Then I must apologize for troubling you, Miss... "I am only Joan Haste of Bradmouth, sir," she interrupted confusedly, as though she guessed his thoughts. "Indeed, and I am Captain Graves of Rusholme. Up there, you know. Bradmouth is the view good from that tower?" "I think so, but I did not go up to look at it. I went to try to get those young jackdaws. I wanted them for a little boy in Bradmouth, the clergyman's son." "Ah," he said, his face lighting up, for he saw an opportunity of prolonging the acquaintance, which interested him not a little. "Then perhaps I may be of service after all. I think that I can help you there." And he stepped towards the tower. "I don't believe that it is quite safe, sir," said Joan in some alarm. "Please do not take the trouble," and she stretched out her hand as though to detain him. "Oh, it's no trouble at all, I assure you. I like climbing. You see, I'm well accustomed to it. Once I climbed the second pyramid, the one with a casing on it, though I wouldn't try that again," he replied with a pleasant laugh. And before she could interfere further, he was mounting the broken stair. At the top of it Henry halted, surveying the crumbling slope of wall doubtfully. Then he took his coat off, threw it down into the churchyard, and rolled his shirt-sleeves up above his elbows, revealing a pair of very powerful and fair-skinned arms. "Please, don't, please," implored Joan from below. "I am not going to give in now," he answered, and grasping a firm and projecting stone with his right hand, he set his foot upon a second fragment, and began the ascent of the broken wall. Soon he reached the head of the slope in safety, but only to be encountered by another difficulty. The window slit containing the jackdaw's nest was round the corner, a little above him on the surface of the wall, and it proved impossible to reach it from where he stood. Very cautiously he bent to one side, and looked round the angle of the masonry. Close to him a strong stem of ivy grew up the tower, dividing into 2 branches, some 5 feet below the nest. He knew that it would be dangerous to trust his weight to it, and still more dangerous to attempt the turning of the corner. But at this moment he was more set upon getting the young birds, which this village beauty desired, than on his own safety or any other earthly thing. Henry Graves was a man who disliked being beaten. Very swiftly he shifted his hold, and stretching out his left hand, he felt about until it gripped the ivy stem. Now he must go on. Exactly how it happened would be difficult to describe on paper, but in 2 more seconds his foot was in the fork of ivy, and his face was opposite to the window slit containing the nest. "I can see the young ones," he said. "I will throw them out, and you must catch them in your hat, for I can't carry them." "Oh, pray take care," gasped Joan. He laughed by way of answer, and next second, with loud squawks and an impotent flapping of untried wings, a callow jackdaw was launched upon its first flight, to be deftly caught in Joan's broad hat before it touched the earth. A second followed, then another and another. The last bird was the strongest of the 4, and flew some yards in its descent. Joan ran to catch it, a process that took a little time, for it lay upon its back behind a broken tombstone, and pecked at her hand, in a fashion necessitating its envelopment in her handkerchief. Just as she secured it, she heard Captain Graves say, "That's the lot. Now I am coming down." Next instant there was a sound as of something being torn. Joan looked up to see him hanging by one arm against the sheer face of the tower. In attempting to repass the corner, Henry's foot had slipped, throwing all his weight onto the stem of ivy which he held, but it was not equal to the strain, and a slab of it had come away from the wall. To this ivy he clung desperately, striving to find foothold with his heels, his face towards her, for he had swung around. Uttering a low cry of fear, Joan sped back to the tower like a swallow. She knew that he must fall, but that was not the worst of it, for almost immediately beneath where he hung stood a raised tomb shaped like a stone coffin, having its top set thickly with rusted iron spikes, 3 inches or more in length, especially designed to prevent the idle youth of all generations from seating themselves upon this home of the dead. If he struck upon these... Joan rushed round the spiked tomb, and halted almost, but not quite, beneath Henry's hanging shape. His eyes fell upon her agonized and upturned face. "Stand clear, I'm coming," he said in a low voice. Watching, she saw the muscles of his arm work convulsively. Then the rough stem of ivy began to slip through his clenched fingers. Another second, and he dropped like a stone from a height of 20 feet or more. Instinctively Joan stretched out her arms as though to catch him, but he struck the ground legs first, just in front of her, and with a sharp exclamation pitched forward against her. The shock was tremendous. Joan saw it coming, and prepared to meet it as well as she might by bending her body forward, since at all hazards he must be prevented from falling face foremost on the spiked tomb, there to be impaled. His brow cut her lip almost through. His shoulders struck her bosom, knocking the breath out of her. Then her strong arms closed around him like a vice, and down they went together. All this while her mind remained clear. She knew that she must not go down backwards, or the fate from which she strove to protect him would overtake her. The iron spikes would pierce her back and brain. By a desperate effort she altered the direction of their fall, trusting to come to earth alongside the tomb, but she could not quite clear it, as a sudden pang in the right shoulder told her. For a moment they lay on the edge of the tomb, then rolled free. Captain Graves fell undermost, his head striking with some violence on a stone, and he lay still, as did Joan for nearly a minute, since her breath was gone. Presently the pain of breathlessness passed a little, and she began to recover. Glancing at her arm, she saw that a stream of blood trickled along her sleeve, and blood from her cut lips was falling on the bosom of her dress, and upon the forehead of Henry Graves beneath her, staining his white face. "Oh, he is dead," mourned Joan aloud, "and it is my fault." At this moment Henry opened his eyes. Apparently he had overheard her, for he answered, "Don't distress yourself. I am all right." As he spoke, he tried to move his leg, with the result that a groan of agony broke from him. Glancing at the limb, Joan saw it was twisted beneath him in a fashion so unnatural that it became evident even to her inexperience that it must be broken. At this discovery, her distress overpowered her to so great an extent that she burst into tears. "Oh, your leg is broken," she sobbed. "What shall I do?" "I think," he whispered with a ghastly smile, biting his lips to keep back any further expression of his pain, "that you will find a flask in my coat pocket, if you do not mind getting it." Joan rose from her knees, and going to the coat, which lay hard by, took from it a little silver flask of whisky and water. Then returning, she placed one arm beneath the injured man's head, and with the other contrived to pour some of the liquid down his throat. "Thank you," he said. "I feel better." Then suddenly fainted away. In great alarm she poured some more of the spirit down his throat, for now a new terror had taken her, that he might be suffering from internal injuries also. To her relief, he came to himself again, and caught sight of the red stain growing upon her white dress. "You are hurt," he said. "What a selfish fellow am I, thinking only of myself." "Oh, don't think of me," Joan answered. "It is nothing, a mere scratch. What is to be done? How can I get you from here? Nobody lives about, and we are a long way from Bradmouth." "There is my horse," he murmured, "but I fear that I cannot ride him." "I will go," said Joan. "Yet how can I leave you by yourself?" "I shall get on for a while," Henry answered. "It is very good of you." Then, since there was no help for it, Joan rose, and running to where the horse was tied, she loosed it. But now a new difficulty confronted her. Her wounded arm was already helpless and painful, and without its aid she could not manage to climb into the saddle, for the cob, although a quiet animal enough, was not accustomed to a woman's skirts, and at every effort shifted itself a foot or two away from her. At length Joan, crying with pain, grief, and vexation, determined to abandon the attempt and to set out for Bradmouth on foot, when for the first time fortune favoured her in the person of a red-haired lad whom she knew well, and who was returning homewards from an expedition in search of the eggs of wild fowl. "Oh, Willie Hood," she cried, "come and help me. A gentleman has fallen from the tower yonder and broken his leg. Now do you get on this horse and ride as hard as you can to Dr. Childs, and tell him that he must come out here with some men and a door or something to carry him on. Mind you say his leg is broken, and that he must bring things to tie it up with. Do you understand?" "Why, you are all bloody," answered the boy, whose face betrayed his bewilderment, "and I never did ride a horse in my life." "Yes, yes, I am hurt too, but don't think of that. You get on to him, and you'll be safe enough. Why, surely you're not afraid, Willie Hood." "Afraid? No, I aren't afraid," answered the boy, colouring. "Only I like my legs better 'n his, that's all. Here goes." And with a prodigious and scuffling effort, Willie landed himself on the back of the astonished cob. "Stop!" said Joan. "You know what to say." "Yes," he said proudly. "Don't you fret. I know right enough. I'll bring the doctor back myself." "No, Willie. You go on to the Crown and Mitre and tell my aunt that a gentleman, Captain Graves of Rusham, has hurt himself badly, and that she must get a room ready for him. It had best be mine, for it's the nicest," she added, "and there is nowhere else that he can go." Willie nodded, and with a loud "Gee up!" to the horse, started on his journey, his legs hanging clear of the stirrups, and gripping the pommel of the saddle with his right hand. Having watched him disappear, Joan returned to where the wounded man lay. His eyes were shut, but apparently he heard her come, for presently he opened them. "What? Back so soon?" he said. "I must have been asleep." No, I could not leave you. I found a boy and sent him on the horse for the doctor. I only trust that he may get there safely," she added to herself. "Very well. I am glad you have come back," he said faintly. "I am afraid that I am giving you a great deal of trouble, but do you mind rubbing my hand? It feels so cold." She sat down on the grass beside him, having first wrapped his coat round him as best she could, and began to chafe his hand. Presently the pain, which had subsided for a while, set in more sharply than ever, and his fingers, that had been like ice, were now burning hot. Another half-hour passed, while the shadows lengthened and the evening waned, and Henry's speech became incoherent. He fancied himself on board a man-of-war, and uttered words of command. He talked of the foreign countries, and mentioned many names, among them one that was not strange to Joan's ears, that of Emma Levenger. Lastly, even he spoke of herself. "What a lovely girl," he muttered. "It's worth risking one's neck to please her. Worth risking one's neck to please her." A third half-hour passed. The fever lessened, and he grew silent. Then the cold fit took him again. His flesh shivered. "I am frozen," he murmured through his chattering teeth. "For heaven's sake, help me. Can't you see how cold I am?" Joan was in despair. Alas and alas! She had nothing to put on him, for even if she took it off, her thin white dress would be no protection. Again and again he prayed for warmth, till at length her tender pity overcame her natural shrinking, and she did the only thing she could. Lying down beside him, she put her arms about him and held him so, to comfort him if she might. Apparently it did comfort him, for his moaning ceased, and by slow degrees he sank into stupor. Now twilight was upon them, and still no help came. Where could Willie have gone, Joan wondered. Oh, if he did not come quickly, the man would surely die. Her own strength was failing her. She felt it going with the blood that ebbed continually from the wound in her shoulder. Periods of mist and oblivion alternated in her mind, with times of clearest reason. Quick they came, and quicker, till at last all was blank, and she knew no more. And now the twilight had grown into darkness, and these two lay silent, locked in each other's arms among the graves, and the stars shed their light upon them. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alroy. The Homecoming of Henry Graves. Henry Graves, a man of 33 years of age, was the second and only surviving son of Sir Reginald Graves, of Rosham Hall, a place situated about 4 miles from Bradmouth. When a lad, he chose the navy as a profession, and to that profession he clung with such unusual earnestness that during the last 18 years or so, but little of his time had been passed at home. Some months previous to his meeting with Joan Haste, however, very much against his own will, he was forced to abandon his calling. He was cruising in command of a gunboat off the coast of British Columbia, when one evening a telegram reached him, informing him of the death of his elder brother, Reginald, who met his end through an accident whilst riding a steeplechase. There had never been much sympathy or affection between the two brothers, for reasons to be explained presently. Still, this sudden and terrible intelligence was a heavy shock to Henry, nor did the fact that it left him heir to an entailed property, which he believed to be considerable, greatly mitigated it in his mind. When there are but 2 sons, it is almost inevitable that one should be preferred before the other. Certainly this was the case in the Graves family. As children, Reginald the elder had been wayward, handsome, merry, and attractive, whereas Henry was a somewhat plain and silent boy, with a habit of courting his own society, and almost aggressive ideas of honour and duty. Naturally, therefore, the love of father, mother, and sister went out to the brilliant Reginald, while Henry was left very much to his own devices. He said nothing, and he was too proud to be jealous. But nobody except the lad himself ever knew what he suffered under this daily, if unintentional, neglect. Though his constitutional reserve prevented him from showing his heart, in truth he was very affectionate, and almost adored the relations who looked on him as a dullard, and even spoke of him at times as "poor Henry," as though he were deficient in intellect. Thus it came about that very early in his young life, with characteristic determination, Henry arrived at the conclusion that he would be happier away from the home where he was little wanted. Once in the navy, he applied himself to his profession with industry and intelligence, and as a result did better in the service than most young men who cannot bring to their support any particular interest, or the advantage of considerable private means. In whatever capacity he served, he won the confidence and the respect both of his subordinates and of his superiors. He was a hard-working man, so hard work was thrust upon him, and he never shirked it, though often enough others got the credit of his efforts. At heart, moreover, he was ambitious. Henry could never forget the slights that he had experienced as a child, and he was animated by a great but secret desire to show the relatives who disparaged him in favour of his more showy brother that he was made of better stuff than they were disposed to believe. To this purpose he subordinated his life. His allowance was small, for their father's means were not in proportion to his nominal estate, and as time went on his brother Reginald grew more and more extravagant. But, such as it was, Henry never exceeded it, though few were aware of the straits to which he was put at times. In the same way, though by nature he was a man of strong passions and genial temperament, he rarely allowed either the one or the other to master him. Geniality meant expense, and he observed that indulgence in passion of any sort, more especially if it led to mixing with the other sex, spelt anxiety and sorrow at the best, or at the worst, disgrace and ruin. Therefore he curbed these inclinations, till what began in the pride of duty ended in the pride of habit. Thus time wore on, till he received the telegram announcing his brother's shocking death. A fortnight or so afterwards, It was followed by a letter from his father, a portion of which may be transcribed. It began, "My dear Henry, my telegram has informed you of the terrible loss which has overtaken our family. Your brother Reginald is no more. It has pleased Providence to remove him from the world in the fullness of his manhood, and we must accept the fact that we cannot alter with such patience as we may." Here followed particulars of the accident, and of arrangements for the interment. The letter went on, "Your mother and sister are prostrated, and for myself, I can only say that my heart is broken. Life is a ruin to me henceforward, and I think that when the time comes, I shall welcome its close. It does indeed seem cruel that one so brilliant and so beloved as your brother should be snatched from us thus, but God's will be done. Though you have been little together of late years, I know that we shall have your sympathy in our overwhelming sorrow. To turn to other matters, of which this event makes it necessary that I should speak. Of course, your beloved brother's death puts you in the place he held. That is, so far as temporal things are concerned. I may as well tell you at once that the finances of this property are in great confusion. Latterly Reginald had the largest share in its management, and as yet I cannot therefore follow all the details. It seems, however, that, speaking generally, affairs are much worse than I supposed, and already, though he lies unburied, some very heavy claims have come in against his estate, which of course must be met for the honour of the family. And now, my dear boy, I, or rather your mother, your sister, and I, must ask you to make a sacrifice, should you look at it in that light, namely, to give up your profession, and take the place at home to which the death of your brother has promoted you. This request is not made lightly, but as you know, my health is now very feeble, and I find myself quite unable to cope with the difficulties of the time and the grave embarrassments by which I am hampered. Indeed, it would be idle to disguise from you that unless matters are speedily taken in hand, and some solution is found to our troubles, there is every prospect that before long Rosham will be foreclosed on a probability of which I can scarcely bear to think, and one that will be equally painful to yourself when you remember that the property has been in our family for full 300 years, and that we have no resources beyond those of the land. Then the letter went into details that were black enough, and ended by hinting at some possible mode of escape from the family troubles, which would be revealed to him on his return to England. The receipt of this epistle plunged Henry Graves into a severe mental struggle. As has been said, he was fond of his profession, and he had no wish to leave it. His prospects in the navy were not especially brilliant, indeed, but his record at the Admiralty was good, and he was popular in the service, both with his brother officers and the men, though perhaps more so with the latter than the former. Moreover, he had confidence in himself, and was filled with a sincere ambition to rise to the top of the tree, or near it. Now, after serving many years as a lieutenant, when at last he had earned an independent command, he was asked to abandon his career, and with it the hopes of half a lifetime, in order that he might undertake the management of a bankrupt estate, a task for which he had not conceived himself to be suited. At first he was minded to refuse altogether, but while he was still hesitating, a second letter arrived from his mother, with whom he was in greater sympathy than with any other member of the family. This epistle, which did not enter into details, was written in evident distress, and implored him to return to England at all hazards, if he wished to save them from ruin. In conclusion, like that received from his father, it hinted mysteriously at an unknown something, by means of which it would be in his power, and his alone, to restore the broken fortunes of their house. Duty had always been the first consideration with Henry Graves, and so it remained in this emergency of his life. He had no longer any doubt as to what he ought to do, and sacrificing his private wishes and what he considered to be his own advantage, he set himself to do it. An effort to obtain leave on urgent private affairs having failed, he was reduced to the necessity of sending in his papers and begging the Lords of the Admiralty for permission to retire from the service, on the grounds of his brother's death. The night that he posted this application was an unhappy one for him. The career he had hoped to make for himself, and the future honour which he dreamed of, had melted away, and the only prospect left to him was that of one day becoming a baronet, without a sixpence to support his title, and the nominal owner of a bankrupt estate. Moreover, however reasonable and enlightened he may be, no sailor is entirely without superstition, and on this matter Henry Graves was superstitious. Something in his heart seemed to tell him that this new start would bring him little luck, whatever advantage might result to his family. Once again he felt the awe of an imaginative boy, who for the first time understands that the world is before him, and that he must fight his way through its cruel multitude, or be trampled to death of them. In due course, my Lords of the Admiralty signified to Commander Graves that his request had been taken into favourable consideration, and that he was granted leave, pending the arrangements necessary to his retirement from Her Majesty's Navy. His feelings, as for the last time he was rowed away from the ship in the gig which had been his especial property, need not be dwelt upon. They were bitter enough, and the evident regret of his messmates at parting from him did not draw their sting. Indeed, it would not be too much to say that in this hour of farewell Henry Graves went as near to tears as he had done since he attained to manhood. But he got through it somehow, and even laughed and waved his hat when the crew of the Hawk, that was the name of the gunboat he had commanded, cheered him as he left her deck for ever. 18 days later he stood in the library of Rosham Hall. Although the season was mid-May, the weather held bitterly cold, and such green as had appeared upon the trees did not suffice to persuade the traveller that winter was done with. An indescribable air of gloom hung about the great white house, which, shaped like an early Victorian mausoleum, and treed up to the windows with funeral cedars, was never a cheerful dwelling, even in the height of summer. The shadow of death lay upon the place, and on the hearts of its inmates, and struck a chill through Henry as he crossed the threshold. His father, a tall and dignified old gentleman, with snowy hair, met him in the hall, with a show of cordiality that soon flickered away. "How are you, my dear boy?" he said. "I am very glad to see you home, and looking so well. It is most kind of you to have fallen in with our wishes as to your leaving the Navy. I scarcely expected that you would myself. Indeed, I was never more surprised than when I received your letter saying that you had sent in your papers. It is a comfort to have you back again, though I doubt whether you will be able to do any good. Then perhaps I might as well have stopped where I was, father, answered Henry. No, no, you did well to come, for many reasons, which you will understand soon. You did well to come. You are looking for your mother and Ellen. They have gone to the church with a wreath for your poor brother's grave. The train is generally late. You were not expected so soon. That was a terrible blow to me, Henry. I am quite broken down, and shall never get over it. Ah, here they are. As Sir Reginald spoke, Lady Graves and her daughter entered the hall, and greeted Henry warmly enough. His mother was a person of about 60, still handsome in appearance, but like himself somewhat silent and reserved in manner. Trouble had got hold of her, and she showed it on her face. For the rest, she was an upright and a religious woman, whose one passion in life, as distinguished from her predilections, had been for her dead son Reginald. He was taken away, her spirit was broken, and there remained to her nothing except an unvarying desire to stave off the ruin that threatened her husband's house and herself. The daughter Ellen, now a woman of 25, was of a different type. In appearance she was fair and well developed, striking and ladylike, rather than good-looking. In manner she was quick and vivacious, well read, moreover in a certain shallow fashion, and capital company. Ellen was not a person of deep affections, though she also had worshipped Reginald. But, on the other hand, she was swift to see her own advantage, and to shape the course of events towards that end. At this moment her mind was set secretly upon making a rich marriage with the only illegible bachelor in the neighbourhood, Millward by name, a vain man of good extraction, but of little strength of character, and one whom she knew that she could rule. It had been said that his welcome was warm enough to all outward appearances, and yet it left a sense of disappointment in Henry's mind. Instinctively he felt, with the exception perhaps of his mother, that they all hoped to use him, that he had been summoned because he might be of service, not because the consolation of his presence was desired in a great family misfortune. And once more he wished himself back on the quarter-deck of the Hawk, dependent upon his own exertions to make his way in the world. After a somewhat depressing dinner in the great dining-room, of which the cold stone columns and distempered walls, decorated with rather dingy specimens of the old masters, did not tend to expansion of the heart, a family council was held in the study. It lasted far into the night, but its results may be summed up briefly. In good times, the Rosham Hall property was worth about £100,000. Now, in the depths of the terrible depression which is ruining rural England, it was doubtful if it would find a purchaser at half that amount, notwithstanding its capacities as a sporting estate. When Sir Reginald Graves came into possession, the place was burdened with a mortgage of £25,000, more or less. On the coming of age of his eldest son, Reginald, Henry's brother, the entail had been cut and further moneys raised upon resettlement, so that, in the upshot, the encumbrances upon the property, including overdue interests which were added to the capital at different dates, stood at a total of 51,000, or something more than the present selling value of the estate. Henry inquired where all the money had gone, and after some beating about the bush, he discovered that of late years, for the most part, it had been absorbed by his dead brother's racing debts. After this revelation, he held his tongue upon the matter. In addition to these burdens were the unsatisfied claims against Reginald's estate, amounting to over £1,000, and, to top up with, 3 of the principal tenants had given notice to leave at the approaching Michaelmas, and no applicants for their farms were forthcoming. Also, the interest on the mortgages was over a year in arrear. When everything had been explained, Henry spoke with irritation. "The long and the short of it is that we are bankrupt, and badly bankrupt. Why on earth did you force me to leave the Navy? At any rate, I could have helped myself to some sort of a living there. Now I must starve with the rest." Lady Graves sighed and wiped her eyes. The sigh was for their broken fortunes, the tear for the son who had ruined them. Sir Reginald, who was hardened to money troubles, did not seem to be so deeply affected. "Oh, it's not so bad as that, my boy," he said almost cheerfully. "Your poor brother always managed to find a way out of these difficulties when they cropped up, and I have no doubt that you will be able to do the same. For me, the matter no longer has much personal interest, since my day is over. But you must do the best for yourself, and for your mother and sister. And now I think that I will go to bed, for business tires me at night." When his father and mother had gone, Henry lit his pipe. "Who holds these mortgages?" he asked of his sister Ellen, who sat opposite him, watching him curiously across the fire. "Mr. Levenger," she answered. "He and his daughter." "What? My father's mysterious friend, the good-looking man who used to be agent for the property when I was a boy? I remember. He had his daughter with him, a pale-faced, quiet girl." "Yes, but do not disparage his daughter, Henry." "Why not?" "Because it is a mistake to find fault with one's future wife. That way salvation lies, my dear brother. She is an heiress, and more than half in love with you, Henry. No, it is not a mistake. I know it for a fact. Now, perhaps you understand why it was necessary that you should come home. Either you must follow the family tradition and marry an heiress, Miss Levenger or some other, or this place will be foreclosed on, and we may all adjourn to the workhouse." "So that is why I was sent for," said Henry, throwing down his pipe, "to be sold to this lady. Well, Ellen, all I have to say is that it is an infernal shame." And turning, he went to bed without even bidding her good night. His sister watched him go without irritation or surprise. Rising from her chair, she stood by the fire warming her feet, and glancing from time to time at the dim rows of family portraits that adorned the library walls. There were many of them, dating back to the early part of the 17th century, or even before it, for the Graveses, or the de Greaves, as they used to be called, were an ancient race, and though the house had been rebuilt within the last 120 years, they had occupied the same spot of ground for many generations. During all these years, the family could not be said either to have sunk or risen, although one of its members was made a baronet at the beginning of the century, in payment for political services. It had produced no great men, and no villains. It had never been remarkable for wealth or penury, or indeed for anything that distinguishes one man, or a race of men, from its fellows. It may be asked how it came about that these Graveses contrived to survive the natural waste and dwindling of possessions that they never did anything to augment. A glance at the family pedigree supplies an answer. From generation to generation, it had been held to be the duty of the eldest son, for the time being, to marry an heiress, and this rule was acted on with sufficient regularity to keep the fortunes of the race at a dead level, notwithstanding the extravagances of occasional spendthrifts and the claims of younger children. "They all did so," said Ellen to herself, as she looked upon the portraits of her dead and gone forefathers by the light of the flickering flame. "And why shouldn't he? I am not sentimental, but I believe that I'd marry a Russian Jew rather than see the old place go to the dogs. And that sort of thing is worse for a woman than a man. It will be difficult to manage, but he will marry her in the end, even if he hates the very sight of her. A man has no right to let his private inclinations weigh with him in such a matter, for he passes, but his family remains. Thank heaven, Henry always had a strong sense of duty, and when he comes to look at the position coolly, he will see it in a proper light, though what made that flaxen-haired little mummy fall in love with him is a mystery to me, for he never spoke a word to her. Blessings on her! It is the only piece of good luck that has come to our family for a generation. And now I must go to bed. Those old pictures are beginning to stare at me." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alroy. Levenger's visit Rosham. Seldom did Henry Graves spend a more miserable night than on this occasion of his return to Rosham. He had expected to find his father's affairs in evil case, but the reality was worse than anything that he had imagined. The family was absolutely ruined, thanks to his poor brother's wickedness, for no other word was strong enough to describe his conduct. And now it seemed that the remedy suggested for this state of things was that he should marry the daughter of their principal creditor. That was why he had been forced to leave the navy, and dragged home from the other side of the world. Henry laughed as he thought of it, for the situation had a comical side. Both in stories and in real life, it is common enough for the heroine of the piece to be driven into these dilemmas, in order to save the honour or credit of her family. But it is unusual to hear of such a choice being thrust upon a man, perhaps because, when they chance to meet with them, men keep these adventures to themselves. Henry tried to recall the appearance of the young lady, and after a while a vision of her came back to him. He remembered a pale-faced, silent girl, with an elegant figure, large grey eyes, dark lashes, and absolutely flaxen hair, who sat in the corner of the room and watched everybody and everything, almost without speaking, but who, through her silence, or perhaps on account of it, had given him a curious impression of intensity. This was the woman whom his family expected him to marry, and, as his sister seemed to suggest, who directly or indirectly had intimated a willingness to marry him. Ellen said indeed that she was half in love with him, which was absurd. How could Miss Levenger be to any degree whatsoever in love with a person whom she knew so slightly? If there were truth in the tale at all, it seemed more probable that she was consumed by a strange desire to become Lady Graves at some future time, or perhaps her father was a victim to the desire, and she a tool in his hands. Although personally he had met him little, Henry remembered some odds and ends of information about Mr. Levenger now, and as he lay unable to sleep, he set himself to piece them together. In substance, this is what they amounted to. Many years ago, Mr. Levenger had appeared in the neighbourhood. He was then a man of about 30, very handsome and courteous in his manners, and it was rumoured of good birth. It was said that he had been in the army, and seen much service, but whether this were true or no, obviously he did not lack experience of the world. He settled himself at Bradmouth, lodging in the house of one Johnson, a smack owner, and being the best of company and an excellent sportsman, gradually, by the help of Sir Reginald Graves, who seemed to take an interest in him, and employed him to manage the Rosham estates, he built up a business as a land agent, out of which he supported himself, for to all appearances he had no other means of subsistence. One great gift Mr. Levenger possessed, that of attracting the notice and even the affection of women, and in one way and another this proved to be the foundation of his fortunes. At length, to the secret sorrow of sundry ladies of his acquaintance, he put a stop to his social advancement by contracting a glaring mésalliance, taking to wife a good-looking but homely girl, Emma Johnson, the only child of his landlord, the smack owner. Thereupon local society, in which he had been popular so long as he remained single, shut its doors upon him, nor did the ladies with whom he had been in such favour so much as call upon Mr. Levenger. When old Johnson, the smack owner, died, a few months after the marriage, and it became known that he had left a sum, variously reported at from 50 to 100,000 pounds, behind him, every farthing of which his daughter and her husband inherited, society began to understand, however, that there had been method in Mr. Levenger's madness. Owing, in all probability, to the carelessness of the lawyer, the terms of Johnson's will were somewhat peculiar. All the said Johnson's property, real and personal, was strictly settled under this will upon his daughter Emma for life, then upon her husband, George Levenger, for life, with remainder to the issue of the body of the said George Levenger, lawfully begotten. The effect of such a will would be that, should Mrs. Levenger die childless, her husband's children, by a second marriage, would inherit her father's property, though, should she survive her husband, apparently she would enjoy a right of appointment of the fund, even though she had no children by him. As a matter of fact, however, these issues had not arisen, since Mrs. Levenger predeceased her husband, leaving one child, who was named Emma after her. As for Mr. Levenger himself, his energy seemed to have evaporated with his, pecuniarily speaking, successful marriage. At any rate, as soon as his father-in-law died, abandoning the land agency business, he retired to a comfortable red brick house, situated on the sea-shore in a very lonely position, some 4 miles south of Bradmouth, and known as Monk's Lodge, which had come to him as part of his wife's inheritance. Here he lived in complete retirement, for now that the county people had dropped him, he seemed to have no friends, nor did he try to make any, but was content to occupy himself in the management of a large farm, and in the more studious pursuits of reading and archaeology. The morrow was a Saturday. At breakfast, Ellen remarked casually that Mr. and Miss Levenger were to arrive at the Hall about 6 o'clock, and were expected to stay over the Sunday. "Indeed," replied Henry, in a tone which did not suggest anxiety to enlarge upon the subject. But Ellen, who had also taken a night for reflection, would not let him escape thus. "I hope that you mean to be civil to these people, Henry," she said interrogatively. I trust that I am civil to everybody, Ellen." "Yes, no doubt," she replied, in her quiet, persistent voice. "But you see, there are ways and ways of being civil. I am not sure that you have quite realized the position." "Oh, yes, I have thoroughly. I am expected to marry this lady, that is, if she is foolish enough to take me, in payment of what my father owes to hers. But I tell you, Ellen, that I do not see my way to it at present." "Please don't get angry, dear," said Ellen more gently. "I dare say that such a notion is unpleasant enough, and in a way, well, degrading to a proud man. Of course no one can force you to marry her if you don't wish to, and the whole business will probably fall through. All I beg is that you will cultivate the Levengers a little, and give the matter fair consideration. For my part, I think that it would be much more degrading to allow our father to become bankrupt at his age, than for you to marry a good and clever girl like Emma Levenger. However, of course, I am only a woman, and have no sense of honor, or at least one that is not strong enough to send my family to the workhouse, when by a little self-sacrifice I could keep them out of it." And with this sarcasm, Ellen left the room before Henry could find words to reply to her. That morning, Henry walked with his mother to the church, in order to inspect his brother's grave, a melancholy and dispiriting duty, the more so, indeed, because his sense of justice would not allow him to acquit the dead man of conduct that, to his strict integrity, seemed culpable to the verge of dishonour. On their homeward way, Lady Graves also began to talk about the Levengers. "I suppose you have heard, Henry, that Mr. Levenger and his daughter are coming here this afternoon?" "Yes, mother, Ellen told me." "Indeed. You will remember Miss Levenger, no doubt. She is a nice girl in every sense. Your dear brother used to admire her very much." "Yes, I remember her a little, but Reginald's tastes and mine were not always similar." "Well, Henry, I hope that you will like her. It is a delicate matter to speak about, even for a mother to a son, but you know now how terribly indebted we are to the Levengers, and of course if a way could be found out of our difficulties, it would be a great relief to me and to your dear father. Believe me, my boy, I do not care so much about myself, but I wish, if possible, to save him from further sorrow. I think that very little would kill him now." "See here, mother," said Henry bluntly, "Ellen tells me that you wish me to marry Miss Levenger for family reasons. Well, in this matter, as in every other, I will try to oblige you if I can, but I cannot understand what grounds you have for supposing that the young lady wishes to marry me. So far as I can judge, she might take her fortune to a much better market." "I don't quite know about it, Henry," answered Lady Graves with some hesitation. "I gathered, however, that when he came here after you had gone to join your ship, about 18 months ago, Mr. Levenger told your father, with whom you know he has been intimate since they were both young, that you were a fine fellow, and had taken his fancy as well as his daughter's. Also, I believe he said that if only he could see her married to such a man as you are, he should die happy, or words to that effect." "Rather a slight foundation to build all these plans on, isn't it, mother? In 18 months her father may have changed his mind, and Miss Levenger may have seen a dozen men whom she likes better. Here comes Ellen to meet us, so let us drop this subject." About 6 o'clock that afternoon, Henry, returning from a walk on the estate, saw a strange dog-cart being run into the coach-house, from which he inferred that Mr. and Miss Levenger had arrived. Wishing to avoid the appearance of curiosity, he went straight to his room, and did not return downstairs till within a few minutes of the dinner hour. The large and rather ill-lighted drawing-room seemed to be empty when he entered, and Henry was about to seat himself with an expression of relief, for his temper was none of the best this evening, when a rustling in a distant corner attracted his attention. Glancing in the direction of the noise, he perceived a female figure seated in a big armchair, reading. "Why don't you come into the light, Ellen?" he said. "You will ruin your eyes." Again the figure rustled, and the book was shut up. Then it rose and advanced towards him timidly. A delicate figure, dressed with admirable taste, in pale blue, having flaxen hair, a white face, large and beseeching grey eyes, and tiny hands with tapering fingers. At the edge of the circle of lamplight, the lady halted, overcome apparently by shyness, and stood still, while her pale face grew gradually from white to pink, and from pink to red. Henry also stood still, being seized with a sudden and most unaccountable nervousness. He guessed that this must be Miss Levenger, in fact. He remembered her face, but not one single word could he utter. Indeed, he seemed unable to do anything, except regret that he had not waited upstairs till the dinner bell rang. There is this to be said in excuse of his conduct, that it is somewhat paralyzing to a modest man unexpectedly to find himself confronted by the young woman whom his family desire him to marry. "How do you do?" he ejaculated at last. "I think that we have met before." And he held out his hand. "Yes, we have met before," she answered shyly, in a low voice, touching his sun-browned palm with her delicate fingers. "When you were at home last Christmas year." "It seems much longer ago than that," said Henry. "So long that I wonder you remember me." "I do not see so many people that I am likely to forget one of them," she answered, with a curious little smile. "I dare say that the time seems long to you, abroad in new countries, but to me, who have not stirred from Monk's Lodge, it is like yesterday." "Well, of course that does make a difference." Then, hastening to change the subject, he added, "I am afraid I was very rude. I thought that you were my sister. I can't imagine how you can read in this light, and it always vexes me to see people trying their eyes. If you had ever kept a night watch at sea, you would understand why." "I am accustomed to reading in all sorts of lights," Emma answered. "Do you read much, then?" "I have nothing else to do. You see, I have no brothers or sisters, no one at all except my father, who keeps very much to himself, and we have few neighbours round Monk's Lodge, at least few that I care to be with," she added, blushing again. Henry remembered hearing that the Levengers were considered to be outside the pale of what is called society, and did not pursue this branch of the subject. "What do you read?" he asked. "Oh, anything and everything. We have a good library, and sometimes I take up one class of reading, sometimes another, though perhaps I get through more history than anything else, especially in the winter, when it is too wretched to go out much. You see," she added in explanation, "I like to know about human nature and other things, and books teach me in a second-hand kind of way." And she stopped suddenly, for just then Ellen entered the room, looking very handsome, in a low-cut black dress that showed off the whiteness of her neck and arms. "What, are you down already, Miss Levenger?" she said. "And with all your things to unpack too? You do dress quickly." And she looked critically at her visitor's costume. Let me see. Do you and Henry know each other, or must I introduce you? No, we have met before, said Emma. Oh, yes, I remember now. Surely you were here when my brother was on leave last time. At this point Henry smiled grimly, and turned away to hide his face. There is not going to be any dinner party, you know. Of course we couldn't have one, even if we wished at present, and there is no one to ask if we could. Everybody's in London at this time of the year. Mr. Millward is positively the only creature left in these parts, and I believe mother has asked him. Ah, here he is. As she spoke, the butler opened the door and announced, Mr. Millward. Mr. Millward was a tall and good-looking young man, with bold, prominent eyes, and a receding forehead, as elaborately dressed as the plain evening attire of Englishmen would allow. His manner was confident, his self-appreciation great, and his tone towards those whom he considered his inferiors in rank or fortune patronizing to the verge of insolence. In short, he was a coarse-fibred person, puffed up with the pride of his possessions, and by the flattery of women who desired to secure him in marriage, either themselves or for some friend or relation. "What an insufferable man!" was Henry's inward comment, as his eyes fell upon him entering the room, nor did he change his opinion on further acquaintance. "How do you do, Mr. Millward?" said Ellen, infusing the slightest possible inflection of warmth into her commonplace words of greeting. "I am so glad that you were able to come." "How do you do, Miss Graves? I had to telegraph to Lady Fisher, with whom I was going to dine tonight in Grosvenor Square, to say that I was ill and could not travel to town. I only hope she won't find me out, that is all." "Indeed," answered Ellen, with a touch of irony, "Lady Fisher's loss is our gain, though I think that you would have found Grosvenor Square more amusing than Rosham. Let me introduce you to my brother, Captain Graves, and to Miss Levenger." Mr. Millward favoured Henry with a nod, and turning to Emma said, "Oh, how do you do, Miss Levenger? So we meet at last. I was dreadfully disappointed to miss you when I was staying at Cringleton Park in December. How is your mother, Lady Levenger? Has she got rid of her neuralgia?" "I think that there is some mistake," said Emma, visibly shrinking before this bold, assertive man. "I have never been to Cringleton Park in my life, and my mother, Mrs. Levenger, has been dead many years." "Oh, indeed, I apologize. I thought you were Miss Levenger of Cringleton, the great heiress who was far away in Italy when I stayed there. You see, I remember hearing Lady Levenger say that there were no other Levengers." "I am afraid that I am a living contradiction to Lady Levenger's assertion," answered Emma, flushing and turning aside. Ellen, who had been biting her lip with vexation, was about to intervene, fearing lest Mr. Millward should make further inquiries, when the door opened and Mr. Levenger entered, followed by her father and mother. Henry took the opportunity of shaking hands with Mr. Levenger to study his appearance somewhat closely. An attention that he noticed was reciprocated. Mr. Levenger was now a man of about 60, but he looked much older. Either because of an accident or through a rheumatic affection, he was so lame upon his right leg that it was necessary for him to use a stick, even in walking from one room to another, and although his hair was scarcely more than streaked with white, frailty of health had withered him and bowed his frame. Looking at him, Henry could well believe what he had heard, that 25 years ago he was one of the handsomest men in the county. To this hour the dark and sunken brown eyes were full of fire and eloquence. a slumbering fire that seemed to wax and wane within them. The brow was ample, and the outline of the features flawless. He seemed a man upon whom age had settled suddenly and prematurely, a man who had burnt himself out in his youth, and was now but an ash of his former self, though an ash with fire in the heart of it. Mr. Levenger greeted him in a few courteous, well-chosen words, that offered a striking contrast to the social dialect of Mr. Millward, the contrast between the old style and the new. Then, with a bow, he passed on to offer his arm to Lady Graves, for at that moment dinner was announced. As Henry followed him with Miss Levenger, he found himself wondering, with a curiosity that was unusual to him, who and what this man had been in his youth, before he drifted away to Bradmouth, there to repay his broken fortunes by a mésalliance with a smack owner's daughter. "Was your father ever in the army?" he asked of Emma, as they filed slowly down the long corridor. "Forgive my impertinence, but he looks like a military man." He felt her start at his question. "I don't know. I think so," she answered, "because I have heard him speak of the Crimea as though he had been present at the battles, but he never talks of his young days." Then they entered the dining-room, and in the confusion of taking their seats the conversation dropped. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroy. Mr. Levenger puts a case. At dinner, Henry found himself seated between Mr. Levenger and his daughter. Naturally enough, he began to make conversation to the latter, only to find that, either from shyness or for some other reason, she would not talk in public, but contented herself with replies that were as monosyllabic as she could make them. Somewhat disappointed, for their short tete-a-tete interview had given promise of better things, Henry turned his attention to her father, and soon discovered that he was a most interesting and brilliant companion. Mr. Levenger could talk well on any subject, and whatever the matter he touched, he adorned it by an aptness and facility of illustration truly remarkable in a man who for 20 years and more was reported to have been little better than a hermit. At length they settled down to the discussion of archaeological questions, in which, as it chanced, Henry took an intelligent interest, and more particularly of the flint weapons used by the early inhabitants of East Anglia. Of these, as it appeared, Mr. Levenger possessed one of the best collections extant, together with a valuable and unique series of ancient British, Danish, and Saxon gold ornaments and arms. The subject proved so mutually agreeable, indeed, that before dinner was over Mr. Levenger had given, and Henry had accepted, an invitation to stay a night or two at Monk's Lodge, and inspect these treasures. This, be it said, without any arrière-pensée, at any rate, so far as the latter was concerned. In the silence that followed this pleasant termination to their talk, Henry overheard Millward pumping Miss Levenger. "Miss Graves tells me," he was saying, "that you live in that delightful old house beyond Bradmouth, the one that is haunted." "Yes," she answered. "If you mean Monk's Lodge, it is old, for the friars used it as a retreat in times of plague, and after that it became a headquarters of the smugglers. But I never heard that it was haunted." "Oh, pray don't rob me of any illusion, Miss Levenger. I drove past there with your neighbours, the Marchams, and Lady Marcham, the dowager, the one who wears an eyeglass, I mean, assured me that it was haunted by a priest running after a grey nun, or a grey nun running after a priest, which seems more likely, and I am certain she cannot be mistaken. She never was about anything yet, spiritual or earthly, except her own age. Lady Marcham may have seen the ghost. I have not, said Emma. Oh, I have no doubt that she has seen it. She sees everything. Of course you know her. She is a dear old soul, isn't she? I have met Lady Marcham. I do not know her, answered Emma. Not know Lady Marcham? Said Millward in affected surprise. Why, I should have thought that it would have been as easy to escape, knowing the North Sea, when one was on it. She is positively surrounding. What do you mean, Miss Levenger? I mean that I have not the honour of Lady Marcham's acquaintance, she replied in an embarrassed voice. If that cad does not stop soon, I shall shut him up, reflected Henry. What? Have you quarrelled with her, then? Went on Millward remorselessly. I wouldn't do that if I were you, for she is a bad enemy. And besides, it must be so awkward, seeing that you have to meet her at every house about there. Emma looked round in despair, and just as Henry was wondering how he could intervene without showing the temper that was rapidly getting the mastery of him, with a polite, "Excuse me," Mr. Levenger leant across him. "Perhaps you will allow me to explain, Mr. Millward," he said in a particularly clear and cutting voice. "I am an invalid and a recluse. What I am, my daughter must be also. I have not the honour of the acquaintance of Lady Marcham, or of any other of the ladies and gentlemen to whom you refer. Do I make myself plain?" "Oh, perfectly, I assure you." "I am glad, Mr. Millward, since from what I overheard of your remarks just now, I gathered that you are not very quick of comprehension." At this point Lady Graves rose with a certain haste and left the room, followed by Miss Levenger and her daughter. Thereupon Sir Reginald fell into talk with Mr. Levenger, leaving Henry and Mr. Millward together. "Can you tell me who our friend there is?" the latter asked of Henry. "He seems a very touchy as well as a retired person. I should not have thought that there was anything offensive in my suggesting that his daughter knew Lady Marcham." "Perhaps you insisted upon the point a little too much," said Henry dryly. "I am not very well posted about Mr. Levenger myself, although my father has known him all his life. But I understand that he is a rich man who, from one reason and another, has been more or less of a hermit for many years." "By George, I have it now," said Millward. "He is the man who was very popular in our mother's days, then married a wealthy cook, or some one of that sort, and was barred by the whole neighbourhood. Of course I have put my foot into it horribly. I am sorry, for really I did not mean to hurt his daughter's feelings." "I am sure I am glad to hear that you did so inadvertently," answered Henry rather gruffly. "Won't you have a cigarette?" The rest of the evening passed quietly enough, almost too quietly, indeed, for Emma, dismayed by her former experiences, barricaded herself in a corner behind an enormous photograph album, and Ellen, irritated by a scene which jarred upon her and offended her sense of the social proprieties, grew somewhat tart in speech, especially when addressing her admirer, who quailed visibly beneath her displeasure. Mr. Levenger noticed with some amusement, indeed, that however largely he might talk, Mr. Millward was not a little afraid of the young lady to whom he was paying his court. At length the party broke up. Mr. Millward retired to his own place, Upcott Hall, which was situated in the neighbourhood, remarking as he went that he hoped to see them all at church on the morrow in the afternoon, whereon Henry resolved instantly that he would not attend divine service upon that occasion. Then Sir Reginald and Lady Graves withdrew to bed, followed by Ellen and Emma Levenger. But somewhat to his surprise, Henry having announced his intention of smoking a pipe in the library, Mr. Levenger said that he also smoked, and with his permission would accompany him. At first the conversation turned upon Mr. Millward, of whom Henry spoke in no complimentary terms. "You should not judge him so harshly," said Levenger. "I have seen many such men in my day. He is not a bad fellow at bottom, but he is rich and an only child, and has been spoilt by a pack of women, wants taking down a peg or two, in short. He will find his level, never fear. Most of us do in this world. Indeed, unless my observation is at fault," Mr. Levenger added significantly, "there is a lady in this house who will know how to bring him down to it. But perhaps you will think that it is no affair of mine." Henry was somewhat mystified by this allusion, though he guessed that it must have reference to Ellen. Of the state of affairs between Mr. Millward and his sister he was ignorant. Indeed, he disliked the young gentleman so much himself, that, except upon the clearest evidence, it would not have occurred to him that Ellen was attracted in this direction. Mr. Levenger's remark, however, gave him an opening, of which he availed himself, with a straightforwardness and promptitude which were natural to him. "It seems, Mr. Levenger," he said, "from what I have heard since I returned home, that all our affairs are very much your own, or vice versa, I don't know," he added, hesitating a little. "If it is your wish that I should speak to you of these matters now, indeed it seems a kind of breach of hospitality to do so, although, if I understand the position, it is we who are receiving your hospitality at this moment, and not you ours." Mr. Levenger smiled faintly at this forcible way of putting the situation. "By all means speak, Captain Graves," he said, "and let us get it over. I am exceedingly glad that you have come home, for between ourselves your late brother was not a business man, and I do not like to distress Sir Reginald with these conversations. For I presume I am right in supposing that you allude to the mortgages I hold over the Rusham property." Henry nodded, and Mr. Levenger went on. "I will tell you how matters stand in as few words as possible." And he proceeded to set out the financial details of the encumbrances on the estate, with which we are already sufficiently acquainted for the purposes of this history. "The state of affairs is even worse than I thought," said Henry, when he had finished. "It is clear that we are absolutely bankrupt. And the only thing I wonder at, Mr. Levenger," he added with some irritation, "is that you, a business man, should have allowed things to go so far." "Surely that was my risk, Captain Graves," he answered. "It is I who am liable to lose money, not your family." "Forgive me, Mr. Levenger, there is another side to the question. It seems to me that we are not only paupers, we are also defaulters, or something like it. For if we were sold up to the last stick tomorrow, we should not be able to repay you these sums, to say nothing of other debts that may be owing. To tell you the truth, I cannot quite forgive you for putting my father in this position, even if he was weak enough to allow you to do so." "There is something in what you say, considered from the point of view of a punctiliously honest man, though it is an argument that I have never had advanced to me before," replied Mr. Levenger dryly. "However, let me disabuse your mind. The last loan of £10,000, which, I take it, leaving interest out of the count, would about cover my loss with a security to be realized today, was not made at the instance of your father, who I believe did not even know of it at the time. If you want the facts, it was made because of the earnest prayer of your brother Reginald, who declared that this sum was necessary to save the family from immediate bankruptcy. It is a painful thing to have to say, but I have since discovered that it was your brother himself who needed the money, very little of which found its way into Sir Reginald's pocket." At this point Henry rose, and, turning his back, pretended to refill his pipe. He dared not trust himself to speak, lest he might say words that should not be uttered of the dead, nor did he wish to show the shame which was written on his face. Mr. Levenger saw the movement and understood it. Dropping the subject of Reginald's delinquencies, he went on. "You blame me, Captain Graves, for having acted as no business man should act, and for putting temptation in the path of the weak. Well, in a sense I am still a business man, but I am not an assurer, and it is possible that I may have had motives other than those of my own profit. Let us put a hypothetical case. Let us suppose that once upon a time, many years ago, a young fellow of good birth, good looks, and fair fortune, but lacking the advantages of careful education, and not overburdened with principle, found himself a member of one of the fastest and most expensive regiments of guards. Let us suppose that he lived, well as such young men have done before and since, a life of extravagance and debauchery that very soon dissipated the means which he possessed. In due course, this young man would not improbably have betaken himself to every kind of gambling in order to supply his pocket with money. Sometimes he would have won, but it is possible that in the end he might have found himself posted as a defaulter, because he was unable to pay his racing debt, and owing as many thousands at cards as he possessed £5 notes in the world. Such a young man might not unjustly have hard things said of him. His fellow officers might call him a scamp, and rake up queer stories as to his behaviour in financial transactions, while among outsiders he might be branded openly as no better than a thief. Of course the regimental career of this imaginary person would come to a swift and shameful end, and he would find himself bankrupt and dishonoured, a pariah unfit for the society of gentlemen, with no other opening left to him than that which a pistol bullet through the head can offer. It is probable that such a man, being desperate and devoid of religion, might determine to take this course. He might almost be in the act of so doing, when he, who thought himself friendless, found a friend, and that friend one by whom of all others he had dealt ill. And now let us suppose for the last time that this friend threw into the fire before his eyes that bankrupt's IOUs, that he persuaded him to abandon his mad design of suicide, that he assisted him to escape his other creditors, and finally, when the culprit, living under a false name, was almost forgotten by those who had known him, that he did his best to help him to a fresh start in life. In such a case, Captain Graves, would not this unhappy man owe a debt of gratitude to that friend? Mr. Levenger had begun the putting of this strange case quietly enough, speaking in his usual low and restrained voice. But as he went on he grew curiously excited, so much so indeed that, notwithstanding his lameness, he rose from his chair, and resting on his ebony stick, limped backwards and forwards across the room, while the increasing clearness and emphasis of his voice revealed the emotion under which he was labouring. As he asked the question with which his story culminated, he halted in his march directly opposite to the chair upon which Henry was sitting, and, leaning on his stick, looked him in the face with his piercing brown eyes. "Of course he would," answered Henry quietly. "Of course he would," repeated Mr. Levenger. "Captain Graves, That story was my story, and that friend was your father. I do not say that it is all the story, for there are things which I cannot speak of, but it is some of it, more indeed than is known to any living man except Sir Reginald. Forgiving me my sins against him, believing that he saw good in me, your father picked me out of the mire and started me afresh in life. When I came to these parts an unknown wanderer, he found me work. He even gave me the agency of this property, which I held till I had no longer any need of it. I have told you all this partly because you are your father's son, and partly because I have watched you and followed your career from boyhood, and know you to be a man of the strictest honour, who will never use my words against me. I repeat that I have not told you everything, for even since those days I have been no saint. A man who has let his passions run riot for years does not grow good in an hour, Captain Graves. But I trust that you will not think worse of me than I deserve, for it still pains me to lose the good opinion of an upright man. One thing at least I have done, though I borrowed from my daughter to do it, and pinched myself till I am thought to be miserly. At length I have paid back all those thousands that I owed, either to my creditors or to their descendants. Yes, not a month ago I settled the last and heaviest claim. And now, Captain Graves, you will understand why I have advanced moneys beyond their value upon mortgage of the Rusham estates. Your father, who has long forgotten or rather ignored the past, believes it to have been done in the ordinary way of business. I have told you the true reason. Thank you, said Henry. Of course I shall respect your confidence. It is not for me to judge other men, so I hope that you will excuse my making any remarks about it. You have behaved with extreme generosity to my father, but even now I cannot say that I think your conduct was well advised. Indeed, I do not see how it makes the matter any better for us. This money belongs to you, or to your daughter. Here Henry thought that Mr. Levenger winced a little. And in one way or another it must be paid or secured. I quite understand that you do not wish to force us into bankruptcy, but it seems that there is a large amount of interest overdue, putting aside the question of the capital, and not a penny to meet it with. What is to be done? Mr. Levenger sat down and thought a while before he answered. You have put your finger on the weak spot, he said presently. This money is Emma's, every farthing of it, for whatever I have saved out of my life interest has gone towards the payment of my own debts. And after all, I have no right to be generous with my daughter's fortune. Not long ago I had occasion to appoint a guardian and trustee for her under my will, a respectable solicitor whose name does not matter, and it was owing to the remonstrances that he made when he accepted the office that I was obliged to move in this matter of the mortgages, or at least of the payment of the interest on them. Had it been my own money, I would never have consented to trouble your father, since fortunately we have enough to live upon in our quiet way, without this interest. But it is not. Quite so, said Henry. And therefore again I ask, what is to be done? Done, answered Mr. Levenger. At present nothing. Let things go a while, Captain Graves. Half a year's interest more or less can make no great difference. If necessary, my daughter must lose it, and after all neither she nor any future husband of hers will be able to blame me for the loss. When those mortgages were made, there was plenty of cover. Who could foresee that land would fall so much in value? Let matters take their course. This is a strange world, and all sorts of unexpected things happen in it. For aught we know to the contrary, within 6 months Emma may be dead, or, he added, in some position in which it would not be necessary that the payment should be made to her on account of these mortgages. For a moment he hesitated, as though wondering whether it would be wise to say something which was on the tip of his tongue. Then, deciding it would not, Mr. Levenger rose, lit a candle, and having shaken Henry warmly by the hand, he limped off to bed. When he had gone, Henry filled himself another pipe and sat down to think. Mr. Levenger puzzled him. There was something attractive about him, something magnetic even, and yet he could not entirely trust him. Even in his confidences there had been reservations. The man appeared to be unable to make up his mind to tell all the truth. So it was also with his generosity towards Sir Reginald. He had been generous indeed, but it seemed that it was with his daughter's money. Thus, too, with his somewhat tardy honesty. He had paid his debts even though he had borrowed from his daughter to do so. To Henry's straightforward sense, upon his own showing, Mr. Levenger was a curious mixture, and a man about whom as yet he could form no positive judgment. From the father his thoughts travelled to the daughter. It was strange that she should have produced so slight an impression upon him when he had met her nearly 2 years before. Either she was much altered, or his appreciative powers had developed. Certainly she impressed him now. There was something very striking about this frail, flaxen-haired girl, whose appearance reminded him of a Christmas rose. It seemed odd that such a person could have been born of a mother of common blood, as he understood the late Mrs. Levenger to have been. For Emma Levenger looked aristocratic, if ever woman did. Moreover, it was clear that she lacked neither intellect nor dignity. Her conversation and the way in which she had met the impertinences of the insufferable Millward proved it. This was the lady whom Ellen had declared to be half in love with him. The idea was absurd, and the financial complications which surrounded her repelled him, caused him to dismiss it impatiently. Yet, as Henry followed Mr. Levenger's example and went to bed, a voice in his heart told him that a worse fate might befall a man. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroy. A proposal and a difference. The morrow was a Sunday, when, according to immemorial custom, everybody belonging to Rosham Hall was expected to go to church once in the day, a rule, however, from which visitors were excused. Henry made up his mind that Mr. Levenger and his daughter would avail themselves of this liberty of choice and stay at home. There was something so uncommon about both of them that he jumped to the conclusion that they were certainly agnostics, and in all probability atheists. Therefore he was somewhat surprised when at breakfast he heard Mr. Levenger making arrangements to be driven to the church. For short as was the distance, it was further than he could walk, and Emma announced her intention of accompanying him. Henry walked down to the church by himself, for Sir Reginald had driven with his guests, and his mother and sister were not going until the afternoon. Finding the three seated in the front pew of the nave, he placed himself in that immediately behind, where he thought that he would be more comfortable, and the service began. It was an ordinary country service in an ordinary country church, celebrated by an ordinary, rather long-winded parson. Conditions that are apt to cause the thoughts to wander, even in the best regulated mind. Although he did his utmost to keep his attention fixed, for it was characteristic of him that even in such a matter as the listening to ill-sung psalms, his notions of duty influenced him, Henry soon found himself lost in reflections. We need not follow them all, since wherever they began, They ended in the consideration of the father and daughter before him, and of all the circumstances connected with them. Even now, while the choir wheezed and the clergyman droned, the respective attitudes of these two struck him as exceedingly interesting. The father followed every verse and every prayer with an almost passionate devotion. That afforded a strange insight into an unsuspected side of his character. Clearly, whatever may have been the sins of his youth, he was now a religious devotee, or something very like it, for Henry felt certain that his manner was not assumed. With Emma it was different. Her demeanour was one of earnest and respectful piety, a piety which with her was obviously a daily habit, since he noticed that she knew all the canticles and most of the psalms by heart. As it chanced, the one redeeming point in the service was the reading of the lessons. These were read by Sir Reginald Graves, whose fine voice and impressive manner were in striking contrast to the halting utterances of the clergyman. The second lesson was taken from perhaps the most beautiful of the passages in the Bible, the 15th chapter of the first epistle to the Corinthians, wherein the apostle sets out his inspired vision of the resurrection of the dead and of the glorious state of them who shall be found alive in it. Henry, watching Emma's face, saw it change and glow as she followed those immortal words, till at the 53rd verse, and thence to the end of the chapter, it became a light, as though with the effulgence of a living faith within her. Indeed, at the words, "For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality," it chanced that a vivid sunbeam breaking from the grey sky fell full upon the girl's pale countenance and spiritual eyes, adding a physical glory to them, and for one brief moment making her appear, at least in his gaze, as though some such ineffable change had already overtaken her, and the last victory of the spirit was proclaimed in her person. Henry looked at her astonished, and since in his own way he lacked neither sympathy nor perception, in that instant he came to understand that this woman was something apart from all the women whom he had known, a being purer and sweeter, partaking very little of the nature of the earth. And yet his sister had said that she was half in love with him. Weighing his own unworthiness, he smiled to himself even then, but with a smile came a thought that he was by no means certain whether he was not half in love with her himself. The sunbeam passed, and soon the lesson was finished, and with it the desire for those things which are not yet faded from Emma's eyes, leaving in the mind of the man who watched her a picture that could never fade. At lunch, Ellen, who had been sitting silent, suddenly awoke from her reverie and asked Emma what she would like to do that afternoon. Emma replied that she wished to take a walk, if it were convenient for everybody else. "That will do very well," said Ellen with decision. "My brother can escort you down to the cliff. There is a good view of the sea there, and after church I will come to meet you. We cannot miss each other, as there is only one road." Henry was about to rebel, for when Ellen issued her orders in this fashion, she invariably excited an opposition in his breast, which was sometimes unreasonable. But glancing at Miss Levenger's face, he noticed that she seemed pleased at the prospect of a walk, or of his company, he could not tell which, and held his peace. "That will be very pleasant," said Emma, "if it does not bore you." "Not at all. The sea never bores me," replied Henry. "I will be ready at 3 o'clock if that suits you." "I must say that you are polite, Henry," put in his sister in a sarcastic voice. "If I were Miss Levenger, I would walk by myself and leave you to contemplate the ocean in solitude." "I am sure I did not mean to be otherwise, Ellen," he replied. "There is nothing wrong in saying that one likes the sea." At this moment Lady Graves intervened with some tact, and the subject dropped. About 3 o'clock, Henry found Emma waiting for him in the hall, and they started on their walk. Passing through the park, they came to the high road, and for some way went on side by side in silence. The afternoon was cloudy, but not cold. There had been rain during the previous night, and all about them were the evidences of spring, or rather of the coming of summer. Birds sang upon every bush. Most of the trees were clothed in their first green. The ashes, late this year, were bursting their black buds. The bracken was pushing up its curled fronds in the sandy banks of the roadway. Already the fallen blackthorn bloom lay in patches like light snow beneath the hedgerows, while here and there pink-tipped hawthorns were breaking into bloom. As she walked, the promise and happy spirit of the spring seemed to enter into Emma's blood, for her pale cheeks took a tinge of colour, like that which blushed upon the maybuds, and her eyes grew joyful. "Is it not beautiful?" she said suddenly to her companion. "Well, it would be if there was some sunshine," he replied in a somewhat matter-of-fact way. "Oh, the sunshine will come. You must not expect everything in this climate, you know. I am quite content with the spring." "Yes," he answered, "it is very pleasant after the long winter." She hesitated a little, and then said, "To me it is more than pleasant. I cannot quite tell you what it is, and if I did you would not understand me." "Won't you try?" he replied, growing interested. "Well, to me it is a prophecy and a promise, and I think that, although perhaps they do not understand it, that is why almost all old people love the spring. It speaks to them of life, life arising more beautiful out of death, and perhaps unconsciously they see in it the type of their own spiritual fortune, and learn from it resignation to their fate." "Yes, we heard that in the lesson this morning," said Henry. "Thou fool, that which thou sowest is not quickened except it die." "Oh, I know that the thought is an old one," she answered with some confusion, "and I put what I mean very badly, but somehow these ancient truths always seem new to us when we find them out for ourselves. We hit upon an idea that has been the common property of men for thousands of years, and think that we have made a great discovery. I suppose the fact of it is that there are no new ideas, and you see each of us must work out his own salvation. I do not mean in a spiritual sense only. Nobody else's thoughts or feelings can help us. They may be as old as the world, but when we feel them or think them, for us they are fresh as the spring. A mother does not love her child less, because millions of mothers have loved theirs before." Henry did not attempt to continue the argument. This young lady's ideas, if not new, were pretty, but he was not fond of committing himself to discussion and opinions on such metaphysical subjects, though, like other intelligent men, he had given them a share of his attention. "You are very religious, Miss Levenger, are you not?" he said. "Religious? What made you think so? No, I wish I were. I have certain beliefs, and I try to be, that is all." "I was watching your face in church that gave me the idea, or rather assured me of the fact," he answered. She coloured and then said, "Why do you ask? You believe in our religion, do you not?" "Yes, I believe in it. I think that you will find few men of my profession who do not, perhaps because the continual contact with the forces and dangers of nature brings about dependence upon an unseen protecting power. Also, my experience is that religion in one form or another is necessary to all human beings. I never knew a man to be quite happy who was devoid of it in some shape." "Religion does not always bring happiness or even peace," said Emma. My experience is very small. Indeed, I have none outside books and the village. But I have seen it in the case of my own father. I do not suppose it possible that a man could be more religious than he has been ever since I can remember much about him. But certainly he is not happy, nor can he reconcile himself to the idea of death, which to me, except for its physical side, does not seem such a terrible matter. I should say that your father is a very nervous man, Henry answered, and the conditions of your life and of his may have been quite different. Everybody feels these things according to his temperament. Yes, he is nervous, she said, then added suddenly, as though she wished to change the subject. Look, there is the sea. How beautiful it is! Were you not sorry to leave it, Captain Graves? By now they had turned off the main road, and following a lane which was used to cart sand and shingle from the beach, had reached a chalky slope known as the cliff. Below them was a stretch of sand, across which raced the incoming tide, and beyond lay the great ocean, blue in the far distance, but marked towards the shore with parallel lines of white-crested billows. Hitherto the afternoon had been dull, but as Emma spoke the sunlight broke through the clouds, cutting a path of glory athwart the sea. Sorry to leave it, he said, staring at the familiar face of the waters, and speaking almost passionately. It has pretty well broken my heart, that is all. I loved my profession. It was everything to me. There I was somebody, and had a prospect before me. Now I am nobody, and have none, except... And he stopped. And why did you leave? She asked. For the same reason that we all do disagreeable things, because it was my duty. My brother died, and my family desired my presence, so I was obliged to retire from the service, and there is an end of it. I guessed as much, said Emma softly, and I am very sorry for you. Well, we cannot go any further, so we had better turn. Henry nodded in assent, and they walked homewards silently, either because their conversation was exhausted, or because they were lost in their own thoughts. It may be remembered that Mr. Mulwood had announced his intention of attending Rosham Church that afternoon. As Ellen knew that he was not in the habit of honouring any place of worship with his presence, this determination of her admirer gave her cause for thought. For a year or more, Mr. Mulwood's attentions towards herself had been marked, but as yet he had said nothing of a decisive nature. Could it be that upon this occasion he intended to cross the line which divides attention from courtship? She believed that he did so intend, for otherwise, why did he take the trouble to come several miles to church? And why had he suggested to her that they might go out walking together afterwards, as he had done privately on the previous evening? At any rate, if such were his mind, Ellen determined that he should have every opportunity of declaring it, and it was chiefly for this reason that she had arranged Emma's expedition with her brother, since it would then be easy for her to propose that Mr. Mulwood should escort herself in search of them. Ellen did not deceive herself. She knew Mr. Mulwood's faults. His vulgarity and assumption made her wince, and on the whole perhaps she disliked him. But on the other hand, his admiration flattered her vanity, for many were the women who had tried to excite it, and failed. His wealth appealed to her love of luxury and place, and she was well aware that, once in the position of his wife, she could guide his weaker will in whatever direction she desired. Moreover, his faults were all on the surface. He had no secret vices, and she trusted to her own tact, if not to counterbalance, at least to divert attention from his errors of manner. In due course, Ellen and Lady Graves went to church, but to the private mortification of the former, Mr. Mulwood did not appear. At length, much to her relief, towards the middle of the second lesson, a disturbance in the nave behind her assured her of his presence. She would not look around, indeed, but her knowledge of him told her that nobody else arriving so painfully late would have ventured to interrupt the congregation in this unnecessary fashion. Meanwhile, Mr. Mulwood had entered the pew behind her, occupying the same place that Henry had sat in that morning, whence by many means, such as the dropping of books and the shifting of hassocks, he endeavoured to attract her attention, but in vain, for Ellen remained inflexible, and would not so much as turn her head. His efforts, however, did not altogether fail of their effect, inasmuch as she could see that they drove her mother almost to distraction, for Lady Graves liked to perform her devotions in quiet. "My dear," she whispered to her daughter at the termination of the service, "I really wish that when he comes to church, Mr. Mulwood could be persuaded not to disturb other people by his movements, and generally to adopt a less patronizing attitude towards the Almighty," a sarcasm that in after days Ellen was careful to repeat to him. At the doorway they met, and Ellen greeted him with affected surprise. "I thought that you had given up the idea of coming, Mr. Mulwood." "Oh, no, I was a little late, that was all. Did you not hear me come in?" "No," said Ellen sweetly. "If Ellen did not hear you, I am sure that everybody else did, Mr. Mulwood," remarked Lady Graves with some severity, and then with a sigh she glided away to visit her son's grave. By this time they were at the church gate, and Ellen turned up the path that ran across the park to the hall. "How about our walk?" said Mulwood. "Our walk? Oh, I had forgotten. Do you wish to walk?" "Yes, that is what I came for." "Indeed, I thought you had come to church. Well, my brother and Miss Levenger have gone to the cliff, and if you like we can meet them. That is, unless you think that it is going to rain." "Oh, no, it won't rain," he answered. In a few minutes they had left the park, and were following the same road that Henry and Emma had taken. But Ellen did not talk of the allegorical mystery of the spring, nor did Edward Mulwood set out his views as to the necessity of religion. On the contrary, he was so silent that Ellen began to be afraid they would meet the others before he found the courage to do that which, from the nervousness of his manner, she was now assured he meant to do. At length it came, and with a rush. "Ellen," said Edward in a husky voice. "I beg your pardon," replied that young lady with dignity. "Miss Graves, I wish to speak to you." "Yes, Mr. Mulwood?" "I want to ask you to marry me." Ellen heard the fateful words, and a glow of satisfaction warmed her breast. She had won the game, and even then she found time to reflect with complacency upon the insight into character which had taught her from the beginning to treat her admirer with affected coldness and assumed superiority. "This is very sudden and unexpected," she said, gazing over his head with her steady blue eyes. Her tone frightened Edward, and he stammered, "Do you really think so? You are so clever that I should have thought that you must have seen it coming for a long while. I know I have only just been able to prevent myself from proposing on 2 or 3 occasions. No, that's a mistake. I don't mean that. Oh, there! Ellen, will you have me? I know that you are a great deal too good for me in a way, ever so much cleverer, and all that sort of thing. But I am truly fond of you. I am really. I am well off, and I know that you would be a credit to me, and help me on in the world, for I want to go into Parliament some time, and there, I think that is all I have got to say." Ellen considered this speech rapidly. Its manner was somewhat to seek, but its substance was most satisfactory, and left nothing to be desired. Accordingly she concluded that the time had come when she might with safety unbend a little. "Really, Mr. Mulwood," she said in a softer voice, and looking for a second into his eyes, "this is very flattering to me, and I am much touched. I can assure you I had no idea that my friend had become a—" and Ellen hesitated, and even blushed, as she murmured the word "lover. I think that perhaps it would be best if I considered your offer for a while, in order that I may make perfectly sure of the state of my own feelings, before I allow myself to say words which would be absolutely irrevocable, since were I once to pledge myself—" and she ceased, overcome. "Oh, pray don't take time to consider," said Edward. "I know what that means. You will think better of it, and tell me tomorrow that you can only be a sister to me, or something of the sort." Ellen looked at him a while, then said, "Do you really understand what you ask of me, and mean all you say?" "Why, of course I do, Ellen. I am not an idiot. What do you suppose I should mean, if it is not that I want you to marry me?" "Then, Edward," she whispered, "I will say yes, now and for always. I will be your wife." "Well, that's all right," answered Edward, wiping his brow with his pocket-handkerchief. "Why couldn't you tell me so at first, dear? It would have spared me a great deal of agitation." Then it occurred to him that further demonstrations were usual on these occasions, and dropping the handkerchief, he made a somewhat clumsy effort to embrace her. But Ellen was not yet prepared to be kissed by Mr. Mulwood. She felt that these amatory proceedings would require a good deal of leading up to, so far as she was concerned. "No, no," she murmured, "not now and here. I am upset." And withdrawing her cheek, she gave him her hand to kiss. It struck Edward that this was a somewhat poor substitute, more especially as she was wearing dogskin gloves, whereon he must press his ardent lips. However, he made the best of it, and even repeated the salute, when a sound caused him to look up. Now the scene of this passionate encounter was in a lane that ran from the main road to the coast. Moreover, it was badly chosen, for within 3 paces of it the lane turned sharply to the right. Down this path, still wrapped in silence, came Henry and Emma, and as Edward was in the act of kissing Ellen's hand, they turned the corner. Emma was the first to perceive them. "Oh!" she exclaimed with a start. Then Henry saw. "What the deuce!" he said. Ellen took in the situation at a glance. It was discomposing, even to a person of her considerable nerve, but she felt that on the whole nothing could have happened more opportunely. Recovering themselves, Henry and Emma were beginning to advance again, as though they had seen nothing, when Ellen whispered hurriedly to her fiancé, "You must explain to my brother at once." "All right," said Edward. "I say, Graves, I dare say you were surprised when you saw me kissing Ellen's hand, weren't you?" "Yes, Mr. Mulwood, I was surprised." "Well, you won't be any more when I tell you that we are engaged to be married." "Forgive me," said Henry somewhat icily. "I am still surprised." And in his heart he added, "How could Ellen do it? How could she do it?" Guessing what was passing in his mind, his sister looked at him warningly, and at that moment Emma began to murmur some confused congratulations. Then they set out homewards. Presently Ellen, who was a person of decision, and thought that she had better make the position clear without delay, managed to attach herself to her brother, leaving the other 2 to walk ahead out of hearing, much to their mutual disgust. "You have not congratulated me, Henry," she said in a steady voice. "Congratulated you, Ellen? Good Lord! How can I congratulate you?" "And why not, pray? There is nothing against Mr. Mulwood that I have ever heard of. His character is irreproachable, and his past has never been tarnished by any excesses, which is more than can be said of many men. He is well born, and he has considerable means." "Very considerable, I understand," interrupted Henry. "And lastly, he has a most sincere regard of me, as I have for him, and it was dear Reginald's greatest wish that this should come about. Now may I ask you why I am not to be congratulated?" "Well, if you want to know, because I think him insufferable. I cannot make out how a lady like yourself can marry such a man just for—" and he stopped in time. By this time Ellen was seriously angry, and it must be admitted, not altogether without cause. "Really, my dear Henry," she said in her most bitter tones, "I am by no means sure that the epithet which you are so good as to apply to Mr. Mulwood would not be more suitable to yourself. You always were impossible, Henry. You see, I imitate your frankness, and certainly your manners and temper have not improved at sea. Please let us come to an understanding once and for all. I mean to marry Mr. Mulwood, and if by chance any action or words of yours should cause that marriage to fall through, I will never forgive you. On reflection, you must admit that this is purely my own affair. Moreover, you are aware of the circumstances of our family, which by this prudent and proper alliance I, at any rate, propose to do my best to improve." Henry looked at his stately and handsome sister, and the cold anger that was written on her face, and thought to himself, "On the whole, I am sorry for Mulwood, who, whatever his failings may be, is probably an honest man in his way." But to Ellen he said, "I apologize. In nautical language, I come up all I have said. You are quite right. I am a bear. I have often thought so myself, and my temper, which was never of the best, has been made much worse by all that I have seen and learned since I returned home, and because I am forced by duty to leave my profession. You must make allowances for me, and put up with it, and I for my part will do my best to cultivate a better frame of mind. And now, Ellen, I offer you my warm congratulations on your engagement. You are of an age to judge for yourself, and doubtless, as you say, you know your own business. I hope that you may be happy, and of course I need hardly add, even if my prejudice makes him uncongenial to me, that I shall do my best to be friendly with Mr. Mulwood, and to say nothing that can cause him to think he is not welcome in our family." Ellen heard and smiled. Once more she had triumphed. Yet, while the smile was on her face, a sadness crept into her heart, which, if it was hard and worldly, was not really bad. Feeling, as she did, that this bitterly polite speech of her brother's had shut an iron door between them, which could never be reopened. The door was shut, and behind her were the affectionate memories of childhood, and many a loving delusion of her youth. Before her lay wealth and pride of place, and every luxury, but not a grain of love, unless indeed she should be so happy as to find the affection whereof death and the other circumstances of her life and character had deprived her, in the hearts of children yet to be. From her intended husband, be it noted, when custom had outworn his passion and admiration for her, she did not expect love, even in this hour of her engagement, and if it were forthcoming, she knew that from him it would not satisfy her. Well, she knew also, if she had done with love and other illusions, that she had chosen the better part according to her philosophy. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Elroy. 2 conversations. On arriving at the hall, Ellen went at once to her mother's room, while Edward retired to the library, where he was informed that Sir Reginald was to be found. Lady Graves received the news of her daughter's engagement kindly, but without emotion. Since her son's death, nothing seemed to move her. Sir Reginald was more expansive. When Edward told him that he was engaged to Ellen, he took his hand and shook it warmly. Not, indeed, that he had any especial affection for that young man, whose tone and manners did not chime in with his old-fashioned ideas of gentlemanly demeanour, but because he knew his wealth to be large, and rejoiced at the prospect of an alliance that would strengthen the tottering fortunes of his family. Edward had always been a little afraid of Sir Reginald, whose stately and distant courtesy oppressed him, and this fear or respect stood the older man in good stead on the present occasion. It enabled him even to explain that Ellen would inherit little with as much dignity as though he were announcing that she had 10,000 a year in her own right, and, striking while the iron was hot, to extract a statement as to settlements. Edward mentioned a sum that was liberal enough, but by a happy inspiration Sir Reginald hummed and hawed before making any answer, whereupon, fearing opposition to his suit, his would-be son-in-law corrected himself, adding to the amount he proposed to put into settlement a very handsome rent charge on his real property in the event of his predeceasing Ellen. "Yes, yes," said Sir Reginald, "I think your amended proposal proper and even generous. But I am no business man. If I had been, things would be very different with me now. And my head for figures is so shockingly bad that perhaps you will not mind jotting down what you suggest on a piece of paper, so that I can think it over at my leisure and submit it to my lawyers. And then, will it be too much trouble to ask you to find Ellen, as I should like to congratulate her?" "Shall I go at once? I can do the writing afterwards," suggested Edward, with an instinctive shrinking from the cold record of pen and ink. "No, no," answered the old gentleman testily. "These money matters always worry me," which was true enough, "and I want to be done with them." So Edward wrote first and went afterwards, albeit not without qualms. The sight of his lawyer's face when he explained to him the terms of settlement on his intended marriage, that he himself had propounded in black and white, amply justified his doubts. I never," said the man of law. "They must know their way about at Rosham Hall. However, as you have put it in writing, you cannot get out of it now. But perhaps, Mr. Millward, next time you wish to make proposals of settlement on an almost penniless lady, you will consult me first." That night there was more outward show of conviviality in the cold hall dining-room than there had been for many a day. Everybody drank champagne, and all the gentlemen made speeches with the exception of Henry, who contented himself with wishing health and happiness to Edward and his sister. "You see," Mr. Levenger whispered to him in the drawing-room, "I did well to caution you to be patient with the foibles of your future brother-in-law, and I was not far out in a surmise that at the time you may have thought impertinent." Henry shrugged his shoulders and made no answer. After dinner, Lady Graves, who always retired early, vanished to her room. Sir Reginald and Mr. Levenger went to the library, and Henry, after wandering disconsolately for a while about the great drawing-room, in a distant corner of which the engaged couple were carrying on a tete-a-tete, betook himself to the conservatory. Here he chanced upon Emma. Tonight she was dressed in white, wearing pearls upon her slender neck, and seated alone upon a bench in the moonlight, for the conservatory was not otherwise illuminated. She looked more like a spirit than a woman. Indeed, to Henry, who came upon her unobserved, this appearance was much heightened by a curious and accidental contrast. Immediately behind Emma was a life-sized marble replica of one of the most beautiful of the statues known to ancient art. There above this pale and spiritual maiden, with outstretched arms and alluring lips, stood the image of Aphrodite, triumphing in her perfect nakedness. Henry looked from one to the other, speculating as to which was the more lovely of these types of the spirit and the flesh. Supposing, he thought to himself, that a man were obliged to take his choice between them, I wonder which he would choose, and which would bring him the greater happiness. For the matter of that, I wonder which I should choose myself. To make a perfect woman, the two should be merged. Then he came forward, smiling at his speculation, and little knowing that before all was done, this very choice would be forced upon him. I hope that I am not disturbing you, Miss Levenger, he said, but to tell you the truth, I fled here for refuge, the drawing-room being engaged. Emma started, and seeing who it was, said, Yes, I thought so too. That is why I came away. I suppose that you are very much pleased, Captain Graves. What pleases others pleases me, he answered grimly. I am not going to marry Mr. Millward. Why don't you like him? She asked. I never said I did not like him. I have no doubt that he is very well, but he is not quite the sort of man with whom I have been accustomed to associate. That is all. Well, I suppose that I ought not to say it, but I do not admire him either. Not because he was rude to me last night, but because he seems so coarse. I dislike what is coarse. Do you? Life itself is coarse, and I fancy that a certain amount of that quality is necessary to happiness in the world. After all, the flesh rules here, and not the spirit. And again he looked first at the marble Aphrodite, then at the girl beneath it. We are born of the flesh. We are flesh, and all our affections and instincts partake of it. I do not agree with you at all, Emma answered with some warmth. We are born of the spirit. That is the reality. The flesh is only an accident, if a necessary accident. When we allow it to master us, then our troubles begin. Perhaps, but it is rather a pervading accident for many of us. In short, it makes up our world, and we cannot escape it. While we are of it, the most refined among us must follow its routine, more or less. A day may come when that routine will be different, and our desires, aims, and objects will vary with it. But it is not here or now. Everything has its season, Miss Levenger, and it is useless to try to escape from the facts of life, for at last in one shape or another they overtake us, who, strive as we may, can very rarely defy our natures. Emma made no answer, though she did not look convinced, and for a while they remained silent. My father tells me that you are coming to see us, she said at last. Yes, he kindly asked me. Do you wish me to come? Of course I do, she answered, colouring faintly. It will be a great change to see a stranger staying at Monk's Lodge. But I am afraid that you will find it very dull. We are quite alone at this time of the year. There is nothing on earth to do, unless you like bird nesting. There are plenty of wild fowl about, and I have rather a good collection of eggs. Oh, I have no doubt that I shall amuse myself, he answered. Don't you think that we had better be going back? They must have had enough of each other by this time. Making no answer, Emma rose and walked across the conservatory, Henry following her. At the door, acting on a sudden impulse, she stopped suddenly and said, You do really mean to come to Monk's Lodge, do you not, Captain Graves? And she looked up into his face. If you wish it, he answered in a low voice. I have said that I do wish it, she replied, and turning led the way into the drawing-room. Meanwhile, another conversation had taken place in the library, where Sir Reginald and Mr. Levenger were seated. I think that you are to be very much congratulated on this engagement, Graves, said his companion. Of course the young man is not perfect. He has faults, and obvious ones, but your daughter knows what she is about, and understands him, and altogether in the present state of affairs, it is a great thing for you. Not for me, not for me, answered Reginald sadly. I seem to have neither interests nor energies left, and so far as I am concerned, literally, I care for nothing. I have lived my life, Levenger, and I am fading away. That last blow of poor Reginald's death has killed me, although I do not die at once. The only earthly desire which remains to me is to provide, if possible, for the welfare of my family. In furtherance of that end, this afternoon I condescended even to get the best possible terms of settlement out of young Millward. 20 years ago I should have been ashamed to do such a thing, but age and poverty have hardened me. Besides, I know my man. He blows hot today. A month hence he may blow cold, and as it is quite on the cards that he and Ellen will not pull together very well in married life, and I have nothing to leave her, I am anxious that she should be properly provided for. By the way, have you spoken to Henry about these mortgages? Yes, I explained the position to him on Saturday night. It seemed to upset him a good deal. I don't wonder at it, I am sure. You have behaved very kindly in this matter, Levenger. Had it been in anybody else's hands, I suppose that we should all have been in the workhouse by now. But frankly, I don't see the end of it. The money is not yours, it is your daughter's fortune, or the greater part of it, and you can't go on being generous with other people's fortunes. As it is, she stands to lose heavily on the investment, and the property is sinking in value every day. It is very well to talk of our old friendship, and of your gratitude to me. Perhaps you should be grateful, and no doubt I have pulled you out of some nasty scrapes in bygone days, when you were the honourable— Don't mention the name, Graves, said Levenger, striking his stick fiercely on the floor. That man is dead. Never mention his name again to me or to anybody else. As you like, answered Sir Reginald, smiling. I was only going to repeat that you cannot continue to be grateful on your daughter's money. And if you take your remedy, Rosham must go to the hammer after all these generations. I shall be dead first, but it breaks my heart to think of it. And the old man covered his face with his thin hand and groaned aloud. Don't distress yourself, Graves, said Levenger gently. I have hinted to you before that there is a possible way of escape. You mean if Henry were to take a fancy to your daughter, and she were to reciprocate it? Yes, that is what I meant. And why shouldn't they? So far as Emma is concerned, the matter is already done. I am convinced of it. She was much struck with your son when she was here nearly 2 years ago, and has often spoken of him since. Emma has no secrets from me, and her mind is clear as a glass. It is easy to read what is passing there. I do not say that she has thought of marrying Henry, but she is attached to him, and admires him and his character, which shows her sense, for he is a fine fellow. a far finer fellow than any of you give him credit for. And on his side, why shouldn't he take to her? It is true that her mother's origin was humble, though she was a much more refined woman than people guessed, and that I, her father, am a man under a cloud, and deservedly. But what of that? The mother is dead, and alas, my life is not a good one, so that very soon her forebears will be forgotten. For the rest, she is a considerable, if not a large, heiress. There should be a matter of at least £15,000 to come to her, besides the mortgages on this place, and real property as well. In her own way, to my mind at any rate, she is beautiful, and there never lived a sweeter, purer, or more holy-minded woman. If your son were married to her, within a year he would worship the ground she trod on. Why shouldn't it come about then? I don't know, except that things which are very suitable and very much arranged have a way of falling through. Your daughter Emma is all you say, though perhaps a little too unearthly. She strikes me as rather ghost-like, that is, compared with the girls of my young days, though I understand this sort of thing has become the fashion. The chief obstacle that I fear, however, is Henry himself. He is a very queer-grained man, and as likely as not the knowledge that this marriage is necessary to our salvation will cause him to refuse to have anything to do with it. For his own sake I hope that it may not be so, answered Levenger, with some approach to passion. For if it is, I tell you fairly that I shall let matters take their course. Emma will either come into possession of this property as the future Lady Graves, or as Miss Levenger, and it is for your son to choose which he prefers. Yes, yes, I understand all that. What I do not understand, Levenger, is why you should be so desperately anxious for this particular marriage. There are plenty of better matches for Emma than my son Henry. We are such old friends. I do not mind telling you, I have not the slightest doubt, but that you have some secret reason. It seems to me, I know you won't mind me saying it, that you carry the curious double-sidedness of your nature into every detail of life. You cannot be anything holy. There is always a reservation about you. Thus, when you seem to be thoroughly bad, there was a reservation of good in you. And now, when you appear to be the most righteous man in the county, I sometimes think that there is still a considerable leaven of the other thing. Mr. Levenger smiled and shrugged his shoulders, but he did not take offence at these remarks. That he refrained from doing so showed the peculiar terms on which the two men were, terms born of intimate knowledge and long association. Most people have more reasons for desiring a thing than they choose to publish on the housetops' graves. But I don't see why you should seek for secret motives here, when there are so many that are obvious. You happen to be the only friend I have in the world. It is therefore natural that I should wish to see my daughter married to your son, and for the same reason I desire that your family, which has been part and parcel of the countryside for hundreds of years, should be saved from ruin. Further, I have taken a greater liking to Henry than to any man I have met for many a long day, and I know that Emma would love him and be happy with him, whereas, did she marry elsewhere, with her unusual temperament, she might be very unhappy. Also, the match would be a good one for her, which weighs with me a great deal. Your son may never be rich, but he has done well in his profession. He is the inheritor of an ancient name, and he will be a baronet. As you know, my career has been a failure, and more than a failure. Very probably my child will never even know who I really am, but that she is the granddaughter of a Bradmouth smack owner is patent to everybody. I am anxious that all this should be forgotten and covered up by an honourable marriage. I am anxious, after being slighted and neglected, that she should start afresh in a position in which she can hold her head as high as any lady in the county. And I do not think that in my case this is an unnatural or exorbitant ambition. Finally, it is my desire, the most earnest desire of my life, and I mean to live to see it accomplished. Now have I given you reason enough? Plenty, and very good ones too. But I still think that you have another and better in the background. Well, for my part, I shall only be too thankful if this can be brought about. It would be a fair marriage also, for such disadvantages as there are seem to be very equally divided. And I like your daughter, Levenger. She is a sweet girl and interesting, even if she is old Will Johnson's granddaughter. Now I must be off and say something civil to my future son-in-law before he goes. And rising with something of an effort, Sir Reginald left the room. Graves is breaking up, but he is still shrewd, said Mr. Levenger to himself, gazing after him with his piercing eyes. As usual, he put his finger on the weak spot. Now if he knew my last and best reason for wishing to see Emma married to his son, I wonder what he would do. Shrug his shoulders and say nothing, I expect. Beggars cannot be choosers, and bankrupts are not likely to be very particular. Poor old friend, I am sorry for him. Well, he shall spend his last days in peace if I can manage it. That is, unless Henry proves himself an obstinate fool, as it is possible he may. Next morning Mr. Levenger and his daughter returned to Monk's Lodge, but before they went it was settled that Henry was to visit them some 3 weeks later, on the 10th of June, that date being convenient to all concerned. On the following day Henry went to London for a week, to arrange about a little pension to which he was entitled, and other matters. This visit did not improve his spirits, for in the course of his final attendances at the Admiralty, he discovered for the first time how well he was thought of there, and that he had been looked on as a man destined to rise in the service. "Pity that you made up your mind to go, Captain Graves. Great pity," said one of the head officials to him. "I always thought that I should see you an admiral one day, if I lived long enough. We had several good marks against your name here, I can tell you. However, it is too late to talk of all this now, and I dare say that you will be better off as a baronet, with a big estate, than banging about the world in an ironclad, with a chance of being shot or drowned. You are too good a man to be lost, if you will allow me to say so. And now that you are off the active list, you must go into Parliament, and try to help us there." "By heavens, sir," answered Henry with warmth, "I'd rather be a captain of an ironclad in the Channel Fleet than a baronet with 20,000 a year, though now I have no chance of either. But we can't always please ourselves in this world. Goodbye." And turning abruptly, he left the room. "I wonder why that fellow went," mused the officer as the door closed. "For a young man, he was as good a sailor as there is in the service, and he really might have got on. Private affairs, I suppose. Well, it can't be helped, and there are plenty ready to step into his shoes." Henry returned to Rosham very much depressed, nor did he find the atmosphere of that establishment conducive to lightness of heart. Putting aside his personal regrets at leaving the Navy, there was much to sadden him. First and foremost came financial trouble, which by now had reached an acute stage, for it was difficult to find ready money wherewith to carry on the ordinary expenses of the house. Then his mother's woeful face oppressed him, as she went about mourning for the dead, mourning also for their fallen fortunes, and his father's failing health gave great reason for anxiety. Furthermore, though here he knew that he had no just cause of complaint. The constant presence of Edward Millward irritated him to a degree that he could not conceal. In vain did he try to like this young man, or even to make it appear that he liked him. His efforts were a failure, and he felt that Ellen, with whom otherwise he remained on good, though not on cordial terms, resented this fact, as he on his part resented the continual false pretences, or rather the subterfuges and suppressions of the truth, in which she indulged, in order to keep from her fiancé a knowledge of the real estate of the Rusham affairs. These arts exasperated Henry's pride to an extent almost unbearable, and Ellen knew that it was so, but not on this account would she desist from them. For she knew also the vulgar nature of her lover, and feared, perhaps not without reason, lest he should learn how great were their distresses, and how complete was the ruin which overshadowed them, and break off an engagement that was to connect him with a bankrupt and discredited family. In the midst of these and other worries, the time passed heavily enough, till at length that day arrived on which Henry was engaged to visit Monk's Lodge. Already he had received a note from Emma Levenger, writing on behalf of her father, to remind him of his promise. It was a prettily expressed note, written in a delicate and beautiful hand, and he answered it, saying that he proposed to send his portmanteau by train, and to ride over to Monk's Lodge, arriving there in time for dinner. Henry had not thought much of Emma during the last week or two, or, if he had thought of her, it was in an impersonal way, as part of a sordid problem with which he found himself called upon to cope. At no time was he much given to allow his mind to run upon the fascinations of any woman, and, charming and original as this lady might be, he was not in a mood just now to contemplate her from the standpoint of romance. None the less, however, was he glad of the opportunity which this visit gave him to escape for a while from Rosham, even if he could not leave his anxieties behind him. He had no further conversation with Ellen upon the subject of Emma. The terms upon which they stood implied a mutual truce from interference in each other's affairs. His father, however, did say a word to him when he went to bid him good-bye. He found the old man in bed, for now he did not rise till lunch-time. "Good-bye, my boy," he said. "So, you are going to Monk's Lodge. Well, it will be a pleasant change for you. Old Levenger is a queer fish, and in some ways not altogether to be trusted, as I have known for many a year. But he has lots of good in him, and to my mind his daughter is charming. Ah, Henry, I wish, without doing violence to your own feelings, that you could manage to take a fancy to this girl. There, I will say no more. You know what I mean." "I know, father," answered Henry, "and I will do my best to fall in with your views. But all the same, however charming she may be, it is a little hard on me that I should be brought down to this necessity." Then he rode away, and in due course reached the ruins of Ramborough Abbey. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. Mutual Admiration. That Henry and Joan were left lying for so many hours among the graves of Ramborough Abbey is not greatly to be wondered at, since before he had ridden half a mile, Master Willie Hood's peculiar method of horsemanship resulted in frightening the cob so much that for the first time in its peaceful career it took the bit between its teeth and bolted. For a mile or more it galloped on at right angles to the path, while Willie clung to its mane, screaming "Whoa!" at the top of his voice, and the seabirds' eggs with which his pockets were filled, now smashed into a filthy mass, trickled in yellow streams down the steed's panting sides. At length the end came. Arriving at a fence, the cob stopped suddenly, and Willie pitched over its head into a bramble bush. By the time that he had extricated himself, unharmed but very much frightened and bleeding from a dozen scratches, the horse was standing 500 yards away, snorting and staring round in an excited manner. Willie, who was a determined youth, set to work to catch it. Into the details of the pursuit we need not enter. Suffice it to say that the sun had set before he succeeded in his enterprise. Mount it again he could not, for the saddle had twisted and one stirrup was lost. Nor would he have done so if he could. Therefore he determined to walk into Bradmouth, whither, after many halts and adventures, he arrived about 10 o'clock, leading the unwilling animal by the rein. Now Willie, although exceedingly weary and somewhat shaken, was a boy of his word. So, still leading the horse, he proceeded straight to the residence of Dr. Childs and rang the bell. "I want the doctor, please, miss," he said to the servant girl who answered it. "My gracious, you look as if you did," remarked that young lady, surveying his bleeding countenance. "'Tain't for myself, silly," he replied. "You ask the doctor to step out, for I don't trust this here horse to you or anybody. He's run away once, and I don't want no more of that there game." The girl complied, laughing, and presently Dr. Childs, a middle-aged man with a quiet manner, appeared and asked what was the matter. "Please, sir, there's a gentleman fallen off Ramborough Tower and broken his leg, and Joan Haste, she's with him, and she's all bloody too, though I don't know what she's broken. I was to ask you to go and fetch him with a shutter, and to take things along to tie him up with." "When did he fall, and what is his name, my boy?" asked the doctor. "I don't know when he fell, sir, but I saw Joan Haste about 6 o'clock time. Since then I've been getting here with this here horse, and I wish that I'd stuck to my legs, for all the help he's been to me, the great idle brute. I'd rather wheel a barrow of bricks nor pull him along behind me. Oh, the name? She said it was Captain Graves of Rosham. That was what I was to tell her aunt." "Captain Graves of Rosham," said Dr. Childs to himself. "Why, I heard Mr. Levenger say that he was coming to stay with him today." Then he went into the house, and 10 minutes later he was on his way to Ramborough in a dog-cart, followed by some men with a stretcher. On reaching the ruined abbey, the doctor stood up and looked round, but although the moon was bright, he could see no one. He called aloud, and presently heard a faint voice answering him. Leaving the cart in charge of his groom, he followed the direction of the sound till he came to the foot of the tower. Here, beneath the shadow of the spiked tomb, clasping the senseless body of a man in her arms, he found a woman, Joan Haste, whose white dress was smirched with blood, and who, to all appearance, had but just awakened from a faint. Very feebly, for she was quite exhausted, she explained what had happened, and, without more words, the doctor set to work. "It's a baddish fracture," he said presently. "Lucky that the poor fellow is insensible." In a quarter of an hour he had done all that could be done there and in that light, and by this time the men who were following with the stretcher were seen arriving in another cart. Very gently they lifted Henry, who was still unconscious, on to the stretcher, and set out upon the long trudge back to Bradmouth, Dr. Childs walking by their side. Meanwhile, Joan was placed in the dog-cart and driven forward by the coachman to see that every possible preparation was made at the Crown and Mitre, whither it was rapidly decided that the injured man must be taken, for it was the only inn at Bradmouth, and the doctor had no place for him in his own house. At length they arrived, and Henry, who by now was recovering consciousness, was carried into Joan's room, an ancient oak-panelled apartment on the ground floor. Once this room served as the justice chamber of the monks, for what was now the Crown and Mitre had been their lock-up and place of assize, when, under royal charter, they exercised legal rights over the inhabitants of Bradmouth. There the doctor and his assistant, who had returned from visiting some case in the country, began the work of settling Henry's broken leg, aided by Mrs. Gillingwater, Joan's aunt, a hard-featured, stout, and capable-looking woman of middle age. At length the task was completed, and Henry was sent to sleep under the influence of a powerful narcotic. "And now, sir," said Mrs. Gillingwater, as Dr. Childs surveyed his patient with a certain grave satisfaction, for he felt he had done very well by a very difficult bit of surgery, "if you have a minute or two to spare, I think that you might give Joan a look. She's got a nasty hole in her shoulder, and seems shaken and queer." Then she led the way across the passage to a little room that in the monastic days had served as a cell, but now was dedicated to the use of Mr. Gillingwater whenever his wife considered him too tipsy to be allowed to share the marital chamber. Here Joan was lying on a truckle bed, in a half-fainting condition, while near her, waving a lighted candle to and fro over her prostrate form, stood Mr. Gillingwater, a long, thin-faced man with a weak mouth, who evidently had taken advantage of the general confusion to help himself to the gin bottle. "Oh, poor dear, poor dear! Ain't it sad to see her dead?" he said in maudlin tones, dropping the hot grease from the candle upon the face of the defenceless Joan. "And she, what she looks a real lady. Oh, ain't it sad to see her dead?" And he wept aloud. "Get out, you drunken sot, will you?" exclaimed his wife with savage energy. "Do you want to set the place on fire?" And snatching the candle from Mr. Gillingwater's hand, she pushed him through the open door so vigorously that he fell in a heap in the passage. Then she turned to Dr. Childs and said, "I beg your pardon, sir, but there's only one way to deal with him when he's on the drink." The doctor smiled and began to examine Joan's shoulder. "It is nothing serious," he said when he had washed the wound, "unless the rust from the spike should give some trouble in the healing. Had it been lower down, it would have been another matter, for the lung might have been pierced. As it is, with a little antiseptic ointment and a sleeping draught, I think that your niece will be in a fair way to recovery by tomorrow morning, if she has not caught cold on that damp grass." "However did she come by this, sir?" asked Mrs. Gillingwater. "I understand that Captain Graves climbed the tower to get some young jackdaws. He fell, and she tried to catch him in her arms, but of course was knocked backwards." "She always was a good plucked one, was Joan," said Mrs. Gillingwater, with a certain reluctant pride. "Well, if no harm comes of it, she has brought us a bit of custom this time anyhow, and when we want it bad enough. The captain is likely to be laid up here some weeks, ain't he, sir?" "For a good many weeks, I fear, Mrs. Gillingwater, even if things go well with him." "Is he in any danger, then?" "There is always some danger to a middle-aged man in such a case. It is possible that he may lose his leg, and that is a serious matter." "Lord, and all to get her young jackdaws. You have something to answer for, miss, you have," soliloquized Mrs. Gillingwater aloud, adding by way of explanation as they reached the passage, "She's an unlucky girl, Joan is, for all her good looks. Always making trouble, like her mother before her. I suppose it is in the blood." Leaving his assistant in charge, Dr. Childs returned home, for he had another case to visit that night. Next morning he wrote 2 notes, one to Sir Reginald Graves and one to Mr. Levinger, both of whom were patients of his, acquainting them with what had occurred in language as little alarming as possible. Having dispatched these letters by special messengers, he walked to the Crown and Mitre. As he had anticipated, except for the pain of the wound in her shoulder, Joan was almost herself again. She had not caught cold, the puncture looked healthy, and already her vigorous young system was shaking off the effects of her shock and distress of mind. Henry also seemed to be progressing as favorably as could be expected, but it was deemed advisable to keep him under the influence of opiates for the present. "I suppose we had better send for a trained nurse," said the doctor. "If I telegraph to London, we could have one down by the evening." "If you do, sir, I am sure I don't know where she's to sleep," answered Mrs. Gillingwater. "There isn't a hole or corner here unless Joan turns out of the little back room, and then there is nowhere for her to go. Can't I manage for the present, sir, with Joan to help? I've had a lot to do with sick folk of all sorts in my day, worse luck, and some knack of dealing with 'em too, they tell me. Many and many's the eyes that I have shut for the last time. Then it isn't as though you was far off neither. You or Mr. Salter can always be in and out if you are wanted." "Well," said the doctor after reflecting, "we will let the question stand over for the present, and see how the case goes on." He knew Mrs. Gillingwater to be a capable and resourceful woman, and one who did not easily tire, for he had had to do with her in numerous maternity cases, where she acted the part of sage femme with an address that had won her a local reputation. About 12 o'clock a message came to him to say that Lady Graves and Mr. Levenger were at the inn and would be glad to speak to him. He found them in the little bar parlour, and Emma Levenger with them, looking even paler than her wont. "Oh, doctor, how is my poor son?" said Lady Graves, in a shaken voice. "Mrs. Gillingwater says that I may not see him until I have asked you. I was in bed this morning and not very well when your note came, but Ellen had gone over to Upcott, and of course Sir Reginald could not drive so far, so I got up and came at once." And she paused, glancing at him anxiously. "I think that you would have done better to stop where you were, Lady Graves, for you are not looking very grand," answered Dr. Childs. "I thought, of course, that your daughter would come." "Well, it is a bad double fracture, and unluckily Captain Graves was left exposed for some hours after the accident, but at present he seems to be going on as well as possible. That is all I can say." "How did it happen?" asked Mr. Levenger. "Joan Haste can tell you better than I can," the doctor answered. "She is up, for I saw her standing in the passage. I will call her." At the mention of Joan's name, Mr. Levenger's face underwent a singular contraction that, quick as it was, did not escape the doctor's observant eye. Indeed, he made a deprecatory movement with his hand, as though he were about to negative the idea of her being brought before them. Then, hearing Lady Graves murmured, "By all means," he seemed to change his mind suddenly and said nothing. Dr. Childs opened the door and called Joan, and presently she stood before them. Her face was very pale, her under lip was a little cut, her right hand rested in a sling on the bosom of her simple brown dress, but her very pallor and the anxiety in her dark eyes made her beauty the more remarkable, by touching it with an added refinement. Joan bowed to Mr. Levenger, who acknowledged her salute with a nod, and curtsied to Lady Graves. Then she opened her lips to speak, when her eyes met those of Emma Levenger, and she remained silent. The two women had seen each other before. In childhood they had even spoken together, though rarely, but since they were grown up they had never come thus face to face, and now it seemed that each of them found a curious fascination in the other. It was of Emma Levenger, Joan remembered, that Captain Graves had spoken on the previous night, when his mind began to wander after the accident, and though she scarcely knew why, this gave her a fresh interest in Joan's eyes. Why had his thoughts flown to her so soon as his mental balance was destroyed? She wondered. Was he in love with her, or engaged to be married to her? It was possible, for she had heard that he was on his way to stay at Monk's Lodge, where they never saw any company. Joan had made up her mind, with considerable perspicuity, that there was something of the sort in the air, when she remembered, with a sudden flush of pleasure, that Captain Graves had spoken of herself also yonder in the churchyard, and in singularly flattering terms, which seemed to negative the idea that the fact of a person speaking of another person, when under the influence of delirium, necessarily implied the existence of affection, or even of intimacy, between them. Still, thought Joan, it would not be wonderful if he did love Miss Levenger. Surely that sweet and spiritual face and those solemn grey eyes were such as any man might love. But if Joan was impressed with Emma, Emma was equally impressed with Joan, for in that instant of the meeting of their gaze, the thought came to her that she had never before seen so physically perfect a specimen of womanhood. Although Emma could theorize against the material, and describe beauty as an accident, and therefore a thing to be despised, she was too honest not to confess to herself her admiration for such an example of it as Joan afforded. This was the girl whose bravery, so she was told, had saved Captain Graves from almost certain death. And looking at her, Emma felt a pang of envy as she compared her health and shape with her own delicacy and slight proportions. Indeed, there was something more than envy in her mind, something that, if it was not jealousy, at least partook of it. Of late Emma's thoughts had centered themselves a great deal round Captain Graves, and she was envious of this lovely village girl with whom, in some unknown way, he had become acquainted, and whose good fortune it had been to be able to protect him from the worst effects of his dreadful accident. At that moment a warning voice seemed to speak in Emma's heart, telling her that this woman would not readily let go the man whom fate had brought to her, that she would cling to him indeed as closely as though he were her life. It had nothing to do with her, at any rate as yet. Still Emma grew terribly afraid as the thought went home, afraid with a strange, impalpable fear she knew not of what. At least she trembled, and her eyes swam, and she wished in her heart that she had never seen Joan Haste, that they might live henceforth at different ends of the world, that she might never see her again. All this flashed through the minds of the two girls in one short second. The next, Emma's terror, for it may fitly be so called, had come and gone, and Lady Graves was speaking. "Good day, Joan Haste," she said kindly. "I understand that you were with my son at the time of his shocking accident. Will you tell us how it came about?" "Oh, my lady," answered Joan with agitation, "it was all my fault. At least, in a way it was, though I am sure I never meant that he should be so foolish as to try and climb the tower." And in a simple, straightforward fashion, she went on to relate what had occurred, saying as little as possible, however, about her own share in the adventure. "Thank you," said Lady Graves when Joan had finished. "You seem to have behaved very bravely, and I fear that you are a good deal hurt. I hope you will soon be well again. And now, Dr. Childs, do you think that I might see Henry for a little?" "Well, perhaps for a minute or two, if you will keep as quiet as possible," he answered, and led the way to the sick room. By this time the effects of the sleeping draughts had passed off, and when his mother entered, Henry was wide awake and talking to Mrs. Gillingwater. He knew her step at once, and addressed her in a cheery voice, trying to conceal the pain which racked him. "How do you do, mother?" he said. "You find me in a queer way, but better off than I ever expected to be again when I was hanging against the face of that tower. It is very good of you to come to see me, and I hope that the news of my mishap has not upset my father." "My poor boy," said Lady Graves, bending over him and kissing him, "I am afraid that you must suffer a great deal of pain." "Nothing to speak of," he answered, "but I am pretty well smashed up, and expect that I shall be on my back here for some weeks. Queer old place, isn't it? This good lady tells me that it is her niece's room. It's a very jolly one, anyhow. Just look at the oak paneling and that old mantelpiece. By the way, I hope that Miss Joan, I think that she said her name was Joan, is not much hurt. She is a brave girl, I can tell you, mother. Had it not been that she caught me when I fell, I must have gone face first onto that spiked tomb, and then—" "Had it not been for her, you would never have climbed to the tower," answered Lady Graves with a shudder. "I can't think what induced you to be so foolish at your age, my dear boy." "I think it was because she is so pretty, and I wanted to oblige her," he answered, with the candor of a mind excited by suffering. "I say, I hope that somebody has written to the Levengers, or they will be wondering what on earth has become of me." "Yes, yes, dear, they are here, and everything has been explained to them." "Oh, indeed. Make them my excuses, will you? When I am a bit better, I should like to see them, but I don't feel quite up to it just now." Henry made this last remark in a weaker voice, and taking the hint, Dr. Childs touched Lady Graves on the shoulder and nodded towards the door. "Well, dear, I must be going," said his mother, "but Ellen and I will come over tomorrow to see how you are getting on. By the way, should you like us to send for a trained nurse to look after you?" "Most certainly not," Henry answered with vigor. "I hate the sight of hospital nurses. They always remind me of Haslar, where I was laid up with jaundice. There are 2 doctors and this good lady taking care of me here, and if that isn't enough for me, nothing will be." "Well, dear, we will see how you get on," said his mother doubtfully. Then she kissed him and went, but the doctor stopped behind, and having taken his patient's temperature, ordered him another sleeping draught. So soon as Lady Graves had left the parlour, Joan followed her example, murmuring with truth that she felt a little faint. "What a beautiful girl, father," said Emma to Mr. Levenger. "Who is she? Somebody said the other day that there was a mystery about her." "How on earth should I know?" he answered. "She is Mrs. Gillingwater's niece, and I believe that her parents are dead. That is the only mystery I ever heard." "I think that there must be something odd all the same," said Emma. "If you notice, her manners are quite different from those of most village girls, and she speaks almost like a lady." "Been educated above her station in life, I fancy," her father answered snappishly. "That is the way girls of this kind are ruined, and taught to believe that nothing in their own surroundings is good enough for them. Anyhow, she has led poor Graves into this mess, for which I shall not forgive her in a hurry." "At least she did her best to save him, and at great risk to herself," said Emma gently. "I don't see what more she could have done." "That's woman's logic all over," replied the father. First, get a man who is worth two of you into some terrible scrape, physical or otherwise, then do your best to save him, and pose as a heroine. It would be kinder to leave him alone altogether in 9 cases out of 10, only then it is impossible to play the guardian angel, as every woman loves to do, just to gratify her whim, for that is the plain English of it. This girl sends poor Graves up that tower, and because, when he falls off it, she tries to throw her arms round him, everybody talks of her wonderful courage. Bother her and her courage. The net result is that he will never be the same man again. Her father spoke with so much suppressed energy that Emma looked at him in astonishment. For of late years, at any rate, he had been accustomed to act calmly and to speak temperately. "Is Captain Graves' case so serious?" she asked. "From what that young soldier tells me, I gather that it is about as bad as it can be of its kind. He has fractured his leg in a very awkward place, there is some hemorrhage, and he lay exposed for nearly 5 hours and had to be carried several miles." "What will happen to him then?" asked Emma in alarm. "I thought that the worst of it was over." "I can't tell you. It depends on Providence and his constitution, but what seems likely is that they will be forced to amputate his leg and make him a hopeless cripple for life." "Oh," said Emma, catching her breath like one in pain. "I had no idea that it was so bad. This is terrible." And for a moment she leant on the back of a chair to support herself. "Yes, it is black enough, but we cannot help by stopping here, so we may as well drive home. I will send to inquire for him this evening." So they went, and never had Emma a more unhappy drive. She was looking forward so much to Captain Graves's visit, and now he lay wounded, dangerously ill. The thought wrung her heart, and she could almost find it in her gentle breast to detest the girl, who, however innocently, had been the cause of all the trouble. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. Azrael's Wing. For the next 2 days, notwithstanding the serious condition of his broken leg, Harry seemed to go on well, till even his mother and Emma Levenger, both of whom were kept accurately informed of his state, ceased to feel any particular alarm about him. On the 2nd day, Mrs. Gillingwater, being called away to attend to some other matter, sent for Joan, who, although her arm was still in a sling, had now almost recovered to watch in the sick room during her absence. She came and took her seat by the bed, for at the time Henry was asleep. Shortly afterwards he awoke and saw her. "Is that you, Miss Haste?" he said. "I did not know that you cared for nursing." "Yes, sir," answered Joan. "My aunt was obliged to go out for a little while, and, as you are doing so nicely, she said that she thought I might be trusted to look after you till she came back." "It is very kind of you, I am sure," said Henry. "Sick rooms are not pleasant places. Perhaps you wouldn't mind giving me some of that horrid stuff. Barley water, I think it is. I am thirsty." Joan handed him the glass and supported his head while he drank. When he had satisfied his thirst, he said, "I have never thanked you yet for your bravery. I do thank you sincerely, Miss Haste, for if I had fallen onto those spikes, there would have been an end of me. I saw them as I was hanging, and thought my hour had come." "And yet he told me to stand clear," reflected Joan. But aloud she said, "Oh, pray, don't thank me, sir. It is all my fault that you have met with this dreadful accident, and it breaks my heart to think of it." And as she spoke, a great tear ran down her beautiful face. "Come, please don't cry. It upsets me. If the smash was anybody's fault, it was my own. I ought to have known better." "I will try not, sir," answered Joan in a choking voice. "But Aunt said that you weren't to talk, and you are talking a great deal." "All right," he replied. "You stop crying, and I'll stop talking." As may be guessed, after this beginning, from that hour till the end of his long and dangerous illness, Joan was Henry's most constant attendant. Her aunt did the rougher work of the sick room, indeed, but for everything else he depended upon her, clinging to her with a strange obstinacy that baffled all attempts to replace her by a more highly trained nurse. On one occasion, when an effort of the sort was made, the results upon the patient were so unfavorable that to her secret satisfaction, Joan was at once reinstalled. After some days, Henry took a decided turn for the worse. His temperature rose alarmingly, and he became delirious, with short, coherent intervals. Blood poisoning, which the doctors feared, declared itself, and in the upshot he fell a victim to a dreadful fever that nearly cost him his life. At one time the doctors were of opinion that his only chance lay in amputation of the fractured limb, but in the end they gave up this idea, being convinced that in his present state he would certainly die of the shock were they to attempt the operation. Then followed 3 terrible days, while Henry lay between life and death. For the greater part of those days Lady Graves and Ellen sat in the bar parlour, the former lost in stony silence, the latter pale and anxious enough, but still calm and collected. Even now Ellen did not lose her head, and this was well, for the others were almost distracted by anxiety and grief. Distrusting the capacities of Joan, a young person whom she regarded with disfavour as being the cause of her brother's accident, it was Ellen who insisted upon the introduction of the trained nurses, with consequences that have been described. When the doctors hesitated as to the possibility of an operation, it was Helen also who gave her voice against it, and persuaded her mother to do the same. "I know nothing of surgery," she said with conviction, "and it seems probable that poor Henry will die, but I feel sure that if you try to cut off his leg, he will certainly die." "I think that you are right, Miss Graves," said the eminent surgeon who had been brought down in consultation, and with whom the final word lay. "My opinion is that the only course to follow with your brother is to leave him alone, in the hope that his constitution will pull him through." So it came about that Henry escaped the knife. Emma Levenger and her father also haunted the inn, and it was during those dark days that the state of the former's affections became clear both to herself and to everyone about her. Before this she had never confessed even to her own heart that she was attached to Henry Graves, but now, in the agony of her suspense, this love of hers arose in strength, and she knew that whether he stayed or was called away, it must always be the nearest and most constant companion of her life. Why she loved him Emma could not tell, nor even when she began to do so, and indeed these things are difficult to define. But the fact remained, hard, palpable, staring, a fact which she had no longer any care to conceal or ignore, seeing that the conditions of the case caused her to set aside those considerations of womanly reserve that doubtless would otherwise have induced her to veil the secret of her heart forever, or until circumstances gave opportunity for its legitimate expression. At length, on a certain afternoon, there came a crisis to which there was but one probable issue. The doctors and nurses were in Henry's room doing their best to ward off the fate that seemed to be approaching, whilst Lady Graves, Mr. Levenger, Ellen, and Emma sat in the parlour awaiting tidings and striving to hope against hope. An hour passed, and Emma could bear the uncertainty no longer. Slipping out unobserved, she stole towards the sick room and listened at a little distance from it. Within she could hear the voice of a man raving in delirium, and the cautious tread of those who tended him. Presently the door opened, and Joan appeared, walking towards her with ashen face and shaking limbs. "How is he?" asked Emma in an intense whisper, catching at her dress as she passed. Joan looked at her and shook her head. Speak she could not. Emma watched her go with vacant eyes, and a jealousy smote her, which made itself felt even through the pain that tore her heart in two. Why should this woman be free to come and go about the bedside of the man who was everything to her, to hold his dying hand and to lift his dying head, whilst she was shut outside his door? Emma wondered bitterly. Surely that should be her place, not the village girl's who had been the cause of all this sorrow. Then she turned, and creeping back to the parlour, she flung herself into a chair and covered her face with her hands. "Have you heard anything?" asked Lady Graves. Emma made no reply, but her despair broke from her in a low moaning that was very sad to hear. "Do not grieve so, dear," said Ellen kindly. "Let me grieve," she answered, lifting her white face. "Let me grieve now and always. I know that faith should give me comfort, but it fails me. I have a right to grieve," she went on passionately, For I love him. I do not care who knows it now. Though I am nothing to him, I love him, and if he dies, it will break my heart." So great was the tension of suspense that Emma's announcement, startling as it was, excited no surprise. Perhaps they all knew how things were with her. At any rate, Lady Graves answered only, "We all love him, dear." And for a time no more was said. Meanwhile, could she have seen into the little room behind her, Emma might have witnessed the throes of a grief as deep as her own, and even more abandoned, for there, face downwards on her bed, lay Joan Haste, the girl whom she had envied. Sharp sobs shook her frame, notwithstanding that she had thrust her handkerchief between her teeth to check them, and she clutched nervously at the bedclothes with her outstretched hands. Hitherto she had been calm and silent. Now, at length, when she was of no more service, she broke down, and nature took its way with her. "My God," she muttered between her strangling sobs, "spare him, kill me, for it was my fault, and I am his murderess, my God. My God, what have I done that I should suffer so? What makes me suffer so? Oh, spare him, spare him." Another half-hour passed, and the twilight began to gather in the parlour. "It is very long," murmured Lady Graves. "While they do not come to call us, there is hope," answered Ellen, striving to keep up a show of courage. Once more there was silence, and the time went on, and the darkness gathered. At length a step was heard approaching, and they knew it for that of Dr. Childs. Instinctively they all arose, expecting the last dread summons. He was among them now, but they could not see his face because of the shadows. "Is Lady Graves there?" he asked. "Yes," whispered the poor woman. "Lady Graves, I have come to tell you that by the mercy of heaven your son's constitution has triumphed, and, so far as my skill and knowledge go, I believe that he will live." For a second the silence continued. Then, with a short, sharp cry, Emma Levenger went down upon the floor as suddenly as though she had been shot through the heart. Joan also had heard Dr. Childs's footstep, and rising swiftly from her bed, she followed him to the door of the parlour, where she stood listening to his fateful words, for her anxiety was so intense that the idea of intrusion did not even cross her mind. Joan heard the words, and she believed that they were an answer to her prayer, for her suffering had been too fierce and personal to admit of her dissociating herself from the issue, at any rate at present. She forgot that she was not concerned alone in this matter of the life or death of Henry Graves. She who, although as yet she did not know it, was already wrapped with the wings and lost in the shadow of a great and tragic passion. She had prayed, and she had been answered. His life had been given back to her. Thus she thought for a moment. The next she heard Emma's cry and saw her fall and was undeceived. Now she was assured of what before she had suspected, that this sweet and beautiful lady loved the man who lay yonder, and in the assurance of that love she learned her own. It became clear to her in an instant, as at night the sudden lightning makes clear the landscape to some lost wanderer among mountains. As in the darkness such a wanderer may believe that his feet are set upon a trodden road, and in that baleful glare discover himself to be surrounded by dangers amid desolate wastes. So at this sight Joan understood whither her heart had strayed, and was affrighted, for truly the place seemed perilous, and from it there was no retreat. Before her lay many a chasm and precipice. Around her was darkness, and a blind mist blew upon her face, a mist wet as though with tears. Somebody in the parlour called for a light, and the voice brought her back from her vision, her hopeless vision of what was, had been, and might be. What had chanced or could chance to her mattered little, she thought to herself, as she turned to seek the lamp. He would live, and that was what she had desired, what she had prayed for, while as yet she did not know why she prayed it, offering her own life in payment. She understood now that her prayer had been answered more fully than she deemed, for she had given her life, her true life, for him and to him, though he might never learn the price that had been extracted of her. Well, he would live, to be happy with Miss Levenger, and though her heart must die because of him, Joan could be glad of it even in those miserable moments of revelation. She returned with the lamp, and assisting in loosening the collar of Emma's dress and in sprinkling her white face with water. Nobody took any notice of her. Who should they, who were overcome by the first joy of hope renewed, and moved with pity at the sight of the fainting girl? They even spoke openly before her, ignoring her presence. "Do not be afraid," said Dr. Childs. "I have never known happiness to kill people, but she must have suffered a great deal from suspense." "I did not know that it had gone so far with her," said her father in a low voice to Lady Graves. "I believe that if the verdict had been the other way, it would have killed her also." "She must be very fond of him," answered Lady Graves, "and I am thankful for it, for now I have seen how sweet she is. Well, if it pleases God that Henry should recover, I hope that it will all come right in the end. Indeed, he will be a strange man if it does not." Just then Ellen, who was watching and listening, seemed to become aware of Joan's presence. "Thank you," she said to her. "You can go now." So Joan went, humbly enough, suffering a sharper misery than she had dreamed that her heart could hold, and yet vaguely happy through her wretchedness. "At least," she thought to herself, with a flash of defiant feeling, "I am his nurse, and they can't send me away from him yet, because he won't let them. It made him worse when they tried before. When he is well again, Miss Levenger will take him, but till then he is mine. Mine. Oh, I wish I had known that she was engaged to him from the beginning. No, it would have made no difference. It may be wicked, but I should have loved him anyhow. It is my doom that I should love him, and I would rather love him and be wretched than not love him and be happy. I suppose that it began when I first saw him, though I did not understand it then. I only wondered why he seemed so different to any other man I had seen. Well, it is done now, and there is no use crying over it, so I may as well laugh, if one can laugh with a heart like a lump of ice." Once out of danger, Henry's progress toward recovery was sure, if slow. 3 weeks passed before he learned how near he had been to death. It was Joan who told him, for as yet he had been allowed only the briefest interviews with his mother and Ellen, and on these occasions, by the doctor's orders, their past anxieties were not even alluded to. Now, however, all danger was done with, and that afternoon Joan had been informed by Dr. Childs that she might read to her patient if he wished it, or talk to him upon any subject in which he seemed to take interest. It was a lovely July day, and Joan was seated sewing in Henry's, or rather in her own room, by the open window, through which floated the scent of flowers and a murmuring sound of the sea. Henry had been dozing, and she laid her work upon her knee and watched him while he slept. Presently she saw that his eyes were open, and that he was looking at her. "Do you want anything, sir?" she said, hastily resuming her sewing. "Are you comfortable?" "Quite, thank you, and I want nothing except to go on looking at you. You make a very pretty picture in that old window place, I assure you." She colored faintly and did not answer. Presently he spoke again. "Joan," he said, he always called her Joan now, "was I very bad at any time?" "Yes, sir. They almost gave you up 3 weeks ago. Indeed, they said the chances were 10 to 1 against your living." "It is strange. I remember nothing about it. Do you know, it gives me rather a turn. I've been too busy a man and too occupied with life to think much of death, and I don't quite like the sensation of having been so near to it. Though, perhaps it is not so bad as one thinks, and heaven knows it would have saved me plenty of worry here below." And Henry sighed. "I am very grateful to you all," he went on, after a moment's pause, "for taking so much trouble about me. Especially to you, Joan, for somehow or other I realized your presence even when I was off my head. I don't know how you occupy yourself generally, but I am sure you are fond of fresh air. It is uncommonly good of you to mew yourself up here just to look after me." "Don't talk like that, sir. It is my business." "Your business? Why is it your business? You are not a professional nurse, are you?" "No, sir, though they offered to pay me today," and she flushed with indignation as she said it. "Well, don't be angry if they did. Why shouldn't you have a week's wage for a week's worth? I suppose you like to earn something, like the rest of us." "Because I don't choose to," answered Joan, tapping the floor with her foot. "I'd rather starve. It is my fault that you got into this trouble, and it is an insult to offer me money because I am helping to nurse you out of it." "Well, there is no need to excite yourself about it. I have no doubt they thought that you would take a different view, and really I cannot see why you should not. Tell me what happened on the night they gave me up. It interests me." Then, in a few graphic words, Joan sketched the scene so vividly that Henry seemed to see himself lying unconscious on the bed and sinking fast into death, while the doctors watched and whispered round him. "Were you there all the time?" he asked curiously. "Most of it, till I was of no further use and could bear no more." "What did you do then?" "I went to my room." "And what did you do there? Go to sleep?" "Go to sleep? I cried my heart out. I mean, that I said my prayers." "It is very kind of you to take so much interest in me," he answered in a half bantering voice. Then, seeming to understand that she was very much in earnest, he changed the subject, asking, "And what did the others do?" "They were all in the bar parlor. They waited there till it grew dark, and then they waited on in the dark, for they thought presently they would be called in to see you die. At last the change came, and Dr. Childs left you to tell them when he was sure. I heard his step and followed him. I had no business to do it, but I could not help myself. He went into the room and stood still, trying to make out who was in it, and you might have heard a pin drop. Then he spoke to your mother and said that through the mercy of heaven he believed that you would live." "Yes," said Henry. "And what did they say then?" "Nobody said anything, so far as I could hear, only Miss Levenger screamed and dropped on the floor in a faint." "Why did she do that?" asked Henry. "I suppose that they had been keeping her there without any dinner, and her nerves were upset." "Perhaps they were, sir," said Joan sarcastically. "Most women's nerves would be upset when they learned that the man they were engaged to was coming back to them from the door of the dead." "Possibly, but I don't see exactly how the case applies." Joan rose slowly, and the work upon which she had been employed fell from her hand to the floor. "I do not quite understand you, sir," she said. "Do you mean to say that you are not engaged to Miss Levenger?" "Engaged to Miss Levenger? Certainly not. Whatever may happen to me if I get out of this, at the present moment I am under no obligations of that sort to any human creature." "Then I am sorry that I have said so much," answered Joan. "Please forget my silly talk. I have made a mistake. I think that I hear my aunt coming, and if you will excuse me, I will go out and get a little air." "All this is Greek to me," thought Henry, looking after her. "Surely Ellen cannot have been right. Oh, it is stuff and nonsense, and I will think no more about it." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. Ellen grows alarmed. On the morrow, Henry had his first long interview with his mother and Ellen, who again detailed to him those particulars of his illness of which he had no memory, speaking more especially of the events of the afternoon and evening when he was supposed to be dying. To these Ellen added her version of the incident of Emma's fainting fit, which, although it was more ample, did not differ materially from that given him by Joan. "I have heard about this," said Henry when she paused, "and I am sorry that my illness should have pained Miss Levenger so much." "You have heard about it? Who told you? Dr. Childs?" "No, Joan Haste, who is nursing me." "Then I can only say that she had no business to do so. It is bad enough that this young woman, to whom we certainly owe no gratitude, should have thrust herself upon us at such a terrible moment. But it is worse, that, after acting the spy on poor Emma's grief, she should have the hardihood to come and tell you that she had done so, and to describe what passed." "You must really excuse me, Ellen," her brother answered, "but I, for one, owe a great deal of gratitude to Joan Haste. Indeed, had it not been for her care, I doubt if I should be here to be grateful today. Also, it does not seem to have struck you that she probably took some interest in my case, and that her motive was not to spy upon you, but to hear what the doctor had to say." "A great deal of interest. Too much, indeed, I think," said Ellen dryly, and then checked herself. For with a warning glance at her daughter, Lady Graves suddenly changed the conversation. A few minutes later, his mother went out of the room to speak to Mrs. Gillingwater, leaving Ellen and Henry alone. "I am sorry, dear, if I spoke sharply just now," said Ellen presently. "I am afraid that I am an argumentative creature, and it is not good for you to argue at present. But, to tell the truth, I was a little put out because you took the story of dear Emma's distress so coolly, and also because I had wished to be the first to tell it to you." "I did not mean to take it coolly, Ellen, and I can only repeat that I am sorry. I think it a pity that a girl of Miss Levenger's emotional temperament, who probably has had no previous experience of illness threatening the life of a friend, should have been exposed to such a strain upon her nerves." "A friend? A friend?" ejaculated Ellen, arching her eyebrows. "Yes, a friend. At least, I suppose that I may call myself so. Really, Ellen, you mystify me," he added petulantly. "Really, Henry, you astonish me," his sister answered. "Either you are the most simple of men, or you are pretending ignorance out of sheer contrariness." "Perhaps, if you would not mind explaining, it might simplify matters, Ellen. I never was good at guessing riddles, and a fall off a church tower has not improved my wits." "Oh, how can you talk in that way? Don't you remember what I told you when you came home?" "You told me a good many things, Ellen, most of which were more or less disagreeable." "I told you that Emma Levenger was half in love with you, Henry." "Yes, I know you did, and I didn't believe you." "Well, perhaps you will believe me now when I say that she is wholly in love with you, as much in love as ever woman was with man." "No," said Henry, shaking his head. "I don't wish to contradict, but I must decline to believe that." "Was there ever so obstinate a person? Listen now, and if you are not satisfied of the truth of what I say, ask mother, ask Mr. Levenger, ask the girl herself." And word for word she repeated the passionate confession that had been wrung from poor Emma's agony. "Now will you believe me?" she said. "It seems that I must," he answered after a pause, "though I think it quite possible that Miss Levenger's words sprang from her excitement and did not mean what they appeared to convey. I think also, Ellen, that you ought to be ashamed of yourself for repeating to me what slipped from her in a moment of mental strain, and thus putting her in a false position. Supposing the doctor or Joan Haste were to tell you every foolish thing which I may have uttered during my delirium, what would you think of them, I wonder? Still, I dare say that I led you on, and you meant it kindly, but after this I am sure I do not know how I shall dare to look at that poor girl in the face. And now I think I am a little tired. Would you call Mrs. Gillingwater or someone?" Ellen left her brother's room in a state of irritation which was not the less intense because it was suppressed. She felt that her coup had not come off, that she had even made matters worse instead of better. She had calculated, if Henry's affections were not touched, that at least his vanity would be flattered by the tale of Emma's dramatic exhibition of feeling. Indeed, for aught she knew, either or both of these conjectures might be correct, but she was obliged to confess that he had given no sign by which she could interpret his mind in any such sense. The signs were all the other way, indeed, for he had taken the opportunity to lecture her on breach of confidence, and it angered her to know that the reproof was deserved. In truth, she was so desperately anxious to bring about this marriage as soon as possible that she had allowed herself to be carried away, with the result, as she now saw, of hindering her own object. Ellen had a very imperfect appreciation of her brother's character. She believed him to be cold and pharisaical, and under this latter head she set down his notions concerning the contraction of marriages that chanced to be satisfactory from a money point of view. It did not enter into her estimate of him to presume that he might possess a delicacy of feeling which was lacking in her own nature, that the idea of being thrust into marriage with any woman in order to relieve the pecuniary necessities of his family might revolt him to the extent of causing a person, whom perhaps he would otherwise have loved, to become almost distasteful to him. She did not understand even that the premature and unsought declaration of affection for himself on the part of the lady who was designed by others to be his wife might produce a somewhat similar effect. And yet a very slight consideration of the principles of human nature would have taught her that this was likely to be the case. These were solutions of Henry's conduct that did not suggest themselves to Ellen, or If they did, she dismissed them contemptuously in her search for a more plausible explanation. Soon she found one which seemed to explain everything. Joan was the explanation. Nothing escaped Ellen's quick eyes, and she had noticed that Joan was also distressed at Henry's danger. She had marked, moreover, how he clung to this girl, refusing to be parted from her even in his delirium, and with what tenderness she nursed him. And she knew how often men fall in love with women who tend them in sickness. Now, although she did not like Joan Haste, and resented as an impertinence, or worse, her conduct in following Dr. Childs to the parlor and reporting what took place there to Henry, Ellen could not deny that she was handsome, indeed beautiful, or that her manners were refined beyond what was to be expected of one in her station, and her bearing both gracious and dignified. Was it not possible, Ellen reflected, that these charms had produced an effect even upon her Puritan brother, who already expressed his gratitude with such unnecessary warmth? The thought filled her with alarm, for if once Henry became entangled with this village beauty, she knew enough of him to be sure that there would be an end of any prospect of his engagement to Emma, at least for the present. Meanwhile, the girl was about him all day and every day, and never had a woman a better opportunity of carrying her nefarious schemes to a successful issue. For that Joan had schemes, she soon ceased to doubt. In this dilemma, Ellen took counsel with her fiancé, whom she knew to possess a certain shrewdness, for she preferred to say nothing to her mother, and Sir Reginald was so unwell that he could not be troubled with such matters. By this time Edward Millward was aware that the Graves family desired greatly to bring about a match between Henry and Emma, though he was not aware how pressing were the money difficulties which led them to be anxious for this alliance. He listened with interest to Ellen's tale, then chuckled and said, "Depend upon it, you have knocked the right nail on the head as usual, Ellen. Those sanctimonious fellows like your brother are always the deepest, and of course he is playing his little game." "I don't know what you mean by his little game, Edward, and I wish that you would not use such vulgar expressions to me. Nor can I see how Henry can be playing anything, considering that he never saw this person till the day of his accident, and that he has been laid up in bed ever since." "Oh, well, he is getting ready to play it, which is much the same thing, and of course it puts him off the other girl. I am sure I don't blame him either, for I think that Joan, what's her name, is about the loveliest woman I ever saw, and one can't wonder that he prefers her to that thin ghost of a Miss Levenger with her die-away airs and graces. After all, flesh and blood is the thing, and you may depend upon it, Henry thinks so." In this speech, had he but known it, Edward contrived to offend his betrothed in at least 3 separate ways, but she thought it prudent to suppress her resentment, at any rate for the moment. "Do you think, dear," Ellen said blandly, "that you could manage to remember that you are not in a club smoking room? I did not ask for these reflections. I asked you to give me your advice as to the best way to deal with the difficulty." "All right, love. Please don't look so superior, and save up your sarcasm for the wicked Henry. As for my advice, here it is in a nutshell. Get the girl out of his way, and then perhaps he will begin to think of the other one, to whom you are so anxious to tie him up, though I can't say that I consider the connection desirable myself." Having delivered himself thus, Edward put his hands into his pockets and strolled off in a huff. Although he was not thin-skinned, to tell the truth, Ellen's slings and arrows sometimes irritated this young man. "I wonder if she will always go on like this after we are married," he thought to himself. "Perhaps she'll get worse. What's that about a green and a dry tree? She's dry enough anyway when she likes, and sometimes I think that I am pretty green. By George! If I believed that she always meant to keep up this game of snubs and sharp answers, fond as I am of her, I think I would cut the show before it is too late. There are a good many things that I don't like about it. I sometimes suspect that the whole set of them are pretty well broke, and I don't want to marry into a bankrupt family. Then that fellow Henry is an infernal prig, not but what I would be careful to see precious little of him. I wonder why Ellen is so anxious that he should take up with the Levenger girl. From all I can find out, the father is a disreputable old customer who made a low marriage and whom everybody declines to know. It is shady, deuced shady." And, filled with these gloomy musings, Edward made his way into the dining-room to lunch. Here Ellen, who in the interval had bethought herself that she was showing a little too much of the iron hand, received him graciously enough. Indeed, she was so affectionate and pleasant in her manner that before the afternoon was over, Edward's doubts were dispelled, and he forgot that he had that morning contemplated a step so serious as breaking off his engagement. However coarsely he might express himself, Ellen had wit enough to see that Edward's advice was of the soundest. Certainly it was desirable that Joan Haste should be got rid of, but how was this to be brought about? She could not tell her to go, nor could she desire Mrs. Gillingwater to order her out of the house. Ellen pondered the question deeply, and after sleeping a night over it, she came to the conclusion that she would take Mr. Levenger into her counsel. She knew him to be a shrewd and a resourceful man. She knew, moreover, for her father had repeated the gist of the conversation between them, that he was bent upon the marriage of Henry with his daughter. And lastly, she knew that he was the landlord of the Crown and Mitre, in which the Gillingwaters lived. So, therefore, if anyone could get rid of Joan, Mr. Levenger would be able to do so. As it chanced upon this particular morning, Ellen was to drive over in the dog-cart to lunch at Monk's Lodge, calling at the Crown and Mitre on her way through Bradmouth in order to hear the latest news of Henry. This program she carried out, only stopping long enough at the inn, however, to run to her brother's room for a minute while the cart waited at the door. Here she discovered him propped up with pillows, while by his side was seated Joan, engaged in reading, to him, and, worse still, in reading poetry. Now for poetry in the abstract Ellen did not greatly care, but she had heard the tale of Paolo and Francesca, and knew very well that when a young man and woman are fond of reading verses together, it may be taken as a sign that they are very much in sympathy. "Good morning, Henry," said Ellen. "Good gracious, my dear, what are you doing?" "Good morning, Ellen," he answered. "I am enjoying myself listening to Joan here, who is reading me some poetry, which she does very nicely indeed." Ellen would not even turn her head to look at Joan, who had risen and stood, book in hand. "I had no idea that you wasted your time upon such nonsense, especially so early in the morning," she said, glancing around, "when I can see that your room has not yet been dusted. But never mind about the poetry. I only came in to ask how you were, and to say that I am going to lunch with the Levengers. Have you any message for them?" "Nothing particular," he said precisely, and with a slight hardening of his face, "except my best thanks to Miss Levenger for her note and the fruit and flowers she has so kindly sent to me." "Very well, then, I will go on, as I don't want to keep the mare standing. Good-bye, dear. I shall look in again in the afternoon." And she went without waiting for an answer. "I wished to ask her how my father was," said Henry, "but she never gave me a chance. Well, now that the excitement is over, go on, Joan." "No, sir. If you will excuse me, I don't think that I will read any more poetry." "Why not?" "I am deeply interested. I think it must be nearly 20 years since I have seen a line of Lancelot and Elaine." And he looked at her, waiting for an answer. "Because," blurted out Joan, blushing furiously, "because Miss Graves doesn't wish me to read poetry to you, and I dare say she is right, and it is not my place to do so. But, all the same, it is not true to say that the room wasn't dusted, for you know that you saw me dust it yourself after Aunt left." "My dear girl, don't distress yourself," Henry answered with more tenderness in his voice than perhaps he meant to betray. "I really am not accustomed to be dictated to by my sister, or anybody else, as to who should or should not read me poems. However, as you seem to be upset, quite unnecessarily, I assure you, let us give it up for this morning and compromise on the times." Meanwhile, Ellen was pursuing her course along the beach road toward Monk's Lodge, where she arrived within half an hour. Monk's Lodge, a quaint red brick house of the Tudor period, was surrounded on 3 sides by plantations of Scotch firs. To the east, however, stretching to the top of the sea cliff, was a strip of turf, not more than 100 yards wide, so that all the front windows of the house commanded an uninterrupted view of the ocean. Behind the building lay the gardens, which were old-fashioned and beautiful, and sheltered by the encircling belts of firs. But in front were neither trees nor flowers, for the fierce easterly gales and the salt spray which drifted thither in times of storm would not allow of their growth. Descending from the dog-cart, Ellen was shown through the house into the garden, where she found Emma seated reading, or pretending to read, under the shade of a cedar, for the day was hot and still. "How good of you to come, Ellen," she said, springing up, "and so early, too." "I can't take credit for any particular virtue in that respect, my dear," Ellen answered, kissing her affectionately. It is pleasant to escape to this delightful place and be quiet for a few hours, and I've been looking forward to it for a week. What, between sickness and other things, my life at home is one long worry just now." "It ought not to be when you are engaged to be married," said Emma interrogatively. "Even engagements have their drawbacks, as no doubt you will discover one day," she answered with a little shrug of her shoulders. "Edward is the best and dearest of men, but he can be a wee bit trying at times. He's too affectionate and careful of me, if that is possible. For you know I am an independent person, and do not like to have someone always running after me like a nurse with a child." "Perhaps he will give that up when you are married," said Emma doubtfully. Somehow she could not picture her husband and formidable friend, for at times the gentle Emma admitted to herself that she was rather formidable, as the constant object and recipient of petits soins and sweet murmured nothings. "Possibly he will," answered Ellen decisively. "By the way, I just called in to see Henry, whom I found in a state of great delight with the note and roses which you sent him. He asked me to give you his kindest regards and to say he was much touched by your thought of him." "They were lilies, not roses," answered Emma, looking down. "I meant lilies. Did I say roses?" asked Ellen innocently. "And talking of lilies, you look a little pale, dear." "I am always pale, Ellen, and like you, I have been a good deal worried lately." "Worried? Who can worry you in this Garden of Eden?" "Nobody. It is my own thoughts. I dare say that even Eve felt worried in her garden after she had eaten that apple, you know." Ellen shook her head. "I am not clever like you," she said, smiling, "and I don't understand parables. If you want my advice, you must come down to my level and speak plainly." Emma turned and walked slowly from the shadow of the cedar tree into the golden flood of sunlight. Very slowly she passed down the gravel path that was bordered by blooming roses, pausing now and again as though to admire some particular flower. "She looks more like a white butterfly than a woman in that dress of hers," thought Ellen, who was watching her curiously. "And really it would not seem wonderful if she floated away and vanished. It is hot out here, and I think that I had better not follow her. She has something to say and will come back presently." She was right. After a somewhat prolonged halt at the end of the path, Emma turned and walked, or rather flitted, straight back to the cedar tree. "I will speak plainly," she said, though I could not make up my mind to do so at first. "I am ashamed of myself, Ellen, so bitterly ashamed that sometimes I feel as though I should like to run away and never be seen again." "And why, my dear?" asked Ellen, lifting her eyes. "What dreadful crime have you committed that you should suffer such remorse?" "No crime, but a folly which they say is worse, an unpardonable folly. You know what I mean, those words that I said when your brother was supposed to be dying. You must have heard them." "Yes, I heard them, and now that he is not dying, they please me more than any words that I ever listened to from your lips. It is my dearest wish that things should come about between Henry and you, as I am sure they will come about, now that I know your mind towards him." "If they please you, the memory of them tortures me," Emma answered, passionately clenching her slim white hands. "Oh, how could I be so shameless as to declare my love for a man who has never spoken a single affectionate word to me, who probably looks on me with utter indifference, for aught I know, with dislike. And the worst of it is I cannot excuse myself. I cannot say that they were nonsense uttered in a moment of fear and excitement, for it was the truth, the dreadful truth that broke from me, and which I had no power to withhold. I do love him. I have loved him from the day when I first saw him, nearly 2 years ago, as I shall always love him, and that is why I am disgraced." "Really, Emma, I cannot see what there is shocking in a girl becoming fond of a man. You are not the first person to whom such a thing has happened." "No, there is nothing shocking in the love itself. So long as I kept it a secret, it was good and holy, a light by which I could guide my life. But now that I have blurted it, it is dishonored, and I am dishonored with it. That I was myself half dead with the agony of suspense is no excuse. I say that I am dishonored." To the listening Ellen, all these sentiments, natural as they might be to a girl of Emma's exalted temperament and spotless purity of mind, were as speeches made in the Hebrew tongue indeed. Within herself she did not hesitate to characterize her friend as a high-flown little idiot. But as she could not quite see what would be the best line to take in answering her, she satisfied herself with shaking her head as though in dissent, and looking sympathetic. What torments me most," went on Emma, who by now was thoroughly worked up, "I could say it to you, for you are a woman and will understand, is the thought that those shameless words might possibly come to your brother's ears. 3 people heard them: Lady Graves, yourself, and my father. Of course, I know that neither you nor your mother would betray me, for as I say, you are women and will feel for me. But oh, I cannot be sure of my father. I know what he desires, and if he thought that he could advance his object, I am not certain that I could trust him, no, although he has promised to be silent. Though, indeed, to tell your brother would be the surest way to defeat himself, for did he learn the truth, such a man would despise me forever." "My dear girl," said Ellen boldly, for she felt that the situation required courage, "do calm yourself. Of course no one would dream of betraying to Henry what you insist upon calling an indiscretion, but what I thought a very beautiful avowal made under touching circumstances." Then she paused and added reflectively, "I only see one danger." "What danger?" asked Emma. "Well, it has to do with that girl, Joan somebody, who brought about all this trouble and who is nursing Henry, very much against my wish. I happen to have found out that she was listening at the door when Dr. Childs came into the room that night, just before you fainted, and it is impossible to say how long she had been there, and equally impossible to answer for her discretion." "Joan Haste, that lovely woman. Of course she heard, and of course she will tell him. I was afraid of her the moment that I saw her, and now I begin to see why, though I believe that this is only the beginning of the evils which she will bring upon me. I am sure of it. I feel it in my heart." "I think that you are alarming yourself quite unnecessarily, Emma. It is possible that this girl may repeat anything that she chances to overhear, and it is probable that she will do her best to strike up a flirtation with Henry, if he is foolish enough to allow it, for persons of this kind always avail themselves of such an opportunity, generally with a view to future compensation. But Henry is a cautious individual who has never been known to commit himself in that fashion, and I don't see why he should begin now, though I do think it would be a good thing if that young lady could be sent about her business. At the worst, however, there would only be some temporary entanglement, such as happens every day and means nothing serious." "Nothing serious? I am sure it would be serious enough if that girl had to do with it. She is not a flirt. She looks too strong and earnest for that kind of thing. And if once she made him fond of her, she would never let him go." "Perhaps," answered Ellen, "but first of all she has to make him fond of her. And I have reasons for knowing, even if she wishes to do this, that she will find it a little difficult." "What reasons?" asked Emma. "Only that a man like Henry does not generally fall in love with 2 women at the same time," Ellen answered dryly. Is he already in love, then?" "Yes, dear. Unless I am very much mistaken, he is already in love." "With you." "I doubt it," Emma answered, shaking her head. "But even if it should be so, there will be an end of it if he hears of my behavior on that night. And he is sure to hear. I know that he will hear." And, as though overcome by the bitterness of her position, Emma put her hands before her eyes, then turned suddenly and walked into the house. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. Ellen finds a remedy. When Emma had gone, Ellen settled herself comfortably in a garden chair, sighed, and began to fan her face with a newspaper which lay at hand. Her mind was agitated, for it had become obvious to her that the position was full of complications, which at present her well-meant efforts had increased rather than diminished. "I only hope that I may be forgiven for all the white lies I have been forced to tell this morning," she reflected. Ellen did not consider her various embellishments of the truth as deserving of any harsher name, since it seemed to her not too sensitive conscience that if Jove laughs at lovers' perjuries, he must dismiss with a casual smile the prevarications of those who wish to help other people to become lovers. Still, Ellen felt aggrieved, foreseeing the possibility of being found out and placed in awkward positions. Oh, what fools they were, and how angry she was with both of them, with Emma for her school-girlish sentiment, and with Henry for his idiotic pride and his headstrong obstinacy. Surely the man must be mad to wish to fling away such a girl as Emma and her fortune, to say nothing of the romantic devotion that she cherished for him, little as he deserved it, a devotion which Ellen imagined would have been flattering to the self-conceit of any male. It was hard on her that she should be obliged to struggle against such rank and wrong-headed stupidity, and even driven to condescend to plots and falsehoods. After all, it was not for her own benefit that she did this, or only remotely so, since she was well provided for, though it was true that should she become involved in an immediate financial scandal, her matrimonial prospects might be affected. No, it was for the benefit of her family, the interests of which, to do her justice, Ellen had more at heart than any other earthly thing, her own welfare of course excepted. Should this marriage fall through, ruin must overtake their house, and their name would be lost, in all probability never to be heard again. It seemed impossible to her that her brother should wish to reject the salvation which was so freely proffered to him. And yet, maddening as the thought might be, she could not deny that she saw signs of such a desire. Well, she would not give up the game. Tired as she was of it, she would fight to the last ditch. Were she to draw back now, she felt that she should fail in her most sacred duty. As Ellen came to this determination, she saw Mr. Levenger walking towards her. He was leaning on his stick as usual, and looking particularly refined in his summer suit and grey wide-awake hat. "How do you do, Miss Graves?" he said in his gentle voice. "I heard that you were here, but did not come out because I thought you might wish to have a chat with Emma. Where has she gone?" "I don't know," Ellen answered as they shook hands. "Well, I dare say that she will be back presently. How hot it is here! Would you like to come and sit in my study till luncheon is ready?" And he led the way to a French window that opened on to the lawn. Mr. Levenger's study was a very comfortable room, and its walls were lined with books almost to the ceiling. Books also lay about on the desk. Evidently he had risen from reading one of them, and Ellen noticed with surprise that it was Jeremy Taylor's Holy Living. "How is your brother today?" he asked when they were seated. Ellen reflected a moment, and determined to take advantage of the opportunity to unbosom herself. "He is doing as well as possible, thank you. Still, I am anxious about him." "Why? I thought that he was clear of all complications except the chance of a limp like mine." "I did not mean that I was anxious about his health, Mr. Levenger. I am sure that you will forgive me if I am frank with you, so I will speak out." He bowed expectantly, and Ellen went on. "My father has told me, and indeed I know it from what you have said to me at different times, that for various reasons you would be glad if Henry and Emma made a match of it." Again Mr. Levenger bowed. "I need not say that our family would be equally glad, and that Emma herself would be glad, we learned from what she said the other day. There remains therefore only one person who could object, Henry himself. As you know, he is a curiously sensitive man, especially where money matters are concerned, and I believe firmly that the fact of this marriage being so greatly to his advantage, and to that of his family, is the one thing which makes him hesitate, for I am sure, from the way in which he has spoken of her, that he is much attracted by Emma. Had he come here to stay, however, I fancy that all this would have passed off, and by now they might have been happily engaged, or on the verge of it. But you see, this accident happened, and he is laid up. Unfortunately not here." "He will not be laid up forever, Miss Graves. As you say, I am anxious for this marriage, and I hope that it will come about in due course." "No, he will not be laid up forever, but what I fear is that it may be too long for Emma's and his own welfare." "You must pardon me, but I do not quite understand." "Then you must pardon me if I speak to you without reserve. You may have noticed that there is a singularly handsome girl at the Bradmouth Inn. I mean Joan Haste." At the mention of this name, Mr. Levenger rose suddenly from his chair and walked to the end of the room, where he appeared to lose himself in the contemplation of the morocco backs of an encyclopedia. Presently he turned, and it struck Ellen that his face was strangely agitated, though at this distance she could not be sure. "Yes, I know the girl," he said in his usual voice, "the one who brought about the accident. What of her?" "Only this. I fear that unless something is done to prevent it, she may bring about another and a greater accident. Listen, Mr. Levenger. I have no facts to go on, or at least very few, but I have my eyes and my instinct. If I am not mistaken, Joan Haste is in love with Henry, and doing her best to make him in love with her. An effort in which, considering her opportunities, her great personal advantages, and the fact that men do generally become fond of their nurses, she is likely enough to succeed, for he is just the kind of person to make a fool of himself in this way." "What makes you think so?" asked Mr. Levenger with evident anxiety. "100 things. When he was not himself he would scarcely allow her out of his sight, and now it is much the same. But I go more by what I saw upon her face during all that day of the crisis, and the way in which she looks at him when she fancies that no one is observing her. Of course I may be wrong, and a passing flirtation with a village beauty is not such a very serious matter, or would not be in the case of most men. But, on the other hand, perhaps I am right, and where an obstinate person like my brother Henry is concerned, the consequences might prove fatal to all our hopes." Mr. Levenger seemed to see the force of this contention, and indeed Ellen had put the case very sensibly and clearly. At any rate, he did not try to combat it. "What do you suggest?" he asked. "You are a woman of experience and common sense, and I am sure that you have thought of a remedy before speaking to me." "My suggestion is that Joan should be got out of the way as quickly as possible, and I have consulted you, Mr. Levenger, because your interest in the matter is as strong as my own, and you are the only person who can get rid of her." "Why do you say that?" he asked, rising for the second time. "The girl is of age, and I cannot control her movements." "Is she? I was not aware of her precise age," answered Ellen. "But I have noticed, Mr. Levenger, that you seem to have a great deal of authority in all sorts of unsuspected places, and perhaps if you think it over a little you may find that you have some here. For instance, I believe that you own the crown and mitre, and I should fancy, from what I have seen of her, that Mrs. Gillingwater the aunt is a kind of person who might be approached with some success. There goes the bell for luncheon, and as I think I have said everything that occurs to me, I will run up to Emma's room and wash my hands." "The bell for luncheon," mused Mr. Levenger, looking after her. "Well, I have not often been more glad to hear it. That woman has an alarming way of putting things, and I wonder how much she knows, or if she was merely stabbing in the dark. Gone to wash her hands, has she? Yes, I see, and left me to wash mine, if I can. Anyway, she is sharp as a needle, and she is right. The man will have no chance with that girl, if she chooses to lay siege to him. Her mother before her was fascinating enough, and she was nothing compared to Joan, either in looks or mind. She must be got rid of. But how?" And he looked round as though searching for a clue, till his eye fell upon the book that lay open before him. "Holy living," he said, shutting it impatiently. "No more of that for me to-day, or for some time to come. I have other things to think of now, things that I hoped I had done with. Well, there goes the bell for luncheon, and I must go too, but without washing my hands." And he stared at his delicate fingers. After all, they do not look so very dirty. Even Ellen Graves will scarcely notice them. And laughing bitterly at his own jest, he left the room. That afternoon Mr. Levenger had a long conversation with Mrs. Gillingwater, whom he sent for to see him after Ellen had gone. With the particulars of this interview we need not concern ourselves, but the name of Samuel Rock was mentioned in it. On the following morning it chanced that Mr. Samuel Rock received a letter from Mr. Levenger referring to the erection of a cattle shed upon some 50 acres of grassland which he held as that gentleman's tenant. This cattle shed Samuel had long desired. Indeed, it is not too much to say that he had clamoured for it, for he did not belong to that class of tenant which considers the landlord's pocket, or makes shift without improvements when they can be had by importunity. Consequently, as was suggested in the letter, he hastened to present himself at Monk's Lodge on that very afternoon, adorned in his shiniest black coat and his broadest brimmed wide-awake. "The man looks more like a Methodist parson than ever," thought Mr. Levenger as he watched his advent. "I wonder if she will have anything to say to him. Well, I must try." In due course Samuel Rock was shown in, and took the chair that was offered to him, upon the very edge of which he seated himself in a gingerly fashion, his broad hat resting on his knee. Mr. Rock's manner towards his landlord was neither defiant nor obsequious, but rather an unhappy combination of these two styles. He did not touch his forehead according to the custom of the old times tenant, nor did he offer to shake hands. His greeting consisted of a jerky bow, lacking alike dignity and politeness, a half-hearted salute which seemed to aim at compromise between a certain respect for tradition and a proper sense of the equality of all men in the sight of heaven. "How do you do, Mr. Rock?" said Mr. Levenger cheerfully. "I thought that I would ask you to have a chat with me on the matter of the cowshed, about which you spoke at the audit last January. Rather strongly, if I remember." "Yes, Mr. Levenger, sir," answered Samuel in a hesitating but mellifluous voice. "I shall be very glad to speak about it. A shed is needed on those marshes, sir, where we look to let the cattle lie out till late in autumn, untempered to all the winds of heaven, which blow keen down there, and also in the spring. And I hope you see your way to build one, Mr. Levenger, else I fear that I shall have to give you notice and find others more accommodating." "Really? Do you think so? Well, if you wish to do that, I am ready to meet you halfway and accept short service, so that you can clear out next Michaelmas, for I don't mind telling you that I know another party who will be glad to take the land." "Indeed, sir, I was not aware," answered Samuel, running his finger through his straight hair uncomfortably, for the last thing he desired was to part with these particular marshes. "Not that I should wish to stand between a landlord and a better offer in these times. Still, Mr. Levenger, I don't hold it right, as between man and man, to slip like that behind a tenant's back as has always paid his rent." The conversation, which was a long one, need not be pursued further. Samuel was of the opinion that Mr. Levenger should bear the entire cost of the shed, which the latter declined to do. At length, however, an arrangement was effected that proved mutually satisfactory, the said landlord agreeing to find all material necessary and to pay for skilled labor, and the said tenant undertaking to dig the holes for the posts and to cut the reed for thatch. "Ah, Mr. Rock," said Levenger as he signed a note of their contract, "it is very well for you to pretend that you are hard up, but I know well enough, notwithstanding the shocking times, that you are the warmest man in these parts. You see, you began well, with plenty of capital, and though you rent some, you have been wise enough to keep your own land in hand, and not trust it to the tender mercies of a tenant. That, combined with good farming, careful living, and hard work, is what has made you rich, when many others are on the verge of ruin. You ought to be getting a wife, Mr. Rock, and starting a family of your own, for if anything happened to you, there was nowhere for the property to go." "We are in the Lord's hands, sir, and man is but grass," answered Samuel sententiously, though it was clear from his face that he did not altogether appreciate this allusion to his latter end. "Still, under the mercy of heaven, having my health, and always being careful to avoid chills, I hope to see a good many younger men out yet. And as for getting married, Mr. Levenger, I think it is the whole duty of man, or leastways half of it, when he has earned enough to support a wife and additions which she may bring with her. But the thing is to find the woman, sir, for it isn't every girl that a careful Christian would wish to wed." "Quite so, Mr. Rock. Have a glass of port, won't you?" And Mr. Levenger poured out some wine from a decanter which stood on the table, and pushed it towards him. Then, taking a little himself by the way of company, he added, "I should have thought that you could find a suitable person about here." "Your health, sir," said Samuel, drinking off the port and setting down the glass, which Mr. Levenger refilled. "I am not saying, sir," he added, "that such a girl cannot be found. I am not even saying that I have not found such a girl. That's one thing, marrying is another." "Ah, indeed," said Mr. Levenger. Again Samuel lifted his glass and drank half its contents. The wine was of the nature that is known as full-bodied, and not having eaten for some hours, it began to take his effect on him. Samuel grew expansive. "I wonder, sir," he said, "if I might take a liberty. I wonder if I might ask your advice. I should be grateful if you would give it to me, for I know that you have the cleverest head of any gentleman in these parts. Also, sir, you are no talker." "I shall be delighted if I can be of any service to an old friend and tenant like yourself," answered Mr. Levenger airily. "What is the difficulty?" Samuel finished the second glass of wine, and felt it go ever so little to his head, for which he was not sorry, as it made him eloquent. "The difficulty is this, sir." "Thank you, just a taste more. I don't drink wine myself as a rule, it is too costly. But this is real good stuff, and maketh glad the heart of a man, as in the Bible. Well, sir, here it is in a nutshell. I want to marry a girl. I am dead set on it, but she won't have me, or at least she puts me off." "Why not try another, then?" "Because I don't want no other, Mr. Levenger, sir," he answered, suddenly taking fire. The wine had done its work with him, and moreover this was the one subject that had the power to break through the cold cunning which was a characteristic of his nature. "I want this girl or none, and I mean to have her if I wait half a lifetime for her." "You are in earnest, at any rate, which is a good augury for your success. And who may the lady be?" "Who may she be? Why, I thought you knew. There's only one about here that she could be. Joan Haste, of course." "Joan Haste? Ah, yes, she is a handsome and attractive girl." "Handsome and attractive? She is all that. To me, she is what the sun is to the corn and water to the fish. I can't live without her. Look here, I have watched her for years, ever since she was a child. I have summered her and wintered her, as the saying is, thinking that I wouldn't make no mistake about her, whatever I might feel, nor give myself away in a hurry, seeing that I wanted to keep what I earned for myself and not to spend it on others just because a pretty face chanced to take my fancy."
"Perhaps you have been a little too careful under the circumstances, Mr. Rock."
"Maybe I have. Anyway, it has come home to me now. A month or so back I spoke out, because I couldn't keep myself in no longer."
"To Joan Haste?"
"Yes, to Joan Haste. Her aunt knew about it before, but she didn't seem able to help me much."
"And what did Joan say?"
"She said that she did not love me, and that she never would love me nor marry me. But she also said that she had no thought for any other man."
"Excuse me, Mr. Rock, but did this interview happen before Captain Graves and Joan Haste met with their accident in Ramborough Abbey? I want to fix the date, that's all."
"It happened on that same afternoon, sir. The captain must have come along just after I left."
And Samuel paused, passing his white hands over each other uneasily, as though he were washing them, for Mr. Levenger's question seemed to suggest some new and unpleasant idea to his mind.
"Well?" "Well, there isn't much more to say, sir, except that I think I was a bit unlucky in the way I put it to her, for it slipped out of my mouth about her father never having had a name, and that seemed to anger her."
"Perhaps it was not the best possible way to ingratiate yourself with the young woman," replied Mr. Levenger sweetly. "So you came to no understanding with her?"
"Well, I did, and I didn't. I found out that she's afraid for her life of her aunt, who favors me, so I made a bargain with her, that if she would let the matter stand open for 6 months, I'd promise to say nothing to Mrs. Gillingwater."
"I see. You played upon the girl's fears. Doubtful policy again, I think."
"It was the best I could do, sir, for starving dogs must eat offal, as the saying is. And now, Mr. Levenger, if you can help me, I shall be a grateful man all my days. They do say down in Bradmouth that you know something about Joan's beginnings, and have charge of her in a way, and that is why I made bold to speak to you, for I only promised to be mum to her aunt."
"Do they indeed, Mr. Rock? Truly in Bradmouth their tongues are long and their ears open, and yet, as you are seeking to marry her, I do not mind telling you that there is enough truth in this report to give it color. As it chances, I did know something of Joan's father, though I am not at liberty to mention his name. He was a gentleman, and has been dead many years, but he left me, not by deed, but in informal manner, in a position of some responsibility towards her, and entrusted me with a sum of money, small, but sufficient to be employed for her benefit, at my entire discretion, which was only hampered by one condition, namely, that she should not be educated as a lady. Now, Mr. Rock, I have told you so much in order to make matters clear, but I will add this to it. If you repeat a single word, either to Joan herself or to anybody else, you need hope for no help from me in your suit. You see, I am perfectly frank with you. I ask no promises, but I appeal to your interests."
"I understand, sir, but the mischief of it is, whether you wished or not, that you have made a lady of her, and that is why she looks down on me, or perhaps, being in her blood, it will out."
"It would be possible to suggest other reasons for her unwillingness to accept your offer," replied Mr. Levenger dryly, "but this is neither here nor there. On the whole, I approve of your suit, provided that you are ready to make proper settlements upon Joan, for I know you are a thriving man, and I see that you are attached to her."
"I'll do anything that I can, sir, for I have no mind to stint money in this matter.
But though you are so kind as to wish me well, I don't see how that sets me any forwarder with Joan. Perhaps you will in a few days' time, though. And now I've got a bit of advice to give you. Don't you bother about that 6 months' promise. You go at her again in a week, let us say. You know how she is employed now, do you not? I have heard that she is helping to nurse the captain. Quite so. She is helping to nurse the captain. Now, please understand that I make no imputations, but I don't know if you consider this a suitable occupation for a beautiful young woman whom you happen to wish to marry. Captain Graves is a very fine fellow, and people sometimes grow intimate under such circumstances. Joan told you that she cared for no man on the 10th of June. Perhaps if you wait till the 10th of December, she may not be able to say so much. By this time the poison of Mr. Levenger's hints had sunk deep into his hearer's mind, though had he known Samuel's character more thoroughly, he might have thought the danger of distilling it greater than any advantage that was to be gained thereby. Indeed, a minute later he regretted having said so much, for glancing at him he saw that Rock was deeply affected. His sallow face had become red, his quivering lips were livid, and he was snatching at his thin beard. "Damn him," he said, springing to his feet. "If he leads her that way, fine fellow or not, I'll do for him. I'll tell you that if he wants to keep a whole skin, he had better leave my ewe lamb alone." In an instant, Mr. Levenger saw that he had set fire to a jealousy fierce enough to work endless mischief, and too late he tried to stamp out the flame. "Sit down, sir," he said quietly, but in the tone of one who at some time in his career had been accustomed to the command of men. "Sit down, and never dare to speak before me like that again. Now," he added, as Samuel obeyed him, "you will apologize to me for those words, and you will dismiss all such thoughts from your mind. Otherwise, I tell you that I take back everything I have said, and that you shall never even speak to Joan Haste again." Samuel's fit of passion had passed by now, or perhaps it had been frightened away, for his face grew pale, paler than usual, and the constant involuntary movement of his furtive hands was the only sign left of the storm that shook him. "I beg your pardon, sir," he said in a whining voice. "The Lord knows I beg your pardon, and what's more, I didn't mean nothing of what I said. It was jealousy that made me speak so, jealousy bitter as the grave, and when I heard you talk of her getting fond of that captain, my Joan fond of another man, a gentleman too, who would be bound to treat her as her mother was treated by some villain, it seemed as though all the wickedness in the world bubbled up in my heart and spoke through my mouth." "There, that will do," answered Mr. Levenger testily. "See that you do not let such wickedness bubble again in your heart, or anywhere else, that's all, for at the first sign of it, and remember, I shall have my eye on you, there will be an end of your courtship. And now you had better go. Take my advice and ask her again in a week or so. You can come and tell me how you got on. Good day." Samuel picked up his broad hat, bowed, and departed, walking delicately like Agag, as though he expected at every moment to put his foot upon an egg. "Upon my word," thought Mr. Levenger, "I'm half afraid of that fellow. I wonder if it is safe to let the girl marry him. On the whole, I should think so. He has a great deal to recommend him, and this kind of thing will pass off. She isn't the woman to stand much of it. Anyway, it seems necessary for everybody's welfare, though somehow I doubt if good will come of all this scheming." End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allison. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. A Meeting by the Mere. Mr. Levenger's confidential interview with Mrs. Gillingwater was not long in bearing fruit. Joan soon became aware that her aunt was watching her closely, and most closely of all whenever she chanced to be in attendance on Henry, with whom she was now left alone as little as possible. The effect of this knowledge was to produce an intense irritation in her mind. Her conscience was guilty, but Joan was not a woman to take warning from a guilty conscience. Indeed, its sting only drove her faster along the downward road, much as a high-mettled horse often rebels furiously under the punishment of the whip. There was a vein of self-willed obstinacy and of devil-may-caredness in Joan's nature that, dormant hitherto, at this crisis of her life, began to assert itself with alarming power. Come what might, she was determined to have her way and not be thwarted. There is this to be said in excuse for her, that now her whole being was dominated by her passion for Henry. In the ordinary sense of the word, it was not love that possessed her, nor was it strictly what is understood by passion, but rather, if it can be defined at all, some strange new force, some absorbing influence that included both love and passion, and yet had mysterious qualities of its own. Fortunately with English women, such infatuations are not common, though they are to be found frequently among people of the Latin race, where sometimes they result in blind tragedies that seem almost inexplicable to our sober sense. But, whatever the cause, Joan had fallen a victim to this fate, and now it mastered her, body, mind, and soul. She had never cared for any one before, and on Henry she let loose the pent-up affections of a lifetime. No breath of passion had ever moved her, and now a look from his eyes, or a touch of his hand, stirred all the fibers of her nature, as the wind stirs every leaf upon a tree. He was her darling, her desire. Till she had learnt to love him, she had not known the powers and the possibilities of life. And if she could win his love, she would even have been willing to pay for it at the price of her own death. The approach of such an infatuation would have terrified most girls. They would have crushed it, or put themselves beyond its reach before it took hold of them. But then the majority of young English women, even of those who belong to the humbler walks of life, do not stand by their own strength alone. Either they have an inherited sense of the proprieties that amounts almost to an instinct, or they possess strong religious principles, or there are those about them who guide and restrain any dangerous tendency in their natures. At the very least they are afraid of losing the respect and affection of their friends and relatives, and of becoming a mark for the sneers and scandal of the world in which they move. In Joan's case, these influences were for the most part lacking. From childhood she had lived beneath the shadow of a shame that, in some degree, had withered her moral sense. No father or mother gave her their tender guidance, and of religion she had been taught so little that, though she conformed to its outward ceremonies, it could not be said to have any real part in her life. Relatives she had none except her harsh and coarse-minded aunt. Her few friends made at a middle-class school were now lost to her, for with the girls of her own rank in the village she would not associate, and those of better standing either did or affected to look down upon her. In short, her character was compounded of potentialities for good and evil. She was sweet and strong-natured and faithful, but she had not learned that these qualities are of little avail to bring about the happiness or moral well-being of her who owns them, unless they are dominated by a sense of duty. Having such a sense, the best of us are liable to error in this direction or in that. Wanting it, we must indeed be favored if we escape disaster among the many temptations of life. It was Joan's misfortune rather than her fault, for she was the victim of her circumstances, and not of any innate depravity, that she lacked this controlling power, and in this defenseless state she found herself suddenly exposed to the fiercest temptation that can assail a woman of her character and gifts, the temptation to give way to a love which, if it did not end in empty misery, could only bring shame upon herself and ceaseless trouble and remorse to its object. Thus it came about that during these weeks Joan lived in a wild and fevered dream, lived for the hour only, thinking little and caring less of what the future might bring forth. Her purpose, so far as she can be said to have had one, was to make Henry love her, and to the consummation of this end she brought to bear all her beauty and every power of her mind. That success must mean sorrow to her, and to him did not affect her. Though in her wildest moments she never dreamed of Henry as her husband, she loved him today, and today he was there for her to love. Let the morrow look to itself, and the griefs that it might bring. If such was Joan's attitude towards Henry, it may be asked what was Henry's towards Joan. The girl attracted him strangely, after a fashion in which he had never been attracted by a woman before. Her fresh and ever-varying loveliness was a continual source of delight to him, as it must have been to any man, but by degrees he became conscious that it was not her beauty alone which moved him. Perhaps it was her tenderness, a tenderness apparent in every word and gesture, or more probably it may have been the atmosphere of love that surrounded her, of love directed towards himself, which gradually conquered him mind and body, and broke down the barrier of his self-control. Hitherto Henry had never cared for any woman, and if women had cared for him, he had not understood it. Now he was weak and he was worried, and in his way he also was rebellious, and fighting against a marriage that men and circumstances combined to thrust upon him. Under such conditions, it was not perhaps unnatural that he should shrink back from the strict path of interest and follow that of a spontaneous affection. Joan had taken his fancy from the first moment that he saw her. She had won his gratitude by her bravery and her gentle devotion, and she was a young and beautiful woman. Making some slight allowance for the frailties of human nature, perhaps we need not seek for any further explanation of his future conduct. For a week or more, nothing of importance occurred between them. Indeed, they were very seldom alone together, for whenever Joan's duty took her to the sick room, Mrs. Gillingwater, whom Henry detested, made a point of being present, or did she chance to be called away, his sister Ellen would be certain to appear to take her place, accompanied at times by Edward Millward. At length, on a certain afternoon, Mrs. Gillingwater ordered Joan to go out walking. Joan did not wish to go out, for the weather threatened rain. Also, for her own reasons, she preferred to remain where she was. But her aunt was peremptory, and Joan started, setting her face towards Ramborough Abbey. Very soon it came on to rain, and she had no umbrella. But this accident did not deter her. She had been sent out to walk, and walk she would. To tell the truth, she was thinking little of the weather, for her mind was filled with resentment against her aunt. It was unbearable that she should be interfered with and ordered about like a child. There were 100 things that she wished to do in the house. Who would give Captain Graves his tea? And she was sure that he would never remember about the medicine unless she was there to remind him. As Joan proceeded on her walk along the edge of the cliff, she noticed the figure of a man standing about a quarter of a mile to her right on the crest or hogsback of land, beyond which lay the chain of melancholy mirrors, and wondered vaguely what he could be doing there in such weather. At length it occurred to her that it was time to return, for now she was near to Ramborough Abbey. She was weary of the sight of the sea, that moaned sullenly beneath her, half hidden by the curtain of the rain, so she struck across the ridge of land, heedless of the wet saline grasses that swept against her skirt, purposing to walk home by the little sheep track which follows the edge of the meres in the valley. As she was crossing the highest point of the ridge, she saw the man's figure again. Suddenly it disappeared, and the thought struck her that he might have been following her, keeping parallel to her path. For a moment Joan hesitated, for the country just here was very lonely, especially in such weather. But the next she dismissed her fears, being courageous by nature, and passed on towards the first mere. Doubtless this person was a shepherd looking for a lost sheep, or perhaps a gamekeeper. The aspect of the lakes was so dreary, and the paths so sopping wet, that soon Joan began to wish that she had remained upon the cliff. However, she trudged on bravely, the rain beating in her face till her thin dress was soaked and clung to her shape in a manner that was picturesque but uncomfortable. At the head of the second mere the sheep-walk ran past some clumps of high reeds, and as she approached them, Joan, whose eye for natural objects was quick, observed that something had disturbed the wild fowl which haunted the place, for a heron and a mallard rose and circled high in the air, and a brace of curlew zigzagged away against the wind, uttering plaintive cries that reached her for long after they vanished into the mist. Now she had come to the first clump of reeds, when she heard a stir behind them, and a man stepped forward and stood in the middle of the path, within 3 paces of her. The man was Samuel Rock, clad in a long cloak, and, recognizing him, Joan understood that she had been waylaid. She halted and said angrily, for her first feeling was one of indignation, "What are you doing here, Mr. Rock?" "Walking, Miss Haste," he answered nervously, "the same as you." "That is not true, Mr. Rock. You were hiding behind those reeds." "I took shelter there against the rain." "I see. You took shelter from the rain and on the weather side of the reeds," she said contemptuously. "Well, do not let me keep you standing in this wet," and she attempted to pass him. "It is no use telling you lies," he muttered sullenly. "I came here to speak to you, where there ain't none to disturb us." And as he spoke, Samuel placed himself in such a position that it was impossible for her to escape him without actually breaking into a run. "Why do you follow me?" she said in an indignant voice. "After what you promised, too. Stand aside and let me go home." Samuel made no move, but a curious light came into his blue eyes, a light that was not pleasant to see. "I'm thinking I've stood aside enough, Joan," he answered, "and I ain't a-going to stand aside till all the mischief is done and I am ruined. As for promises, they may go hang. I can't keep no more of them. So please, you'll just stand for once and listen to what I have to say to you. If you are wet, you can take my cloak. I don't mind the rain, and I seem to want some cooling." "I'd rather drown than touch anything that belongs to you," she replied, for her hatred of the man mastered her courtesy and reason. "Say what you've got to say and let me go on." The remark was an unfortunate one, for it awoke in Samuel's breast the fury that accompanied and underlay his passion, that fury which had astonished Mr. Levenger. "Would you now?" he broke out, his lips turning white with rage. "Well, if half I hear is true, there's others whose things you don't mind touching." "What do you mean, Mr. Rock?" "I mean that captain whom you're not ashamed to be hanging after all day long. Oh, I know about you. I heard how you was found holding him in your arms the first day that you met him by the tower yonder, after you'd been flirting with him like any street girl, till you brought him to break his leg. Yes, holding him in those arms of yours, nothing less. "Oh, how dare you! How dare you!" she murmured, for no other words would come to her. "Dare? I dare anything. You've worked me up to that, my beauty. Now I dare ask you when you'll let me make an honest woman of you, if it isn't too late." By this time Joan was positively speechless, so great were the rage and loathing with which this man and his words filled her. "Oh, Joan," he went on with a sudden change of tone, "do you forgive me if I have said sharp things? For it's you that drives me to them with your cruelty, and I'm ready to forgive you all yours. Aye, I'd bear to hear them again, for you look so beautiful when you are like that." "Forgive you!" gasped Joan, but he did not seem to hear. "Let's have done with this cat and dog quarreling," he went on. "Let's make it up and get married. The sooner the better. Tomorrow, if you like. You will never regret it. You'll be happier then than with that captain who loves Miss Levenger, not you. And I shall be happy too. Happy, happy!" And he flung his arms wide in a kind of ecstasy. Of all this speech, only one sentence seemed to reach Joan's understanding, at any rate, at the time. "Who loves Miss Levenger, not you." Oh, was it true? Did Captain Graves really love Miss Levenger as she knew that Emma loved him? The man spoke certainly, as though he had knowledge. Even in the midst of her unspeakable anger, the thought pierced her like a spear and caused her face to soften and her eyes to grow troubled. Samuel saw these signs and misinterpreted them, thinking that her resentment was yielding beneath his entreaties. For a moment he stood searching his mind for more words, but unable to find them. Then suddenly he sought to clinch the matter in another fashion, for, following the promptings of an instinct that was natural enough under the circumstances, however ill-advised it might be, suddenly he caught Joan in his long arms, and drawing her to him, kissed her twice passionately upon the face. At first Joan scarcely seemed to understand what had happened. Indeed, it was not until Samuel, encouraged by his success, was about to renew his embraces, that she awoke to the situation. Then her action was prompt enough. She was a strong woman, and the emergency doubled her strength. With a quick twisting movement of her form and a push of her hands, she shook off Samuel so effectively that in staggering back his foot slipped in the greasy soil, and he fell upon his side, clutching in his hand a broad fragment from the bosom of Joan's dress, at which he had caught to save himself. "Now," she said, as Samuel rose slowly from the mire, "listen to me. You have had your say, and I will have mine. First, understand this. If you ever try to kiss me again, it will be the worse for you. For your own sake, I advise you not, for I think that I should kill you if I could. I hate you, Samuel Rock, for you have lied to me, and you have insulted me in a way that no woman can forgive. I will never marry you. I had rather beg my bread. So if you are wise, you will forget all about me, or at the least keep out of my way." Samuel faced the beautiful woman, who, notwithstanding her torn and draggled dress, looked royal in her scorn and anger. He was very white, but his passion seemed to have left him, and he spoke in a quiet voice. "Don't be afraid," he said. "I'm not going to try and kiss you again. I have kissed you twice. That is enough for me at present. And what's more, though you may rub your face, you can't rub it out of your mind. But you are wrong when you say that you won't marry me, because you will. I know it. And the first time I kiss you after we are married, I will remind you of this, Joan Haste. I am not going to ask you to have me again. I shall wait till you ask me to take you, and then I shall be revenged upon you. That day will come, the day of your shame and need, the day of my reward, when, as I have lain in the dirt before you, you will lie in the dirt before me. That is all I have to say. Good-bye." And he walked past her, vanishing behind the reeds. Now it was for the first time that Joan felt afraid. The insult and danger had gone by, yet she was frightened, horribly frightened, for though the thing seemed impossible, it was borne in upon her mind that Samuel Rock's presentiment was true, and that an hour might come when, in some sense, she would lie in the mire before him and seek a refuge as his wife. She could not conceive any circumstances in which a thing so horrible might happen, for however sore her necessity, though she shrank from death, it seemed to her that it would be better to die rather than to suffer such a fate. Yet so deeply did this terror shake her, that she turned and looked upon the black waters of the mirror, wondering if it would not be better to give it the lie once and for all. Then she thought of Henry, and her mood changed, for her mind and body were too healthy to allow her to submit herself indefinitely to such forebodings. Like many women, Joan was an opportunist, and lived very much in the day and for it. These things might be true, but at least they were not yet. If she was destined to be the wife of Samuel Rock in the future, she was her own mistress in the present, and the shadow of sorrow and bonds to come, so she argued, suggested the strongest possible reasons for rejoicing in the light and liberty of the fleeting hour. If she was doomed to an earthly hell, if her hands must be torn by thorns and her eyes grow blind with tears, at least she was minded to be able to remember that once she had walked in paradise, gathering flowers there and beholding her heart's desire. Thus she reasoned in her folly, as she tramped homewards through the rain, heedless of the fact that no logic could be more fatal, and none more pleasing to that tempter who as of old lurks in paradises such as her fancy painted. When she reached home, Joan found her aunt awaiting her in the bar parlor. "Who has been keeping you all this time in the wet, Joan?" she asked in a half-expectant voice. Joan lit a candle before she answered, for the place was gloomy. "Do you wish to know?" she said. "Then I will tell you. Your friend, Mr. Samuel Rock, whom you sent after me." "My friend? And what if he is my friend? I'd be glad if I had a few more such." By this time the light had burnt up, and Mrs. Gillingwater saw the condition of her niece's attire. "Good gracious, girl, what have you been doing?" she asked. "Ain't you ashamed to walk about half stripped like that?" "People must do what they can't help, Aunt, and that's the work of the friend you are so proud of. I may as well tell you at once, for if I don't, he will. He came making love to me again, as he has before, and finished up by kissing me, the coward, and when I threw him off he tore my dress." "And why couldn't you let him kiss you quietly, you silly girl?" asked her aunt with indignation. "Now I dare say that you have offended him, so that he won't come forward again, to say nothing of spoiling your new dress. It ain't a crime for a man to kiss the girl he wants to marry, is it?" "Why? Because I would rather kiss a rat, that's all. I hate the very sight of him, and as for coming forward again, I only hope that he won't, for my sake and for his too." Now Mrs. Gillingwater arose in her wrath. Her coarse face became red, and her voice grew shrill. "You good-for-nothing baggage," she said. "So that is your game, is it? To go turning up your nose and chucking your impudence in the face of a man like Mr. Rock, who is worth 20 of you, and does you honor by wishing to make a wife of you, you that haven't a decent name to your back, and he rich enough to marry a lady if he liked, or half a dozen of them for the matter of that. Well, I tell you that you shall have him, or I will know the reason why. Aye, and so will others too." "I can't be violent like you, Aunt," answered Joan, who began to feel as though this second scene would be too much for her. "It isn't in my nature, and I hate it. But whether I have a name or not, and it is no fault of mine if I have none, though folk don't seem inclined to let me forget it, I say that I will not marry Samuel Rock. I am a woman full grown and of age, and I know this, that there is no law in the land which can force me to take a husband whom I don't want, and so perhaps, as we have got to live together, you'll stop talking about him." "Stop talking about him? Never for 1 hour till I see you signing your name in the book with him, miss. And as for living together, it won't be long that we shall do that, unless you drop these tantrums and become sensible. Else you may just tramp it for your living, or go and slave as a housemaid if any one will take you, which I doubt they won't without a character, for nobody here will say a good word for you, you wilful stuck-up thing, for all your fine looks that you are so proud of, and that'll be the ruin of you yet if you're not careful, as they were of your mother before you." Joan sank into a chair and made no answer. The woman's violence beat her down and was hateful to her. Almost rather would she have faced Samuel Rock, for with him her sex gave her a certain advantage. "I know what you are after," went on Mrs. Gillingwater with gathering vehemence. "Do you suppose that I have not seen through you all these weeks, though you are so cunning? You are making up to him, you are. Not that I have a word to say against him, for he is a nice gentleman enough, only, like the rest of them, so soft that he'll let a pretty face fool him for all his seafaring in foreign parts. Well, look here, Joan, I'll speak to you plain and plump. We never were mother and daughter, so it is no use pretending what we don't feel, and I won't put up with that from you, which I might perhaps from my own child, if I had one. You've given me lots of truck with your contrary ways, ever since you were a little one, and I'm not minded to stand much more of it, for the profit don't run to the worry. What I want you to understand is this, that I am set on your pulling it off with Samuel Rock, like a broody hen on a nest egg, and I mean to see that chick hatch out. Never you mind for why, that's my affair. If you can't see your way to that, then off you go, and pretty sharp too. There, I have said my say, and you can think it over. Now you had best change your clothes and go look after the captain, for I have got business abroad tonight. If you don't mend your manners, it will be for the last time, I can tell you." Joan rose and obeyed without a word. Mrs. Gillingwater watched her pass and fell into a reflective mood. "She is a beauty and no mistake," she thought to herself. "I never saw such another in all my born days. Her mother was well enough, but she wasn't in it with Joan. And what's more, I like her pride. Why should she take that canting chap if she don't want to? I'm paid to back him, and a day's work for a day's wage, that's my motto. But I'd rather see her marry the captain, and sit in the church a lady, with a fur round her neck and a carriage waiting outside, than snuffle in a chapel praising the Lord with a pack of oily-faced children. If she had the go of a heifer calf, she would marry him, though. He is bound to be a baronet, and it would make a ladyship of her, which with a little teaching is just what she is fit to be. For if he ain't almost as sweet on her, and small wonder after all that nursing she is on him, I was born in the Flag 100, that's all." But go is just what Joan ain't got, not when she can make anything for herself out of it anyway. She'd do what she liked for love, but she wouldn't turn her finger round a teacup to crown herself a queen. Well, there is no helping them as won't help themselves, so I am all for Samuel Rock and 100 pounds in my pocket, especially as I dare say that I can screw another 100 out of him if I square Joan, to say nothing of a trifle from the captain, over and above the board for holding my tongue. I suppose he will marry old Levenger's girl, the captain will. A pale, puling-faced thing she is, and full of soft words as a boiled potato with flour, but she's got plenty of that as will make her look rosy to any landlord in these times. Still, hang me if I was a man, if I wouldn't rather take Joan and those brown eyes of hers, and snap my fingers at the world, the flesh, and the devil. Who or what Miss Gillingwater meant by the world, the flesh, and the devil is not quite evident, but certainly they symbolized persons or conveyed some image to her mind in this connection, for, suiting the action to the word, she snapped her fingers thrice at the empty air, and then sought her bonnet prior to some private expedition in pursuance of pleasure, or more probably of profit. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allison. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. Sowing the Wind. Joan went to her room and took off her wet things, for she was soaked to the skin. Clothing herself anew in her Sunday dress, a soft gray garment, with little frills about the neck and wrists. Then she brushed her wavy brown hair, twisting it into a loose knot at the back of her head, and, though she did not think of it, no style could have been more becoming to her. Her toilette completed, a few minutes after her aunt had left the house, she went to the parlor to get herself some tea, of which she drank 2 or 3 cups, for she felt unusually thirsty. But she could scarcely swallow a mouthful. The food seemed to choke her, and when she attempted to eat, the effort brought on a feeling of dizziness and a tingling sensation in her limbs. "I wonder what is the matter with me," she said to herself. "I feel as though my veins were on fire. I suppose that these scenes have upset me, or perhaps that tea was too strong. Well, I must go and look after Captain Graves. Aunt won't be back till 12 o'clock or so, and it's my last night, so I had better make the most of it. I dare say that they will turn me out of the house tomorrow." And, with a bitter little laugh, she took up the candle, preparatory to going to Henry's room. Near the door Joan paused, and, whether by chance or by design, turned to look at herself in an oak-framed mirror that hung upon the wall, whither doubtless it had been brought from some old house in the neighborhood, for it was costly and massive in make. Her first glance was cursory, then she held up the candle and began to examine herself more attentively, since, perhaps for the first time in her life, her appearance fascinated her, and she became fully aware of her own loveliness. Indeed, in that moment she was lovely as we may imagine the ancient Helen to have been, or any of those women who have set the world aflame. Her brown eyes were filled with strange light, beneath their curving lashes and the clear-cut heavy lids. Her sweet mouth drooped a little, like that of a sleeping child, showing the ivory of her teeth between the parted lips. Her cheeks glowed like the bloom on a peach, and above, the masses of her gold-brown hair shone faintly in the candlelight. Perhaps it was that the gray dress set it off more perfectly than usual, at least it seemed to Joan, considering herself critically, that her form was worthy of the face above it, and, in truth, it would have been hard to find a woman cast in a more perfect mold. Tall and somewhat slender for her height, her every movement was full of grace, and revealed some delicacy of limb, or neck, or carriage. Seeing herself thus, a new light broke upon Joan's mind, and she understood how it came about that Samuel Rock worshipped her so madly. Well, if mere beauty could move one man thus, why should not beauty and tenderness and love, love that could not be measured, suffice to move another? She smiled at the thought, a slow, sweet smile, and with the smile a sense of her own power entered into her, a power that she had never learned until this moment. Except for the occasional visits of Mrs. Gillingwater, bringing him his tea or dinner, Henry had been alone that day since 1 o'clock. Nearly 9 weeks had passed from the date of his accident, and although he did not dare as yet to set his injured limb to the ground, in all other respects he was perfectly well, but thinner in the face, which was blanched by confinement and adorned with a short chestnut-colored beard. So well was he, indeed, that he had been allowed to leave his bed and to take exercise on crutches in the room, though the doctor considered that it would not be wise for him to risk the shaking of a journey home, or even to venture out at present. In this view Henry had acquiesced, although his sister Ellen pooh-poohed it, saying that she was certain that he could be brought back safely. The truth was that at the time he had no yearning for the society of his family, or indeed for any other society than that in which he found himself. He was glad to be away from Rosham and the carking care that brooded on the place. He was glad to escape from Ellen and the obnoxious Edward. Nor did he wish to visit Mr. Levenger at present, for he knew that then he would be expected to propose to his daughter, which for many reasons he did not desire to do. Although she had exaggerated its effects, for in fact the matter had almost slipped from his memory, Emma, poor girl, had been right to some extent in her forebodings as to the results of her passionate outburst upon Henry's mind, should he ever hear the story of it. Not that he thought the worse of her. No man thinks the worse of a woman because she either is or pretends to be in love with him, but the incident irritated him in that it gave a new twist to a tangled skein. How could he remain on terms of ordinary friendship with a girl who had made such an avowal? It seemed to him difficult, if not impossible. Surely he must either place himself in regard to her upon the footing which she appeared to desire, or he must adopt the easier alternative and keep away from her altogether. No, he wanted none of their company, and he was glad that it was still unsafe for him to travel, though he longed for the fresh air. But that he did wish for some company became evident to him this afternoon, although he had received with a certain amount of resignation a note in which Ellen informed him that their father seemed so fidgety and unwell that she could not drive over to Bradmouth that day. He could no longer disguise the truth from himself. It was the society of Joan that he desired, and of Joan he had seen less and less during the last fortnight. Neither she nor anybody else had said anything to that effect, but he was convinced that she was being kept out of his way. Why should she be kept out of his way? A guilty conscience gave him the answer readily enough. Because it was not desirable that they should remain upon terms of such intimacy. Alas, it was so. He had fought against the fact, ridiculing and denying it up to this very hour. But now that fact had become too strong for him, and as he sat a prey to loneliness and uncomfortable thoughts, he was fain to acknowledge before the tribunal of his own heart that, if he was not in love with Joan, he did not know what was the matter with him. At the least it had come to this. Her presence seemed necessary to him, and the prospective pain of parting from her absolutely intolerable. It is not too much to say that this revelation of his sad plight dismayed Henry. For a moment, indeed, his faculties and judgment were paralyzed. To begin with, for him it was a new experience, and therefore the more dangerous and crushing. If this were not a mere momentary madness, and if the girl cared for him as it would appear that he cared for her, what could be the issue? He had no great regard for the prejudice and conventions of caste, but, circumstanced as he was, it seemed absolutely impossible that he should marry her. Had he been independent, provided always that she did care for him, he would have done it gladly enough. But he was not independent, and such an act would mean the utter ruin of his family. More, indeed, if he could bring himself to sacrifice them. He had now no profession and no income. And how would a man, hampered and dragged down by a glaring mésalliance, be able to find fresh employment by means of which he could support a wife? No, there was an end of it. The thing could not possibly be done. What then was the alternative? Clearly one only, to go, and at once. Some men so placed might have found a third solution, but Henry did not belong to this class. His character and sense of right rebelled against any such notion, and the habits of self-restraint in which he had trained himself for years afforded what he believed to be an impregnable rampart, however frail might be the citadel within. So thought Henry, who as yet had never matched himself in earnest in such a war. There he sat, strong in his rectitude and consciousness of virtue, however much his heart might ache, making mental preparations for his departure on the morrow, till at last he grew tired of them, and found himself wishing that Joan would come to help him to get ready. He was lying with his back to the door on a sofa placed between the bed and the wide hearth, upon which a small fire had been lighted, for the night was damp and chilly. And just as this last vagrant wish flitted through his mind, a sound attracted his attention, and he turned to discover that it had been realized as swiftly as though he were the owner of Aladdin's lamp, for there, the candle still in her hand, stood Joan, looking at him from the farther side of the hearth. It has been said that she was struck by her own appearance as she passed towards his room, and that the change she saw in herself cannot have been altogether fancy is evident from the exclamation which burst from Henry as his eyes fell upon her. An exclamation so involuntary that he scarcely knew what he was saying until the words had passed his lips. "Great heaven, Joan, how lovely you are tonight! What have you been doing to yourself?" Next second he could have bitten out his tongue. He had hardly ever paid her a compliment before, and this was the moment that he had chosen to begin. His only excuse was that he could not help himself. The sudden effect of her beauty, which was so strangely transfigured, had drawn the words from him as the sun draws mist. "Am I?" she asked dreamily. "I am glad if it pleases you." Here was a strange beginning to his pending announcement of departure, thought Henry. Clearly he must recover the situation before he made it. "Where have you been all this afternoon?" he asked in an indifferent voice. "I have been out walking." "What, alone, and in the rain?" "I did not say that I was alone." "Whom were you with, then? It can't have been your aunt." "I was with Mr. Samuel Rock. I mean that he met me." "What, that farmer who Mrs. Gillingwater told me admires you so much?" "Yes, and what else did she tell you?" "Well, I think she said she hoped that he would propose to you, but I didn't pay much attention. It seemed too odd." "Well, however odd it may be, that is just what he has been doing," answered Joan deliberately. Now Henry understood it all. Joan had accepted this man, and it was love for him that made her breast heave and her eyes shine like stars. He ought to have been delighted. The difficulty was done with, and no trouble could possibly ensue. And behold, instead, he was furious. He ought to have congratulated her, to have said the right thing in the right way. But instead of congratulation, the only words that passed his lips were such as might have been uttered by a madly jealous and would-be sarcastic boy. "He proposed to you, did he? And in the rain? How charming! I suppose he kissed you, too?" "Yes," replied Joan, "twice." And slowly she raised her eyes and fixed them upon his face. What Henry said immediately after that announcement he was never quite able to remember, but it was something strong and almost incoherent. Set on fire by his smoldering jealousy, suddenly his passion flamed up in the magnetized atmosphere of her presence, for on that night her every word and look seemed to be magnetic and to pierce him through and through. For a minute or more he denounced her, and all the while Joan stood silent, watching him with her wide eyes, the light shining on her face. At last he ceased, and she spoke. "I do not understand you," she said. "Why are you angry with me? What do you mean?" "I don't know," he gasped. "I have no right to be angry. I think I must be mad, for I can't even recollect what I have been saying. I suppose that I was astonished to hear that you were engaged to Mr. Rock, that's all. Please forgive me and forget my words, and if you don't mind, perhaps you had better go away." "I don't wish to forget them, although I dare say that they mean nothing. I am not engaged to Mr. Rock. I hate him," answered Joan in the same slow voice, adding, "If you have patience, will you listen to a story? I should like to tell it you before we part, for I think that we have been good friends, and friends should know each other, so that they may remember one another truly when their affection has become nothing but a memory." Henry nodded, and still very deliberately, as though she wished to avoid all appearance of haste or of excitement, Joan sat herself down upon a footstool in front of the dying fire, and began to speak, always keeping her sad eyes fixed upon his face. "It is not such a very long story," she said, "and the only part of it that has any interest began on that day when we met. I suppose they have told you that I am nobody, and worse than nobody? I do not know who my father was, though I think," and she smiled as though some coincidence had struck her, "that he was a gentleman whom my mother fell in love with. Mr. Levenger has to do with me in some way. I believe that he paid for my education when I went to school, but I am not sure even about this, and why he should have done so I can't tell. Mr. Samuel Rock is a dissenter and a farmer. They say that he is the richest man in Bradmouth. I don't know why. It was no fault of mine, for I always disliked him very much, but he took a fancy to me years ago, although he said nothing about it at the time. After I came back from school, my aunt urged me continually to accept his attentions, but I kept out of his way until that afternoon when I met you. Then he found me sitting under the tower at Ramborough Abbey, where I had gone to be alone because I was cross and worried, and he proposed to me, and was so strange and violent in his manner that he frightened me. What I was most afraid of, however, was that he would tell my aunt that I had refused him, for I did refuse him, and that she would make my life more of a misery to me than it is already. For you see I have no friends here, where everybody looks down upon me, and nothing to do. So in the end I struck a bargain with him, that he should leave me alone for 6 months, and that then I would give him a final answer, provided that he promised to say nothing of what had happened to my aunt. He has not kept his promise, for today he waylaid me and was very insolent and brutal, so much so that at last he caught hold of me and kissed me against my will, tearing my dress half off me, and I pushed him away and told him what I thought of him. The end of it was that he swore that he would marry me yet, and left me. Then I came back home, and an hour ago I told my aunt what had happened, and there was a scene. She said that either I should marry Samuel Rock or be turned out of the house in a day or two, so I suppose that I must go, and that is all my story." "The brute," muttered Henry. "I wish I had him on board a man-of-war. I'd teach him manners. And what are you going to do, Joan?" "I don't know. Work if I can, and starve if I can't. It doesn't matter. Nobody will miss me or care what happens to me." "Don't say that, Joan," he answered huskily. I care for one." "It is very good of you to say so. But you see you have others to care for besides me. There is Miss Levenger, for instance." "I have told you once already that I am not engaged to Miss Levenger." "Yes, but a time will come when you will tell me or others that you are, and I think that you will be right. She is a sweet girl. And now, sir," she added, with a total change of manner, "I think that I had better tidy up and bid you good night and good bye, for I dare say that I shall come back here no more. I can't wait to be driven out like a strange dog." And she began to perform her various sick-room duties with a mechanical precision. Henry watched her for a while, until at length all was done, and she made ready to go. Then the heart which he had striven to repress burst its bonds, and he sat up and said to her, in a voice that was almost a cry, "Oh, Joan, I don't know what has come to me, but I can't bear to part with you, though it is best that you should go, for I cannot offer to marry you. I wish to heaven that I could." She came and stood beside him. "I will remember those words as long as I live," she said, "because I know that they are true. I know also why you could not marry me, for we hear all the gossip, and putting that aside, it would be your ruin, though for me it might be heaven." "Do you really care about me then, Joan?" he asked anxiously, "and so much as that?" "You must forgive me, but I am ignorant in these things. I didn't quite understand. I feel that I have become a bit foolish, but I didn't know that you had caught the disease." "Care about you? Anyway, I care enough not to let you marry me even if you would. I think that to bring ruin and disgrace upon a man and all his family would be a poor way to show one's love for him. You see, you have everything to lose. You are not like me, who have nothing, not even a name. Care about you," she went on with a strange, almost unnatural energy, and her low, caressing voice seemed to thrill every fibre of his heart and leave them trembling, as harp-strings thrill and tremble beneath the hand of the player. "I wonder if there are any words in the world that could make you understand how much I care. Listen, when I first saw you yonder by the Abbey, a change crept over me, and when you lay there senseless in my arms, I became a new woman, as though I were born again, a woman whose mind I could not read, for it was different from my own. Afterwards I read it. It was when they thought that you were dying, and suddenly I learned that you would live. When I heard Miss Levanger cry out, and saw her fall, then I read it, and knew that I also loved you. I should have gone, but I didn't go, for I could not tear myself away from you. Oh, pity me, and do not think too hardly of me, for remember who and what I am, a woman who has never had any one to love, father or mother or sister or friend, and yet who desires love above everything. And now it had come to me at last, and that one love of mine made up for all that I had missed, and was greater and stronger in itself than the 100 different loves of happier girls can be. I loved you, and I loved you, and I love you. Yes, I wish you to know it before we part, and I hope that you will never quite forget it, for none will ever love you so much again as I have, and do, and shall do till I die. And now it is all done with, and of it there will remain nothing except some pain for you, and for me my memories and a broken heart. What is it that you say again about marrying me? Have I not told you that you shall not do it, though I shall never forget that you have even thought of such a thing?" "I say that I will marry you, Joan," broke in Henry in a hoarse voice. "Why should I spoil your life and mine for the sake of others?" "No, no, you will not. Why should you spoil Emma Levanger's life, and your sister's, and your mother's, and bring yourself to disgrace and ruin for the sake of a girl like me? No, you will not. You will bid me farewell, now and forever." And she held out her hand to him, while 2 great tears ran slowly down her face. He saw the tears, and his heart melted, for they moved him more than all her words. "My darling," he whispered, drawing her towards him. "Yes," she answered, "kiss away my tears this once, that, remembering it, whatever befalls me, I may weep no more forever." End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kendra Skarlovai. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 15. The First Fruits. Some days had passed since this night of avowal when, very early one morning, Henry was awakened from sleep by the sound of wheels and of knocking at the inn door. A strange apprehension took hold of him, and he rose from his bed and limped to the window. Then he saw that the carriage which had arrived was the old Rawsham shooting brake, a long, plain vehicle with deal seats running down its length on either side, constructed to carry 8 or 9 sportsmen to and from the more distant beats. Knocking at the door was none other than Edward Millward, and Henry guessed at once that he must have come to fetch him. "Well, perhaps it is as well," he thought to himself grimly. Then again his heart was filled with fear. What had happened? Why did Milward come thus, at such an hour? In another minute Edward had entered the room, followed by Mrs. Gillingwater. "Your father is dying, Graves," he blurted out. "I don't know what it is. He collapsed suddenly in the middle of the night. If you want to see him alive, and you had better, if you can, while he has got his senses, you must make shift to come along with me at once. I have brought the brake so that you can lie in it at full length. That was Ellen's idea. I should never have thought of it." "Great heaven!" said Henry. Then, assisted by Mrs. Gillingwater, he began to get into his clothes. In 10 minutes they were off, Henry lying flat upon a mattress at the bottom of the brake. Once he lifted his head and looked through the open rails of the vehicle towards the door of the house. Mrs. Gillingwater, who was a shrewd woman, interpreted the glance. "If you're looking for Joan, sir, to say good-bye to her, it is no use, for she's in her room there sleeping like the dead, and I couldn't wake her. I don't think she is quite herself somehow, but she'll be sorry to miss you, and so shall I, for the matter of that. But I'll tell her." Thank you, for everything," he answered hastily, and they started. The drive was long and the road rough, having been much washed by recent rains, but after a fashion Henry enjoyed it, so far as his pressing troubles of mind would allow him to enjoy anything, for it was a lovely morning, and the breath of the open air, the first that he had tasted for many weeks, was like wine to him. On the way, he learned from his companion all that there was to be told about his father. It appeared, as Henry had heard already, that he had been unwell for the last 2 months, not in a way to give alarm, though sufficiently to prevent him from leaving the house, except on the finest days, or at times his room. On the previous day, however, he seemed much better, and dined downstairs. About 10 o'clock he went to bed and slept soundly till a little past midnight, when the household was aroused by the violent ringing of Lady Graves' bell, and they rushed upstairs to find that Sir Reginald had been seized with a fit. Dr. Childs was sent for at once, and gave an opinion that death might occur at any moment. His treatment restored the patient's consciousness, and Sir Reginald's first words expressed the belief that he was dying, and an earnest wish to see his son, whereupon Edward, who chanced to be spending the night at Rosham, was dispatched with the brake to Bradmouth. At length they reached the hall, and Henry was helped from the vehicle, but in ascending the stone steps, which he insisted upon doing by himself, one of his crutches slipped, causing the foot of his injured limb to come down with some force upon the edge of the step. The accident gave him considerable pain, but he saved himself from falling, and thought little more of it at the time. In the dining-room he found Ellen, who looked pale and seemed relieved to see him. "How is my father?" he asked. "Insensible again just now. But I am so glad that you have come, Henry, for he has been asking for you continually. All this business about the property seems to weigh more upon his mind now than it has done for years, and he wants to speak to you on the subject." Then his mother came down, and her eyes were red with weeping. "You have returned to a sad home, Henry," she said, kissing him. "We are an unlucky family. Death and misfortune are always at our doors. You look very white, my dear boy, and no wonder. You had better try to eat something, since it is useless for you to attempt to see your poor father at present." So Henry ate, or made a pretense of doing so, and afterwards was helped upstairs to a room opposite to that in which his father lay dying, where he settled himself in an invalid chair which Sir Reginald had used on the few occasions when he had been outside the house during the past weeks, and waited. All that day and all the next day he waited, and still his father did not recover consciousness. Indeed, Dr. Childs now appeared to be of the opinion that he would pass from coma to death. Much as he wished to bid a last farewell to his father, Henry could not repress a certain sense of relief when he heard that this was likely to be the case. For an instinct, coupled with some words which Ellen had let fall, warned him that Sir Reginald wished to speak to him upon the subject of Miss Levenger. But the doctor was mistaken, for about 6 o'clock in the morning, nearly 24 hours after he had reached the house, Henry was awakened by Ellen, who came to tell him that their father was fully conscious and wished to see him at once. Seating himself in the invalid chair, he was wheeled across the passage to the red bedroom, in which he had himself been born. The top halves of some of the window shutters were partly open, and by the light that streamed through them into the dim death chamber, he saw his father's gaunt but still stately form propped up with pillows in the great four-post bed, of which the red curtains had been drawn back to admit the air. "Here comes Henry," whispered Lady Graves. The old man turned his head, and shaking back his snowy hair, he peered round the room.
"Is that you, my son?"
he said in a low voice, stretching out a trembling hand, which Henry took and kissed.
"You find me in a bad way, on the verge of death, where you have so lately been."
"Yes, it is I, father."
"God bless you, my boy, and God be thanked that you have been able to come to listen to my last words, and that I have recovered my senses so that I can speak to you. Do not go away, my dear, or you, Ellen, for I want you all to hear what I have to say. You know, Henry, the state of this property. Mismanagement and bad times have ruined it. I have been to blame, and your dear brother, whom I hope soon to see, was to blame also. It has come to this, and I am leaving you beggars, and worse than beggars, since for the first time in the history of our family we cannot pay our debts."
Here he stopped and groaned, and Lady Graves whispered to him to rest awhile.
"No, no,"
he answered.
"Give me some brandy. I will go on. Does not matter if I use myself up, and my brain may fail me at any moment. Henry, I am dying here on this spot of earth where so many of our forefathers have lived and died before me, and more than the thought of leaving you all, more than the memory of my sins, or than the fear of the judgment of the Almighty, whose mercy is my refuge, the thought crushes me that I have failed in my trust, that my children must be beggared, my name dishonored, and my home, yes, and my very grave, sold to strangers. Henry, I have but one hope now, and it is in you. I think that I have sometimes been unjust to you in the past, but I know you for an upright and self-denying man, who, unlike some of us, has always set his duty before his pleasure. It is to you, then, that I appeal with my last breath, feeling sure that it will not be in vain, since, even should you have other wishes, you will sacrifice them to my prayer, to your mother's welfare, and to the honor of our name. You know that there is only one way of escape from all our liabilities, for I believe you have been spoken to on the subject. Indeed, I myself alluded to it by a marriage between yourself and Emma Levenger, who holds the mortgages on this property and has other means. A father desires this, and I have been told that the girl herself, who is a good and sweet woman, has declared her affection for you. Therefore, it all rests with you. Do you understand me?
"Say yes, and that you will marry her on the first opportunity," whispered Ellen into Henry's ear. "He will kill himself with talking so much." Then she saw her brother's face, and drew back her head in horror. Heavens! Could it be that he was going to refuse?
I will try to make myself plain, went on Sir Reginald after a pause, and swallowing another sip of brandy. I want you to promise, Henry, before us all, that nothing, except the death of one of you, shall prevent you from marrying Emma Levenger so soon as may be possible after my funeral. When I have heard you say that, I shall be able to die in peace. Promise, then, my son, quickly, for I wish to turn my mind to other matters.
Now all eyes were bent upon Henry's face, and it was rigid and ashen. Twice he tried to speak and failed. The third time the words came, and they sounded like a groan.
Father, I cannot.
Ellen gasped, and Lady Graves murmured,
Cruel, cruel.
As for the dying man, his head sank back upon the pillow, and he lay there bewildered. Presently he lifted it and spoke again.
I do not think my hearing. I must have misunderstood. Did you say you could not promise, Henry? Why not? With everything at stake, and my dying prayer. Mine, your father's. Oh, why not? Are you married, then?
The sweat broke from Henry's brow and rolled down his face in large drops as he answered, always in the voice that sounded like a groan.
I am not married, father,
and, before God, sooner than be forced to refuse you, I would lie as you lie now. Have pity, I beseech you, on my cruel strait, between my honor and the denial of your wish. I cannot promise you that I will marry Emma Levenger, because I am bound to another woman by ties that may not be broken, and I cannot be so base as to desert her.
Another woman? Am I too late, then?
Murmured his father, more and more feebly.
But stay, there is still hope. Who is she? At least you will not refuse to tell me her name.
Her name is Joan Haste.
Joan Haste? What? The girl at the inn? The bastard? My son, my only remaining son, denies his dying father and brings his mother and his name to disgrace and ruin because he is bound in honor to a village bastard,
he screamed.
Oh, my God, that I should have lived to hear this. Oh, my God, my God.
And suddenly the old man flung his arms wide and fell back. Lady Graves and Ellen ran to him. Presently the former came away from the bed.
Your father is dead, Henry, she said. Perhaps after what has passed, you will feel that this is no fit place for you. I will ring for someone to take you to your room.
But the last bitterness of these words, so awful from a mother's lips, was spared to Henry, for he had swooned. As he sank into unconsciousness, a solemn voice seemed to speak within his tortured brain, and it said, "Behold the first fruits of iniquity." Henry did not attend his father's funeral, for the good reason that he was ill in bed. In the first place, though he made light of it at the time, that slip of his on the stone steps had so severely affected his broken limb as to necessitate his lying by for at least another month. And in the second, he had received a shock to his nerves, healthy as they were, from which he could not hope to recover for many a month. He was kept informed by all that went on by Thompson, the old butler, for neither his mother nor Ellen came near him during those dark days. He heard the footsteps of the carpenter, who measured his father's body. He heard the coffin being brought upstairs, and the day afterwards he heard the shuffling tramp of the tenants who, according to ancient custom, bore down the corpse of the dead owner of Rosham to lie in state in the great hall. He heard the workmen nailing the hatchment of the departed baronet beneath his window, and then at last a day came when he heard a noise of the rolling wheels of carriages and the sound of a church bell tolling, as his father was laid to rest among the bones of his ancestors. So bitter was the resentment against him that none had asked Henry to look his last upon his father's face. For a while he thought it better that he should not do so, but on the second night after the death, nature grew too strong for him, and he determined to do that alone which, under happier circumstances, it should have been his duty to do with his widowed mother and his sister at his side. Painfully, he dragged himself from the bed and, placing a candle and a box of matches in the pocket of his dressing gown, he limped upon his crutches across the silent corridor and into the death chamber, where the atmosphere was so heavy with the scent of flowers that for a moment it brought back his faintness. Recovering himself, he closed the door and made shift to light his candle. Then, by its solitary light, he approached the bed on which his father's corpse was lying, half hidden by wreaths and covered with a sheet. With a trembling hand, he drew down the wrapping and exposed the dead man's face. It was calm enough now. There was no trace of the tormenting grief that had been upon it in the moment of disillusion. It bore the seal of perfect peace, and, notwithstanding the snowy hair, a more youthful aspect than Henry could remember it to have worn, even in the days of his childhood. In sad and solemn silence, Henry gazed upon the clay that had given him life, and great bitterness and sorrow took hold of him. He covered his eyes with his hand and prayed that God might forgive him for the pain which he had caused his father in his last hour, and that his father might forgive him too in the land where all things are understood. For there he would learn that he could not have spoken otherwise. Well, he was reaping as he had sown, and there remained nothing to him except to make amendment as best he could. Then, with a great effort, he dragged himself up upon the bed and kissed his father's forehead. Having replaced the sheet, he extinguished the candle and turned to leave the room. As he opened the door, he saw a figure draped in black, who stood in the passage listening. It was his mother. She advanced towards him with a cold, sad mien, and opened her lips as though to speak. Then the light fell upon his face, and she saw that it was torn by grief and stained with tears, and her look softened, for now she understood something of what her son's sufferings must be. Still, she did not speak, and in silence, except for the tapping of his crutches on the polished floor, Henry passed her with bowed head and reached his room again. In due course, the family returned from the funeral, and, outwardly, at any rate, a break occurred in the conspiracy of silence and neglect of which Henry was the object, for it was necessary that he should be present at the reading of the will. This ceremony took place in the bedroom of the new baronet, and gathered there were a representative from the London firm of lawyers that had managed, or mismanaged, the Graves' affairs for several generations, the widow, Ellen and Edward Millward. Bowing gravely to Sir Henry, the lawyer broke the seals of the document and began the farce, for a farce it was, seeing that the will had been signed nearly 25 years before, when the position of the family was very different. After reciting the provisions of the entail that, by the way, had long been cut, under which his deceased brother Reginald should have entered into the enjoyment of all the land and hereditaments of the real property generally, with remainder to his children, or, in the event of his death without issue, to Henry, the testator went on to deal with the jointure of the widow, which was fixed at 800 a year in addition to the income arising from her own fortune that, alas, had long since been lost or muddled away. Then it made provision for the younger children, 10,000 to Henry and 8,000 to Ellen, to be paid out of the personalty, or, should this prove insufficient, to be raised by way of rent charge on the estate, as provided for under the marriage settlement of Sir Reginald and his wife, and, after various legacies and directions as to the disposal of heirlooms, ended by constituting Reginald, or, in the event of his death without issue, Henry, residuary legatee. When he had finished reading this lengthy document, which he well knew not to be worth the paper on which it was written, the lawyer solemnly exhibited the signatures of the testator and the attesting witnesses, and laid it down with a sigh. 3 of the listeners were aware that the will might as well have affected to dispose of the crown of England as to devise to them these various moneys, lands, and chattels. But the 4th, Edward Millward, who had never been admitted to full confidence as to the family position, was vastly pleased to learn that his future wife inherited so considerable a sum, to say nothing of her chance of succeeding to the entire estate should Henry die without issue. That there had been embarrassments and mortgage charges he knew, but these, he concluded, were provided for by life insurances and had rolled off the back of the property on the death of the late owner. Indeed, he showed his pleasure so plainly in his face that the lawyer, guessing he was laboring under some such delusion, hesitated and looked at him pointedly before he proceeded to make remarks upon the document. Ellen, always on the watch, took the hint, and laying her hand affectionately on Millward's shoulder, said in a low voice, "Perhaps you will not mind leaving us for a few moments, Edward. I fancy there are 1 or 2 matters that my mother would not like to be discussed outside her own family at present." "Certainly," answered Edward, who, having learned all he wished to know, rejoiced at the chance of escape, seeing that funerals and will-reading exercised a depressing effect upon his spirits. Lady Graves was at the other end of the room and looking out of an open window, so that she did not overhear these remarks. Henry, however, did hear them, and spoke for the first time. "I think that you had better stay, Millward," he said. "There is nothing to conceal." And he smiled grimly at his own double entendre. "No, thanks," answered Edward airily. "I have heard all I want to know, so I will go into the garden and smoke a cigarette." And before Henry could speak again, he was gone. "You are probably aware, Sir Henry," began the lawyer, "that all the main provisions of this document," and he tapped the will with his knuckle, "fall to the ground, for the reason that the capital sums with which they dealt were exhausted some years since. Though I am bound to tell you that, in my opinion, the legality of the methods by which some of those sums were brought into possession might even now be contested." "Yes," answered Henry, "and good money thrown after bad." "Of course," went on the lawyer, "you succeed to the estates, which have been little, if at all, diminished in acreage. But they are, I believe, mortgaged to more than their present value in favour of a Mr. Levenger, who holds the securities in trust for his daughter, and whom there is a large sum due by way of back interest." "Yes, I'm aware of it." "Ahem," said the lawyer. "Then I am afraid there is not much more to say, is there? I trust that you may be able to find means to meet these various liabilities, in which case we shall be most happy to act for you in the matter. By the way, we still have a small sum in our hands that was sent to us by our late esteemed client to pay a debt of your late brother's, which on inquiry was found not to be owing. This we propose to remit to you, after deducting the amount of our account current." "By all means deduct the account current," said Henry, "for, you see, you may not get another chance of paying yourselves. Well, the carriage is waiting for you. Good afternoon." The lawyer gathered up his papers, shook hands all around, bowed, and went. "Well," he thought to himself as he drove towards the station, "I am glad to be clear of this business. Somehow it was more depressing than most funerals. I suppose that there's an end of a connection that has lasted 100 years, though there will be some pickings when the estate is foreclosed on. I am glad it didn't happen in Sir Reginald's time, for I had a liking for the old man and his grand last-century manners. The new baronet seems a roguish fellow, with a sharp edge to his tongue, but I dare say he has a deal to worry him, and he looks very ill. What fools they were to cut the entail! They can't blame us about it anyway, for we remonstrated with them strongly enough. Sir Reginald was under the thumb of that dead son of his. That's the fact. And he was a scamp, or something like it. Now they are beggared, absolutely beggared. They won't even be able to pay their debts. It's not one man's funeral that I have been assisting at. It is that of a whole ancient family, without benefit of clergy or hope of resurrection. The girl is going to marry a rich man. She knows which side her bread is buttered, and has a good head on her shoulders. That's one comfort. Well, they are bankrupt and done with, and it is no good distressing myself over what can't be helped. Here's the station. I wonder if I need tip the coachman. I remember he drove me when I came down to the elder boy's christening. We were both young then. Not necessary, I think. I shan't be likely to see him again. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kendra Skarlovai. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 16. Fortiter in Re. When the lawyer had gone, for a while there was silence in Henry's room. Everybody seemed to wish to speak, and yet no one could find any words to say. Of course, Henry was aware that the subject, which had been discussed at the last dreadful scene of his father's life, would be renewed on the first opportunity. But he was nervously anxious that it should not be now, when he did not feel able to cope with the bitter arguments which he was sure Ellen was preparing for him, and still less with the pleadings of his mother, should she condescend to plead. After all, it was he who spoke the first. "Perhaps, Ellen," he said, "you will tell me who were present at our father's funeral." "Everybody," she answered, adding with meaning, "You see, the truth about us has not yet come out. We are still supposed to be people of honor and position." Her mother turned and made a gesture with her hand, as though to express disapproval of the tone in which she spoke, and, taking the hint, Ellen went on in a dry, clear voice, like that of one who reads an inventory, to give the names of the neighbors who attended the burial, and of more distant friends who had sent wreaths, saying, in conclusion, "Mr. Levenger, of course, was there, but Emma did not come. She sent a lovely wreath of Eucharist lilies and stephanotis." At this moment the old butler came in, his face stained with grief, for he had dearly loved Sir Reginald, who was his foster brother, and announced that Dr. Childs was waiting to see Sir Henry. "Show him up," said Henry, devoutly thankful for the interruption. "How do you do, Captain? I mean, Sir Henry Graves," said the doctor, in his quiet voice, when Lady Graves and Ellen had left the room. "I attended your poor father's funeral, and then went on to see a patient, thinking that I would give you a look on my way back. However, don't let us talk of these things, but show me your leg if you will. Yes, I thought so. You have given it a nasty jar. You should never have tried to walk up those steps without help. Well, you will have to stop quiet for a month or so, that is all. And I think it will be a good thing for you in more ways than one, for you seem very much shaken, my dear fellow, and no wonder, with all this trouble after a dangerous illness." Henry thanked him, and then followed a little general conversation, in which Dr. Childs was careful not to let him know that he was aware of the scene that had occurred at his father's death, though, as a matter of fact, the wildest rumors were floating up and down the countryside, based upon hints that had fallen from Lady Graves in her first grief, and on what had been overheard by listeners at the door. Presently he rose to go, saying that he would call again on the morrow. "By the way," he added, "I have got to see another patient tonight. Your late nurse, Joan Haste." "What is the matter with her?" asked Henry, flushing suddenly red, a symptom of interest or distress that did not escape the doctor's practiced eye. "So the talk is true," he thought to himself. Well, I guessed as much. Indeed, I expected it all along. The girl has been in love with him for weeks. A pity. A sad pity. Oh, nothing at all serious, he answered. A chill and a touch of fever. It has been smouldering in her system for some time, I think. It seems she got soaked about 10 days ago and stood in her wet things. She is shaking it off now, however. Indeed, I am glad to hear that, Henry answered in a tone of relief, which he could not quite conceal. Will you remember me to Miss Haste when you see her, and tell her that— Yes, said the doctor, his hand on the door, that I am glad she has recovered, and that I was sorry to not be able to say goodbye to her, he added hurriedly. Certainly, answered Dr. Childs, and he went. Henry saw no more of his mother or his sister that evening, which was a sorrowful one for him. He grieved alone in his room, comforted only by the butler Thompson, who came to visit him and told him tales of his father's boyhood and youth. And they grieved elsewhere, each according to her own nature. On the morrow, the doctor called early and reported favorably of Henry's condition. He told him that Joan was doing even better than he had expected, that she sent him her duty, and thanked him kindly for his message. And with this, Henry was fain to be content. Indeed, what other message could she have sent him unless she had written? And something told him that she would not write. Any words that could be put on paper would express both too much and too little. Henry was not the only person at Rosham whose rest was troubled this night, seeing that Ellen also did not sleep well. She had loved her father in her own way, and sorrowed for him, but she loved her family better than any individual member of it, and mourned still more bitterly for its sad fate. Also, she had her own particular troubles to overcome, for she was well aware that Edward imagined her to possess the portion of £8,000 which had been allotted to her under the will, and it was necessary that he should be undeceived and enlightened on various other points in connection with the Rosham affairs, which could no longer be concealed from him. On the morrow he rode over from Upcott, and very soon gave Ellen a chance of explanation by congratulating her upon the prospective receipt of the 8,000. Like a bold woman, she took her opportunity at once, though she did not care about this task, and had some fears for the issue. "Don't congratulate me, Edward," she said, "for I must tell you I've discovered that this £8,000 is very much in the clouds." Edward whistled. "Meaning?" he said. "Meaning, my dear, that after you left, the lawyer explained our financial position. To put it shortly, the entail has been cut. The estate has been mortgaged for more than its value, and there is not a farthing for anybody." "Indeed," answered Edward. "That's jolly good news. Might I ask what is going to happen then?" "It all depends on Henry. If he is not a fool and marries Miss Levenger, everything will come right. Except my £8,000, of course, for she holds the mortgages, or her father does for her. If he is a fool, which I have reason to believe is the case, and declines to marry Miss Levenger, then I suppose that the estate will be made bankrupt, and that my mother will be left to starve." At this announcement, Edward uttered an indignant grunt. "Look here, Ellen," he said. "It is all very fine, but you have been playing it pretty low down upon me. I never heard a word of this mess, although, of course, I knew that you were embarrassed, like most people nowadays. What I did not know, to say nothing of your not having a penny, was that I am to have the honor of marrying into a family of bankrupts. And, to tell you the truth, I'm half inclined to reconsider my position, for I don't wish to be mixed up with this sort of thing." "About that you must do as you like, Edward," she answered, with dignity. "But let me tell you that this state of affairs is not my fault. In the first place, it is the fault of those who are dead and gone, and still more it is the fault of my brother Henry, whose wickedness and folly threaten to plunge us all into ruin." "What do you mean by his wickedness and folly?" I mean that matter of which I spoke to you before. The matter of this wretched girl, Joan Haste. It seems that he has become involved in some miserable intrigue with her, after the disgusting fashion of you men. And on this account he refuses to marry Emma Levenger. Yes, although my father prayed him to do so with his dying breath, he still refuses, when he knows that it would be his own salvation and that of his family also.
He must be mad, said Edward. Stark, staring mad. It's no such great wonder about the girl, but that he should decline to marry Miss Levenger is sheer insanity. For, although I don't think much of her, and the connection is a bad one, it is clear that she has got the dollars. What does he mean to do, then? Marry the other one?
Very possibly, for all I know to the contrary. It would be quite in keeping with his conduct.
Oh, hang it, Ellen! That I could not stand. It is not to be expected of any man that he should come into a family of which the head will be a bankrupt, who insists upon marrying a barmaid.
Again I say that you must please yourself, Edward. But if you feel so strongly about Henry's conduct, and I admit that it is quite natural that you should do so, perhaps you had better speak to him yourself.
All right, I will, he answered, although I don't like meddling with other people's love affairs, for I have quite enough to do to manage my own. I will give him my mind pretty straight. He's a nasty customer to tackle, but if he doesn't know before he is an hour older that there are other people to be considered in the world besides himself, it shan't be my fault. That's all.
I am sure it is very brave of you, dear, said Ellen with veiled sarcasm. But if I may venture to advise, I would suggest what my poor father used to call the suaviter in modo, in preference to the fortiter in re.
Oh, bother your Latin, said Edward. Please speak English.
I mean that were I you, I should go fair and softly, for, as you remarked just now in your own classic tongue, Henry is a nasty customer to tackle. Well, I happen to know that he is up and alone just now, so you cannot have a better opportunity. Then she rang the bell, which was almost immediately answered by the butler, and added, "Will you be so good, Thompson, as to show Mr. Millward to Sir Henry's room?" Edward hesitated, for, like another hero, he felt his courage oozing out of his fingertips. Looking up, he saw Ellen watching him with a little smile, and remembered that to draw back now would mean that for many a long day to come he must be the target of the bitter arrows of her irony. So he set his teeth and went as to a forlorn hope. In another minute he was in the presence of the man whom he came to annihilate. Henry was seated in a chair against which his crutches were resting, looking out of the window with an open book upon his knee, and it cannot be said that he appeared pleased on hearing the name of his visitor. Indeed, he was about to tell Thompson that he was engaged, when Edward blundered in behind him, leaving him no option but to shake hands and ask his visitor to sit down.
Then ensued this conversation.
"How do you do, Graves? I have come to see you on business." "As well as I can expect, thank you." A pause. "Beautiful weather, isn't it?" "It seems fine, but as you have been out, you will know more about it than I do."
Another pause.
"The pheasants ought to do well this year. They've had a wonderful fine time for hatching." "Indeed. I think you said that you wished to speak to me about some business. You're not rearing any this season, are you?" "No. I am sorry to say that I have other chicks to hatch at present. But about the business." "All right, Graves, I'm coming to that. The pheasants lead up to it, fortiter in modo, as Ellen says." "Does she? Well, it is not a bad motto for her, though it's wrong. Well, if we have done with the pheasants—" There was yet another pause, and then Edward said suddenly, and with effort, "You are not rearing any pheasants, Graves, because you can't afford to. In fact, I've just found out that you are bankrupt, and the whole thing is a swindle, and that Ellen won't have a farthing of her £8,000. She has sent me up here to talk to you about it." "Has she? That is fortiter in modo,
and no mistake. Well, talk on, Mr. Millward, but before you begin, let me remind you that I asked you to stop and hear what passed after the reading of the will yesterday, and you would not. Oh, bother the will. It is a fraud, like everything else in this place. I tell you, Graves. One moment. Pray lower your voice, keep your temper, and remember that you are speaking to a gentleman. Speaking to a gentleman? A nice sort of gentleman? You mean an uncertificated bankrupt who won't do the right thing by his family and marry the girl who could set them on their legs again. A pious humbug who preaches to everybody else, but isn't above carrying on a low intrigue with a barmaid, and then having the impudence to say that he means to disgrace us by marrying her. I have asked you to lower your voice, Mr. Millward. Lower my voice? I think it is high time to raise it when I find myself let in for an engagement with the sister of a man who does such things. You needn't look at me, Sir Henry Graves. Sir Henry, indeed. I repeat, let in. However, you must mend your manners, or Ellen will suffer for it. That is all. For I shall throw her over and wash my hands of the whole show. The bankruptcy is bad enough, but I'm hanged if I will stand the barmaid. Edward Millward of Epcot with a barmaid for a sister-in-law. Not if he knows it. Then Henry answered in a quiet and ominous voice. You have been so good, Mr. Millward, doubtless more in kindness than in anger, as to point out to me with great directness the errors or assumed errors of my ways. Allow me, before I say anything further, to point out to you an error in yours, about which there is no possibility of doubt. You say that you propose to throw over my sister not on account of anything that she has done, but because of acts which I am supposed to have done. In my judgment, it will indeed be fortunate for her should you take this course, but not the less do I feel bound to tell you that the man who behaves thus towards a woman having no cause of offence against her is not what is usually understood by the term gentleman. So much for my sister. Now for myself. It seems to me that there is only one answer possible to conduct and language such as you have thought it fit to make use of, and were I well, much as I dislike violence, I should not hesitate to apply it. I should, Mr. Millward, kick you out of this room and down yonder stairs and, should my strength not fail me, across that garden. Being crippled at present, I am unable to advance this argument. I must, therefore, do the best I can. And, taking up the crutch that stood by his chair, Henry hurled it straight at him. Now go, he thundered, and Mr. Millward went. I hope that Ellen will feel pleased with the effect of her embassy, thought Henry. Then suddenly he turned white, and, choking with wrath, said aloud, Great heaven! To think that I should have come so low as to be forced to suffer such insults from a cur like that. What will be the end of it? One thing is clear, I can't stand much more. I'm done for in this service. But I dare say I could get a billet as mate on a liner, or even a command of some vessel in the Canadian or Australian waters where I am known. Unless there is a change soon, that is what I'll do. And I'll take Joan with me. Nobody will sneer at her there, anyway. At least, nobody who sees her. Meanwhile, Ellen was standing in the hall, making pretense to arrange some flowers, but in reality waiting, not without a certain sense of anxiety, to learn the result of the interview which she had been instrumental in bringing about. She hoped that Henry would snub her fiancé in payment of sundry remarks that Edward had made to her, and which she had by no means forgotten, although she was not at present in a position to resent them. She hoped also, with some lack of perspicuity, that Henry would be impressed by Edward's remonstrances, and that, when he came to understand that her future was imperiled, he would hasten to sacrifice his own. But here she made her great mistake, not foreseeing that a man of Millward's moral fibre could not by any possibility neglect to push a fancied vantage home, any more than he could refrain from being insolent and brutal towards one whom he thought at his mercy, for, even in the upper walks of life, individuals do exist who take pleasure in grinding the heads of the fallen deeper into the mire. Presently, Ellen was alarmed to hear Henry's words, "Now go!" echo through the house, followed by the sound of a banging door. Next instant, Edward appeared upon the stairs, and the expression of his features betrayed a wondrous mixture of astonishment, fear, and indignation. "What have you been doing, Edward?" she said as he approached. "You do not mean to tell me that you have been brawling, and in this house?" "Brawling? Oh, yes, say that I have been brawling," gasped Edward, when at last he managed to speak. "That infernal brother of yours has thrown a crutch at me, but by all means say that I have been brawling." "Thrown a crutch? And what had you been doing to make him throw a crutch?" "Doing? Why, nothing, except to tell him that he was a fraud and a bankrupt. He took it all quite quietly till the end. Then suddenly he said that if he wasn't a cripple, he would kick me downstairs and throw a crutch at my head. And, by George, I believe from the look of him that if he could, he would have done it too." "It is very possible," said Ellen, "if you are foolish enough to use such language towards him. You have had an escape. Henry has a fearful temper when roused." "Then why on earth didn't you say so before you sent me up there? Do you suppose that I enjoy being pelted with crutches by a mad sailor? Possible? Yes, it seems that anything is possible in this house. But I will tell you one thing that isn't, and it is that I should stay here any longer. I scratch, now, on the spot. Do you understand, Ellen? The game is up, and you can marry whom you like." At this point, Ellen touched him on the shoulder and said in a cold voice, "Perhaps you are not aware there are at least 2 servants listening to you. Will you be so kind as to follow me into the drawing-room?" Edward obeyed. When Ellen put on her coldest and most imperious manner, he always did obey, and it is probable that he will always continue to do so. He was infuriated, and he was humbled. Still, he could not resist that invitation into the drawing-room. It was a large apartment, and by some oversight, the shutters that were closed for the funeral had never been reopened. Therefore its aspect could not be called cheerful, though there was sufficient light to see by. "Now, Mr. Millward," said Ellen, stationing herself in the centre of a wide expanse of floor, for there were no little tables and knick-knacks at Rosham, "I will ask you to be so good as to repeat what you were saying." Thus adjured, Edward looked around him, and his spirits sank. He could be vociferous enough in the sunlit hall, but here, in this darkened chamber, that reminded him unpleasantly of corpses and funerals, with Ellen, of whom he was secretly afraid, standing cool and collected before him. A sudden humility fell upon him. "Why do you call me Mr. Millward?" he asked. "It doesn't sound right, and as for what I was saying that I could not stand this sort of thing any more, and I think that we had better shut up the shop." "If you mean by shutting up the shop that our engagement is at an end, Mr. Millward, so be it. But unfortunately, as you must understand, questions will be asked, and I shall be glad to know what explanations you propose to furnish." "Oh, you can settle that." "Very well. I presume you admit that I am not to blame. Therefore, we must fall back upon the cause which you have given, that you insulted my brother, who, notwithstanding his crippled condition, inflicted a physical punishment upon you. Indeed, unless I can succeed in stopping it, thanks to your own indiscretion, the story will be all over the place before tomorrow, and I must leave you to judge what will be thought of it in the country, or, let us say, at the militia mess, which I believe you join next Wednesday." Edward heard and quailed. He was excessively sensitive to public opinion, and more especially to the chaff of his brother officers in the militia, among whom he was something of a butt. If it became known that Sir Henry Graves, a man with a broken leg, had driven him out of the room by throwing crutches at his head, he felt that his life would speedily become a burden to him. "You wouldn't be so mean as that, Ellen?" he said. "So mean as what? To some people it might seem that the meanness is on the other side. There are difficulties here, and you have quarrelled with my brother.
Therefore, as I understand, you wish to desert me after being publicly engaged to me for some months, and to leave me in an utterly false position. Do so if you will, but you must not be surprised if you find your conduct called by strong names. For my part, I am indifferent, but for your own sake, I think that you would do well to pause. Do not suppose that I shall sit still under such an affront. You know that I can be a good friend. You have yet to learn that I can be a good enemy. Possibly, though I do not like to think it of you, you believe that we are ruined and of no account. You will find your mistake. There are troubles here, but they can be overcome, and very soon you will live to regret that you dared to put such a deadly affront upon me and my family. You foolish man, she went on, with gathering vehemence. Have you not yet realized the difference between us? Have you not learned that with all your wealth, you are nobody, and I am somebody? That, though I can stand without you, without me you will fall. Now, I am tired of talking. Choose, Edward Millward. Choose whether you will jilt me and incur in enmity that shall follow you to your death, or whether you will bide by me, and be placed where of late it has been the object of my life to set you.
If Edward had quailed before, now he positively trembled, for he knew that Ellen spoke truth. Hers was the mastermind, and to a great extent he had become dependent on her. Moreover, he had ambitions, for the most part of a social and personal nature, which included, however, his entry into Parliament, where he hoped that his power of the purse would ultimately earn him some sort of title, and these ambitions he felt sure would never be gratified without the help of Ellen. Lastly, he was in his own way sincerely attached to her, and quite appreciated the force of her threats to make of him an object of ridicule among his neighbors and brother officers. Smarting though he was under a sense of moral and physical injury, the sum of these considerations turned the balance in favor of the continuance of his engagement. Perhaps Ellen was right, and her family would ride out this trouble. But whether they did so or not, he was convinced that without Ellen he should sink below his present level, and what was more, that she would help him on his downward career. So Edward gave in. Indeed, it would not be too much to say that he collapsed. "You shouldn't speak so harshly, dear," he said, "for you know that I did not really mean what I told you about breaking off our engagement. The fact is that, what between one thing and another, I scarcely knew what I was saying." "Indeed," answered Ellen. "Well, I hope that you know what you are saying now. If our engagement is to be continued, there must be no further talk of breaking it off on the next occasion that you happen to have a quarrel with my brother, or to be angry about the mortgages on this property. The only thing that I bargain about your brother is that I shall not be asked to see him or have anything to do with him. He can go to the deuce his own way so far as I am concerned, and we can cut him when we are married. That is, if he becomes bankrupt, and the rest of it. I am sorry if I have behaved badly, Ellen, but really and truly I do mean what I say about our engagement. And I tell you what, I will go home and put it on paper if you like, and bring you the letter this afternoon." "That is as you like, Edward," she answered, with a perceptible softening of her manner. "But after what has happened, you may think yourself fortunate that I have a consent to see you again." Edward attempted no reply, at least in words, for he was crushed. But, bending down, he imprinted a chaste salute upon Ellen's smooth forehead, which she acknowledged by touching him frostily on the cheek with her lips. This, then, is the history of the great quarrel between these lovers, and of their reconciliation. "Upon my word," said Ellen to herself, as she watched him depart, "I am by no means certain that Henry's obstinacy and violence have not done me a good turn for once. They have brought things to a crisis. There has been a struggle, and I have won the day. Whatever happens, I do not think it likely that Edward would try to match himself against me again, and I am quite certain that he will never talk any more of breaking off our engagement." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kendra Skarlovai. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 17. Between Duty and Duty. For a while, Ellen stood silent, enjoying the luxury of a well-earned victory. Then she turned and went upstairs to Henry's room. The first thing that she saw was the crutch which her brother had used as a missile of war with such effect, still lying where it had fallen on the carpet. She picked it up and placed it by his chair.
"How do you do, Henry?"
she said blandly. "I hear that you have surpassed yourself this morning."
"Now look here, Ellen," he answered in a voice that was almost savage in its energy. "If you have come to bait me, I advise you to give it up, for I am in no mood to stand much more. You sent Mr. Millward up here to insult me, and I treated him as he deserved, though now I regret that under intolerable provocation I forgot myself so far as to condescend to violence. I am very sorry if I have interfered with your matrimonial projects, though there is a certain justice about it, seeing how constantly you attempt to interfere with mine. But I could not help it. No man of honor could have borne the things that fellow thought fit to say, and it is your own fault for encouraging him to say them."
"Oh, pray, my dear Henry, let us leave this cant about that after all that has happened, and is happening.
The less said of honor, the better.
It is quite useless for you to look angry, since I presumed that you will not try to silence me by throwing things in my face. And now, let me tell you that, although you have done your best, you have not succeeded in interfering with my matrimonial projects, which, in fact, were never so firmly established as they are at this moment."
"Do you mean to say," asked Henry in astonishment,
"that the man has put up with what I was obliged to inflict upon him, and that you still contemplate marrying him after the way in which he has threatened to jilt you?" "Certainly I mean to say it. We have set the one thing against the other, and cried quits, though of course he has bargained that he shall have nothing more to do with you, and also that, should you persist in your present conduct, he shall not be forced to receive you at his house after our marriage."
"Really, he need not have troubled to make that stipulation."
"We are not all fools, Henry," Ellen went on, "and I did not feel called upon to break an engagement that in many ways suits me very well, because you have chosen to quarrel with Edward and to use violence towards him. Do not be afraid, Henry. I have not come here to lecture you. I come to say that I wash my hands of you. In the interests of the family, of which you are the head, I still venture to hope that you will repent of the past, and that better counsels may prevail as to the future. I hope, for instance, that you will come to see that your own prosperity and good name should not be sacrificed in order to gratify a low passion. But this is merely a pious wish, and by the way, you are a middle-aged man and must take your own course in life. Only I decline to be involved in your ruin. If in the future I should, however, be able to do anything to mitigate its consequences so far as this property is concerned, I will do it. For I, at least, think more of my family than of myself, and most of all the dying wishes of our father. And now, Henry, as a sister to a brother, I say good-bye to you, for so long as you persist in your present courses. Henceforth, when we meet, it will be as acquaintances, and no more. Good-bye, Henry." And she left the room.
"That is a pleasant speech to have to listen to," reflected Henry as the door closed behind her. "Of the two, I really think that I prefer Mr. Millward's mode of address, for he can be answered, or at any rate dealt with. But it is difficult to answer Ellen, seeing that to a great extent she has the right on her side. What a position for a man! If I had tried, I could not have invented a worse one. I shall never laugh again at the agonies of a heroine placed between love and duty, for it is my own case. Or rather, let us leave the love out of it,
and say that I stand between duty and duty. The delicate problem to decide being, which is the higher of these duties, and who shall be sacrificed? As he thought thus, sadly enough, there was a knock upon his door, and Lady Graves entered the room, looking very sorrowful and dignified in her widow's robe. "So I haven't seen the worst of it," Henry muttered. "Well, I may as well get it over." Then he added aloud, "Will you sit down, Mother? I am sorry that I cannot rise to receive you."
"My boy," she said in a low voice, "I have been thinking a great deal of the sad scene which took place in connection with your dear father's death, and of my subsequent conduct towards you. And I have come to apologize to you. I do not know the exact circumstances that led you to act as you have done. I may even say that I scarcely wish to know them. But on reflection, I feel that nothing but the strongest reasons or considerations of honor would have induced you to refuse your father's last request, and that I have therefore no right to judge you harshly. This came home to me when I saw you leaving the room yonder a few nights since, and your face showed me what you were suffering. But at the time my heart was too frozen with grief, and, I fear, also too much filled with resentment against you to allow me to speak. If you can tell me anything that will give me a better understanding of the causes of this dreadful trouble, I shall be grateful to you. For then we may perhaps consult together and find some way out of it. But I repeat that I do not come to force your confidence. I come, Henry, to express my regret and to mourn with you over a husband and a father whom we both loved dearly." And, moved by a sudden impulse of affection, she bent down and kissed her son upon the forehead. He returned the embrace and said, "Mother, those are the first kind words that I have heard for a long while from any member of my family, and I can assure you that I am grateful for them and shall not forget them. For I thought that you had come here to revile me like everybody else. You say that you do not ask my confidence, but fortunately a man can speak out to his mother without shame, even when he has cause to be ashamed of what he must tell her. Now, listen, Mother, as you know, I never was a favorite in this house. I dare say through my own fault, but so it is. From boyhood, everybody more or less looked down upon me, and with the exception of yourself, I doubt if anybody cared for me much. Well, I determined to make my own way in the world, and to show you all that there was something in me. And to a certain extent I succeeded. I worked hard to succeed too. I denied myself in many ways, and above all, I kept myself clear from the vices that most young men fall into, in one shape or another. Then came this dreadful business of my brother's death, and just as I was beginning really to get on, I was asked to leave the profession which was everything to me. From the letters that reached me, I gathered that in some mysterious way it lay in my power, and in mine alone, to pull the family affairs out of the mire if I returned home. So I retired from the service, and I came, because I thought that it was my duty, for hitherto I have tried to do my duty when I could see my way to it. On the first night of my arrival here, I learned the true state of affairs from Ellen, and I learned also what it was expected that I should do to remedy it, namely, that I should marry a young lady with whom I had but a slight acquaintance, but who, as it chances, is the owner of the mortgages on this estate. It was most indiscreet of Ellen to put the matter like that," said Lady Graves. "Ellen is frequently indiscreet, Mother, but doubtless it never occurred to her that I should object to doing what she is so ready to do for herself, marry for money. I am glad, you see, however, that her method was not exactly calculated to prepossess any man in favor of a marriage, of which she did not happen to have thought for himself. Still, the young lady came, and I liked her exceedingly. I liked her more than any woman that I had met before, the one inexplicable thing about her to my mind being why on earth she should wish to marry me, as I understand is, or was,
the case.
You foolish boy,
said Lady Graves, smiling a little.
Do you not understand she had become fond of you during that week when you were here together, the year before last?
I can't say that I understand it, Mother, for I had not much to do with her. But even if it is so, it does not satisfactorily explain why her father should be equally anxious for this match. Of course, I know that he has given lots of reasons, but I cannot help thinking that there is something behind them all. However, that is neither here nor there.
I fancy, Henry, that the only thing behind Mr. Levenger's reasons is an earnest desire for the happiness of a daughter to whom he is much attached.
Well, Mother, as I was saying, I took a great fancy to the girl, and though I did not at all like the idea of making advances to a lady to whom we are under such obligations, I determined to put my pride in my pocket, and, if I still continued to admire her after further acquaintance, to ask her if she would allow me to share her fortune, for I think that is an accurate way of putting it. So I went off to stay at Monk's Lodge, and the chapter of troubles began. The girl, who indirectly was the cause of my accident, became my nurse, and it seems that she grew attached to me, and I grew attached to her. It was not wonderful. You know her. She is very beautiful. She has a good heart, and in most ways she is a lady. In short, she is a woman who, in any less prejudiced country, would certainly be received into society if she had the means to enter it. Well, so things went on without anything remarkable happening until recently, and he repeated to her fairly and fully all that had passed between himself and Joan. "Now, Mother," he said, "I have made my confession to you, and perhaps you will understand how it came about that, fresh from such scenes, and taken as I was utterly by surprise, I was unable to promise what my father asked. I do not know what your judgment of my conduct may be. Probably you cannot think of it more harshly than I do myself, and in excuse of it I can only say that the circumstances were strange, and, as I have discovered, I love the woman. What, therefore, is my duty towards her?"
"Did you ever promise to marry her, Henry?"
"Promise? Yes, I said that I would, for, as you know, I am a bit of a Puritan, although I have little right to that title now, and it seemed to me that marriage was the only way out of the trouble."
"Does she expect you to marry her, then?"
"Certainly not. She declares that she would not allow it on any consideration. But this goes for nothing, for how can I take advantage of her inexperience and self-sacrificing folly? You have the whole facts. What do you think that I should do?"
"Henry, I am older than you are. I have seen a great deal of life, and perhaps you, who are curiously unworldly, may think me the reverse. I accept your story as it stands, well knowing that you have told me the exact truth, without hiding anything which would weigh against yourself. And on the face of that story, I cannot say that I consider it to be your duty to marry this poor girl, with whom, through your own weakness and folly, you have placed yourself in such false relations, though undoubtedly it is your duty to do everything in your power to provide for her. If you had deliberately set yourself to lead her astray, the case might be different. Only, were you capable of such conduct, which I know that you are not, you would not now be tormented by doubts as to your duty towards her. You talk of Joan Haste's inexperience. Are you sure that this is so? The whole history of her conduct seems to show experience, and even art, or at any rate a knowledge, very unusual in a girl of her age and position, of how best to work upon a man's tenderness and to move his feelings. That art may have been unconscious, an art which nature gave her, and that knowledge may have been intuitive, for of course all things are possible, and I can only judge of what is probable. At least it is clear that she never expected that you would marry her, because she knew that such an act would bring you to ruin, and I respect her for her honesty in this particular.
Should a man shrink from his duty because duty means disaster, mother?
Not if it is his duty, perhaps, Henry, but in the present case that, to say the least of it, is not proved. I will answer your question by another. Should a man neglect many undoubted duties, among them that of obeying the dying petition of his father, in order to indulge his conscience with the sense that he has fulfilled one which is open to doubt? Henry, I do not wish to push you about this matter, for I see that, even if you do not love Joan Haste so much as you think, at the least you are strongly attracted to her. Also, I see that your self-questionings are honest, and that you are anxious to do what is right, independently of the possible consequences to yourself. But I do pray of you not to be led away, and, if you can avoid it, not to see this girl again at present. Take time to consider, 1 month, 2, 3, as you like, and in the meanwhile do not commit yourself beyond redemption. Remember all that is at stake. Remember that a man in your position is not entirely his own master. Of myself I will not speak. Why should I? I am old, and my day is done. Such years as remain to me I can drag out in obscurity without repining, for my memories are enough for me, and I have little care left for any earthly advantage. But of your family I do not venture to speak. It has been here so long, and your father loved this place so well, that it breaks my heart to think of its going to the hammer, after 3 centuries. And the old lady turned her head and wiped her eyes furtively, then added, "And it will go to the hammer. It must. I know Mr. Levenger well. He is a curious man, and whatever his real reasons may be, his mind is set upon this marriage. If he is disappointed about it, he will certainly take his remedy. Indeed, he is bound to do so, for the money at stake is not his, but his daughter's."
You tell me to take 3 months to consider, mother, but looking at the matter from the family point of view, how am I to do this? It seems that we have scarcely a 6 pence in the world, and a heavy accumulation of debt. Where is the money to come from to enable us to carry on for another 3 months?
Beyond the overdue interest, there are not many floating liabilities, Henry, for I have always made it a practice to pay cash. Of course, when the farms come on hand at Michaelmas, the case will be different, for then, unless they can be let in the meantime, a large sum of money must be found to pay the covenants and take them over, or they must go out of cultivation. Till then, however, you need have no anxiety, for, as it chances, at the moment I have ample funds at command.
Ample funds? Where do they come from?
Of all my fortune, Henry, there remained to me my jewels, the diamonds and sapphires that my grandmother left me, which she inherited from her grandmother. They should have gone to Ellen, but when our need was pressing, rather than trouble your poor father any more, I sold them secretly. They realized between 2,000 and 3,000 pounds, about half their value, I believe, of which I have a clear 2,000 left. Do not tell Ellen of this, I pray you, for she would be very angry, and I do not feel fit to bear any scenes at present. And now, my dear, it is luncheon time, so I think that I will leave you, hoping that you will consider the advice which I have ventured to give you." And again she kissed him affectionately and left the room.
Sold her jewels, thought Henry, the jewels that she valued above any possession in the world. My poor mother. And if I marry this girl, or do not marry the other, what will her end be? The workhouse, I suppose, unless Millward gives her a home out of charity, or I can earn sufficient to keep her, of which I see no prospect. Indeed, I begin to think that she is right, and that my first duty is owing to my family. And yet how can I abandon Joan?
Or, if I do, how can I marry Emma Levenger with this affair upon my hands, begun since I became acquainted with her? Oh, what an unhappy man am I! Well, there is one thing to be said. My evil doing is being repaid to me full measure, pressed down and running over. 'Tis not often that punishment follows so hard upon the heels of error. End of chapter 17.
Section 18 of Joan Haste. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Val Roth. Joan Haste by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 18. Congratulations. Joan was not really ill. She had contracted a chill accompanied by a certain amount of fever, but this was all. Indeed, the fever had already taken her on the night of her love scene with Henry, and to its influence upon her nerves may be attributed a good deal of the conduct which to Lady Graves had seemed to give evidence of art and experienced design. Nothing further was said by her aunt as to her leaving the house, and things went on as usual till morning, when she woke up and learned that her lover had gone under such sad circumstances. It was a shock to her, but she grieved more for him than for herself. Indeed, she thought it best that he should be gone. It even seemed to her that she had anticipated it, that she had always known he must go, and that she would see him no more. The curtain was down forever. Her short tragedy had culminated and was played out, so Joan believed, unaware that its most moving acts were yet to come. It was terrible, and henceforth her life must be a desolation. But it cannot be said that as yet her conscience caused her to grieve for what had been. Sorrow and repentance were to overtake when she learned all the trouble and ruin which her conduct had caused. No, at present she was glad to have met him and to have loved him, winning some share of his love in return, and she thought then that she would rather go broken-hearted through the remainder of her days than sponge out those memories to be placid and prosperous without them. Whatever might be her natural longings, she had no intention of carrying the matter any further. Least of all had she any intention of persuading or even allowing Henry to marry her, for she had been quite earnest and truthful in her declarations to him upon this point. She did not even desire that his life should be burdened with her in any way, or that she should occupy his mind to the detriment of other persons and affairs, though, of course, she hoped that he would always think of her with affection, or perhaps love, and she would have been no true woman had she not done so. Curiously enough, Joan seemed to expect that Henry would adopt the same passive attitude towards herself which she contemplated adopting towards him. She knew that men are for the most part desirous of burying their dead loves out of sight, sometimes in their minds, marking the graves with a secret monument visible to themselves alone, be it a headstone with initials and a date, or only a withered wreath of flowers, but more often suffering the naked earth of oblivion to be trodden hard upon them, as though fearful lest their poor ghosts should rise again and, taking flesh and form, come back to haunt a future in which they have no place. She did not understand that Henry was not of this class, that in many respects his past life had been different to the lives of the majority of men, or that she was absolutely the first woman who had ever touched his heart. Therefore she came to the conclusion, sadly enough, and with an aching jealousy which she could not smother, but with resignation, that the next important piece of news she was likely to hear about her lover would be that of his engagement to Miss Levenger. As it chanced, tidings of a totally different nature reached her on the following day, though whether they were true or false she could not tell. It was her aunt who brought them when she came in with her supper, for Joan was still confined to her room. "There are nice doings up there at Rosham," said Mrs. Gillingwater, eyeing her niece curiously. Joan's heart gave a leap. "What's the matter?" she asked, trying not to look too interested. "Well, the old baronet is gone, for one thing, as was expected that he must, and they say that he slipped off while he was cursing and swearing at his son, the captain, which don't seem a right kind of way to die, to my mind." "Died cursing and swearing at Captain Graves? Why?" murmured Joan faintly. "I can't tell you rightly. All I know about it came to me from Lucilla Smith, who is own sister to Mary Roberts, the cook up there, who, it seems, was listening at the door, or as she puts it, waiting to be called in to say good-bye to her master, and she had it from the gardener's boy." "She? Who had it, Aunt?" "Why, Lucilla Smith had, of course. Can't you understand plain English? I tell you, old Sir Reginald sat up in bed and cursed and swore at the captain till he was black in the face, and then he screeched out loud and died." "Oh, how dreadful," said Joan. "But what was he cursing about?" "About? Because the captain wouldn't promise to marry Miss Lovinger, who's got bonds on all the property, down to the plate in the pantry in her pocket. That old fox of a father of hers stole them when he was agent there, I expect." Here Miss Gillingwater checked herself and added hastily, "But that's neither here nor there. At any rate, she's got them, and can sell the Graves up tomorrow if she likes, which being so, it ain't wonderful that old Sir Reginald cursed when he heard his son turn round coolly and say that he wouldn't marry her at any price." "Did he tell her why he wouldn't marry her?" asked Joan with a desperate effort to look unconcerned beneath her aunt's searching gaze. "I don't know that he did. If so, Lucilla doesn't know, so I suppose that Mary Roberts couldn't hear. She did hear one thing, however. She heard your name, miss, twice, so there wasn't no mistake about it." "My name? Oh, my name?" gasped Joan. "Yes, yours, unless there is another Joan Haste in these parts, which I haven't heard on. And now perhaps you will tell me what it was doing there." "How can I tell you what I don't know, Aunt?" "How can you tell me when you won't say, miss? That's what you mean. Look here, Joan, don't you take me for a fool. Don't you suppose that I haven't seen through your little game? Why, I have watched it all along, and I'm bound to say that you don't play half so bad for a young hand. Well, it seems that you pulled it off this time, and I'm not saying but what I am proud of you, though I still hold that you would have done better to have married Samuel. For I believe when all said and done and finished, he will be the richer man of the two. It's very nice to be a baronet's lady, no doubt. But if you had nothing to live on, and I don't fancy that there are many pickings left up there at Rosham, I can't see that it helps you much farther." "What do you mean, Aunt?" "Mean? Now, Joan, don't you begin trying your humbug on me. Keep that for the men. You're not going to pretend that you haven't been making love to the captain, I beg his pardon, Sir Henry he is now, as hard as you know how? Well, it seems that you have bamboozled him finely, and have made him so sweet on your pretty face that he's going to throw over marrying the Leavener girl in order to marry you, for that's what it comes to, and you may very well be proud of it. But don't you be carried away. You wouldn't take my advice about Samuel Rock, and I suppose you roughed that night on purpose, for I wanted you to make sure of one or the other. Well, take my advice about Sir Henry. Remember, there is many a slip between the cup and the lip, and that out of sight is apt to be out of mind. Don't you keep out of sight too long. You strike while the iron is hot, and marry him. And on the quiet, if you like, but marry him. Of course, there will be a row, but all the rows under heaven can't unmake a wife and a ladyship. Now listen to me. I have gone out of my way to talk to you like this because you are a fine girl and I am fond of you, which is more than you are of me, and I should like to see you get on in the world, and perhaps when you're up and will not forget your old aunt who is down. I tell you, I have gone out of my way to give you this tip, but there's some as won't be pleased to see you turned into Lady Graves. Yes, there's some who'd give a good deal to stop it. Samuel Rock, for instance. He don't like parting, but he'd lay down something handsome, and I doubt if I'll ever see the coin out of you that I might out of him and others, for after all you won't be a rich woman at best. However, we must sacrifice ourselves at times, and that's what I'm doing on your account, Joan. And now, if you want to get a note up to Rosham, I will manage it for you. But perhaps you had better wait and go yourself." Joan listened to the long address in amazement mingled with scorn. It would be hard to say which of its qualities disgusted her the most, its coarseness, its cunning, or its avarice. Above all, however, it revolted her to learn that her aunt thought of her capable of conceiving and carrying out so disgraceful a plot. What must the woman's mind be like that she could imagine such evil in others? And what had she, Joan, ever done that she should be so misunderstood? "I don't understand you, Aunt. I don't wish to marry Captain Graves," she said simply. "Do you mean to tell me you ain't blind gone on him, and that he's not gone on you, Joan?" "I said that I did not wish to marry him," she answered, evading the question. "To marry a girl like me would be the ruin of him." Mrs. Gillingwater stared at her niece as she lay on the bed before her, and then she burst into a loud laugh. "Oh, you're a simple one, you are," she said, pointing her finger at her. "You're downright innocent, if ever a girl was, with your hands folded and your hair hanging about your face like a half-blown angel, more fit for a marble monument than for this wicked world. You couldn't give anybody a kiss on the quiet, could you? Your lips would blush themselves off first, wouldn't they? And as for marrying him, if his ma didn't like it, that you'd never do. I'll tell you what it is, Joan. I'm getting a better opinion of you every day. You ain't half the fool I thought you were, after all. You remember what I said to you about Samuel? And you think that I've got his money in my pocket and other people's too, perhaps, and that I'm just setting a trap for you and going to give you away? Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't this time, so you might just as well have been open with me. But there you are, girl. Go about your own business in your own fashion. I see that you can be trusted to look after yourself, and I won't spoil sport. I've been blind and deaf and dumb before now. Yes, blinder than you think, perhaps, for all your psalm-singing air. And I can be again. And now I'm off. Only I tell you fair, I won't work for nothing. So don't you begin to whine about poor relations when once you're married. Else I might find a way to make it hot for you yet, seeing that there's things you mightn't like spoken of when you're my lady and respectable." And with this jocular threat on her lips, Mrs. Gillingwater vanished. When her aunt had gone, Joan drew the sheet over her face as though she sought to hide herself, and wept in the bitterness of her shame. She was what she was, but did she deserve to be spoken to like this? She would rather 100 times be borne her aunt's worst violence than be made the object of her loathly compliments. How much did this woman know? Surely everything, or she would not dare to address her as she had done. She had no longer any respect for her, and that must be the reason of her odious assumption that there was nothing to choose between them, that they were equal in evil. She would not believe her when she said she had no wish to marry Henry, that she thought the speech was dictated by a low cunning like her own. Well, perhaps it was fortunate that she did not believe her, for if she had, what would have happened? Very soon it became clear to Joan that on this point it would be best not to undeceive her aunt, since to do so might provoke some terrible catastrophe of which she could not foresee the consequences. After further reflection, another thing came clear to her, that she must vanish from Bradmouth. What was truth and what was falsehood in Mrs. Gillingwater's story she could not say, but obviously it contained an alloy of fact. There had been some quarrel between Henry and his dying father, and in the quarrel her name had been mentioned. Strange as it seemed, it might even be that he had declared an intention of marrying her. Now that she thought of it, she remembered that he had spoken of such a thing several times. The idea opened new possibilities to her, possibilities of happiness of which she had not dared to dream. But to her honor be it said, she never allowed them to take root in her mind. No, not for a single hour. She knew well what such a marriage would mean for Henry, and that was enough. She must disappear, but whither? She had no means and no occupation. Where, then, could she go? For 2 or 3 days she stayed in her room, keeping her aunt as much at a distance as possible, and pondering on these matters, but without attaining any feasible solution of them. On the day of Sir Reginald's funeral, which Mrs. Gillingwater attended, and of which she gave her a full account, She received Henry's message brought to her by the doctor and returned a general answer to it. Next morning, her Uncle Gillingwater, who chanced to be sober, brought her word that Mr. Levinger had called and asked that she would favor him with a visit at Monk's Lodge as soon as she was about again. Joan wondered for what possible reason Mr. Levinger could wish to see her, and her conscience answered that it had to do with Henry. Well, if he was not her guardian, he took an undefined interest in her, and it occurred to her that he might be able to help her to escape from Bradmouth. So for this reason, if for no other, she determined to comply with his wish. 2 days later, accordingly, Joan started for Monk's Lodge, having arranged with the local grocer to give her a lift to the house, whither his van was bound to deliver some parcels. For after being laid up, she did not feel equal to walking both ways. About 2 o'clock, arrayed in her best grey dress, she went to the grocer's shop and waited outside. Presently she heard a shrill voice calling to her from the stable yard that joined the shop, and a red-haired boy poked his head through the open door. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Joan Haste," said the boy, who was none other than Willie Hood, "but I've been cleaning up the old horse's bit in honor of having such a swell as you to drive. Stand clear now, here we come." And he led out the van, to which a broken-kneed animal was harnessed that evidently had seen better days. "Why, you're never going to drive me, Willie, are you?" asked Joan in alarm, for she remembered the tale of that youth's equestrian efforts. "Yes, I am, though. Don't you be skeered. I know what you're thinking of. But I've been grocer's boy for a month now, and I have learned all about hosses and how to ride and drive them. Come on, you get up, unless you'd rather walk behind." Thus adjured, Joan did get up, and they started. Soon she perceived that her fears as to Willie Hood's power of driving were not ill-founded, but fortunately the animal that drew them was so reduced in spirit that it did not greatly matter whether anyone was guiding him or no. "Is he all right again?" said Willie presently, as, leaving the village, they began to travel along the dusty road that lay like a ribbon upon the green crest of the cliff. "Do you mean Captain Graves?" "Yes, who else? I saw him as they carried him into the Crown and Mitre that night. My word! He did look bad, and his trouser was all bloody, too. I never seed anyone so bloody before, though now I come to think of it, you were bloody also, just like people in a storybook. That was a bad beginning for you both, they say." "He is better, but he's not all right," answered Joan with a sigh. Why would everyone talk to her about Henry? Captain Graves is not here now, you know. "No, he's up at the Hall, and the old squire is dead and buried. I went to see his funeral, I did. It was a grand sight, such lots of carriages, and such a beautiful polished coffin, with a brass cross and a plate with red letters on it. I'd like to be buried like that myself some day." Joan smiled, but made no answer, and there was silence for a time, while Willie thrashed the horse till his face was the colour of his hair. "I say, Joan," he said, when at last that long-suffering animal broke into a shuffling trot which caused the dust to rise in clouds, "is it true that you are going to marry him?" "Marry Sir Henry Graves? Of course not. What put that idea into your head, you silly boy?" "I don't know. It's what folks say, that's all. At least they say that if you don't, you ought to, though I don't rightly understand what they mean by that, unless it is that you are pretty enough to marry anybody, which I can see for myself." Joan blushed crimson and then turned pale as the dust. "No need to pink up because I pay you a compliment, Joan," said Willie complacently. "Folks say?" she gasped. "Who are the folks that say such things?" "Everybody mostly. Mother for one. But she says that you're like to find yourself left on the sand in the tide going out, like a dogfish that's been too greedy after sprats, for all that you think yourself so clever, and are so stuck up about your looks. But then Mother never did like a pretty girl, and I don't pay no attention to her. Not a mite. And if I was you, Joan, I'd just marry him to spite them." "Look here, Willie," answered Joan, who by now was almost beside herself. "If you say another word to me about Sir Henry Graves, I'll get out and walk." "Well, I dare say the old horse would thank you if you did. But I don't see why you should take on so just because I've been answering your questions. I expect it's all true, and that you do want to marry him, or else you're left on the beach like the dogfish. But if you are, it's no reason why you should be cross with me. I'm not cross with you, Willie. I'm not indeed, but you don't understand that I can't bear this kind of gossip.
Then you better get out of the Brad mouth as fast as you can, Joan, for you'll have lots of it to bear there, and I can tell you. Why, I'm downright sick of it myself, answered the merciless Willie.
Then he lapsed into a dignified silence that for the rest of the journey was only broken by his exhortations to the sweating horse and the sound of the wax which he reined upon its back. At length they reached Monk's Lodge and drove round to the side entrance, where Joan got down hurriedly and walked to the servants' door. End of chapter 18.